Hey there, everyone. Welcome back to Utility Sports. So excited. We're in the week of the NBA trade deadline, and I'm super stoked for what this year is going to be. I think it's going to be a crazy trade deadline with a ton going on, a lot of awesome things to keep our eyes on, a lot of awesome news to watch for. As we're going to have an active trade deadline this year, is my current expectation. Let's get some hype in the chat early on here. Patrick saying, let's go. Let's get some hype in here. Patrick is one of our Discord mods. He does a great job over there. So if you're not a part of that Discord, go make sure to join right now. We'd love to have you in there. Welcome, Cole, to the stream. Glad to have you in here as well. He says Rockets 2026 NBA champions. I like the take. You know, the Rockets are playing much better basketball this season. They already have 23 wins on the year. Last year, they only won 22 games. So they're looking much better. Their young core is starting to produce. Amin Thompson, Cam Whitmore, they're flashing a lot of their potential night in, night out. I'm excited about the Rockets' future as a bunch of other teams. NBA here wants to know, when is the NBA trade deadline? It is on Thursday, like Patrick is saying. So, yes, it's Monday. I'm going to be streaming for 4 straight days this week. Yes, my voice by the end is going to be toasted, but it's totally worth it so we can discuss all the possibilities here. My plan is to be live for roughly 6 or 7 hours today, depending on how everything shakes out, if we get some big news or not. But we're going to talk through a bunch of different scenarios, kind of prep you guys for the trade deadline. Today is going to be a great trade deadline live stream. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to get to know you guys a little bit more as well in these live streams. That's always one of the best benefits of being in here, is we just get some viewer and streamer interaction where I'm asking you guys questions and you guys are letting me know who your favorite team is, this, that, and the other thing. So it's a fun place to be. Calvin here, already starting off strong, talking about OKC. I actually just made a Thunder trade guide video, Calvin. If you did not check that one out, I recommend doing so after the stream today. But the Thunder are in a great spot. They're really in a spot where they're going to be a true contender for not only this season, which I already think that they are right in that inner circle, right maybe on the outside of the inner circle, of a team that could actually win the finals this season, but they're super young and they're going to be very good for quite some time. The Mike here says, glad you're doing this video. I need to hear some Warriors trade talk. We will definitely talk about the Golden State Warriors. I think that they are a very important team to watch. They've got expiring contracts in Klay Thompson and Chris Paul. Of course, one of those is a little bit more important to the organization. Klay Thompson was a part of those 4 championship rings. Chris Paul, probably a bit more expendable. He's been out with an injury. And they also have Andrew Wiggins' big contract. Are they going to look to move any or all 3 of those guys? That'll be a big question this year. We'll talk about that a little bit more later on. But we're glad to have you in here, Mike. It's going to be awesome having some Warriors trade talk going on throughout the live streams this week. M says, anything for the Pacers, predictions for them? So the Pacers have already made their big trade in Pascal Siakam. I would love to see them get aggressive and see if they can find a way to get someone like Mikal Bridges. But realistically, that's not going to be on the table for them this trade deadline, I don't believe. So anything around that is going to be centered something around either Buddy Hield's expiring contract, which is around $19 million, or they have a collection of other smaller contracts like Obi Toppin, Jalen Smith, who I know a lot of Pacers fans really love, and for good reason. He's a good player. They also have Isaiah Jackson, who I could see having a good deal of value around the league. So they've got some interesting pieces and players that I think teams would like, and then they also still have some draft compensation that they could trade away as well. So the Pacers are in a good spot. As for predictions right now, I think it's going to be a quieter trade deadline just because they've already made their big trade. But they're still a team to watch and making some small move or kind of reshuffling their deck a little bit. XD here says, Kuzma for Kevin Durant. I'm not sure if the Phoenix Suns are going to be on board with that one, Zaytoven. I'm not exactly sure about that. Jesse Marino says Pelicans. So let's get some Pelicans talk in here. A couple weeks ago, I predicted that they would trade Kyra Lewis Jr. to get below the tax line. That's exactly what they did. They traded him in the Pascal Siakam deal with the Toronto Raptors and Indiana Pacers. Kyra Lewis Jr. got salary dumped for the cost of a second-round pick. And because of that, now the Pelicans are below the tax line. So first of all, the fact that they've already made that move strongly leads me to believe that they will really value staying below that tax number. And I predicted that a couple weeks ago, but I think the fact that they actually made that trade that I predicted really means that they are going to be very cognizant of that. They're going to be very aware to stay below the tax line. And if they're going to make some big move, there was some rumors around Herb Jones. I think it would be for a really high quality starting center. And that would be someone like Jarrett Allen if the Cavaliers made him available. Now, my expectation is nothing like that comes to fruition this year. I think New Orleans is going to have a relatively quiet deadline, but they're going to be probably taking calls, probably trying to make a move. I think if they get someone like Jared Allen, he would be a fantastic upgrade over Jonas Valanciunas. So that'll be something to keep our eyes on, although I'm not exactly certain that we'll actually see it come to fruition this trade deadline. Jesse, glad to have you in here. Trent, welcome to the stream. Says thoughts on Orlando and any predictions on trades they will make. So I had a trade deadline prediction video come out today right before the stream started. I'm very excited about that one. I talked about all 30 NBA teams in there. So Trent, you're going to have to check that one out after the stream today. But for Orlando specifically, they're in a great spot. They're a young team. They've got a bunch of draft picks. They still have all of their own picks. They also own the Denver 2025 first-round pick from the Aaron Gordon trade. They are in a fantastic spot, and because of that, they don't have to rush. They're not in a lot of pressure to rapidly improve their team. They started the year super well. They were kind of flirting with the 1 seed in the Eastern Conference a little bit. Since then, they've cooled off, but that's kind of what I expected. This is a team that probably more of a play-in mix team than an actual playoff team right now, which is okay. They're within, shooting distance of playoffs in terms of being a 6 seed, but they might just make the playoffs through the play-in, and that's a good thing too, and it's a good step forward for this franchise, who I think Paolo Banchero, we know what he is now as an all-star caliber player. He took a big step forward again this season. A lot of the other coaches around the league have been very impressed by his play this year, and for good reason. And when it comes to trades, they don't have to do anything crazy, although a player I do like for them quite a bit is DeJounte Murray. I think he would be a fantastic upgrade to their point guard spot if they can get him for the right price point. Going on to Clarence, what do you think the Sixers will do? The Sixers are one of the hardest teams to, I think, pin right now for a couple of different reasons. The 76ers have a good deal of draft capital after the James Harden trade. They also have a vast collection of expiring contracts, which helps in all trade flexibility. But the kind of overarching theme here is if they don't do something, they could go into free agency this offseason and use it as cap space and go sign guys while still keeping their draft picks. And my initial expectation for them was, given Tyrese Maxey's cap hold, which will be significantly less than his actual dollar amount that he makes this next season, they're going to be able to go out and maybe target 2 max players based around Embiid's contract. They're going to be able to sign one and then use the other picks to trade for one in the offseason if they so desire. So because of that, I think the Sixers really have an open book here. They can be patient, especially with Embiid's injury. That kind of shakes this whole thing up because maybe they're not pushing as hard for a championship window this year. We know Daryl Morey in the past has been very aggressive, and he firmly believes that if you have even a 5% chance at winning an NBA title, that's something you push for and you go for it. So maybe the Sixers do stay aggressive here regardless of Embiid's injury. We don't really know how long that's going to impact him, but we'll have to keep our eyes on that for sure. I think the Sixers are in a good spot. They're either going to make a big move this year, someone like a DeMar DeRozan makes some sense for them, or they're going to wait until the offseason where they can get not 1, but 2 players who I think make sense for them as well. We've got some awesome donations in here. Shout out to Venkata for the donation, $2 dono. He says, anything Clippers can do to get a power forward. So Venkata is a big-time Clippers fan, probably the biggest Clippers fan we actually have on the channel. For those of you who do not know, I try to memorize everyone's usernames and their profile pictures, and then I memorize what their favorite team is. So a lot of you already know who your favorite team is by the time you comment, but it's still helpful getting those refreshers in here for sure. So Venkata, thank you for the 2. And when it comes to the Clippers getting a power forward, someone I like a lot for them is Jonathan Isaac, who I just had the privilege of watching live in person, up close and personal the other day. He's a really darn good player still. I know with his injury history, people get a little bit scared off by him. He is a fantastic player, specifically on the defensive end of the floor. And I think if you're looking for one thing the Clippers could use more of, it's probably a little bit more size and defensive versatility that also helps in the rebounding category. When you're facing up with a team like Denver, I think someone like Jonathan Isaac would be an X factor in a series like that, where you could maybe employ him on Jamal Murray for a stretch of time. Then you throw him on Nikola Jokic. You put him on KCP and try and deter him from getting anything done. You put him on Michael Porter Jr. and contest some of those deep range shots that MPJ likes to pull with a quick trigger. Isaac is, I think, the perfect fit for the Clippers, and I think that they have enough to get a deal done there, especially if there is some 3-team composition, maybe with Atlanta. I talked about DeJounte Murray to Orlando. If somehow, some way we could get salary going out to Atlanta, maybe that's PJ Tucker plus a collection of young guys like Brandon Boston and also maybe Bones Highland, a few other pieces in there too, maybe Kobe Brown, who was just a first-round pick this past year, plus a draft pick that goes to Atlanta. The Magic give up a couple of draft picks to Atlanta. They get DeJounte Murray, and then Jonathan Isaac then goes to LA. That's probably the best kind of deal I see possibly happening. Michael Orlando, $20. Thank you, Michael. He says, pizza money for your streams this week. I'd like Orlando to try for DeJounte Murray or Alex Caruso. Well, there we are. Michael's a big-time Magic fan. He's been donating on the channel for quite some time. Michael, I owe you a big time. Huge thank you to you. Every single streamer just seems like he comes in big time with money for some pizza, either during or after the live stream. You guys should see the draft live streams we do here on the channel. Michael's always the best and always help and support the channel, which I really greatly appreciate. So shout out to Michael. Let's get some Michael hype down in the chat right now. Let's get some comments in there hyping up Michael. Let's get some thanks to Michael in the chat. Really appreciate him. And just awesome to see people coming in and already jumping on donos in the first 10 minutes of the stream here. Venkata says PJ Tucker and Plumlee for PJ Washington. I'd also like PJ Washington for the Clippers, although I like him a little bit less than I do Jonathan Isaac because I think the Clippers need a little bit more defense than offense right now. Getting someone like Washington would be pretty helpful, but at the end of the day, I'm not exactly sure if he moves the needle as much as Isaac does for me, given their team context right now. And then Venkata with another two says Bones Highland for Shake Milton or Davion Mitchell. I can see the Shake Milton thing happening, probably Bones Highland for Milton in a second-round pick. Minnesota's president of basketball operations, Tim Connolly, has an existing relationship with Bones Highland. And I can tell you actually in person the other day when the Clippers were in Minnesota to face Tim Connolly, Bones Highland had an extensive conversation with Tim Connolly for, probably anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes. So I'm not ruling that out as a possibility for sure. Jared Glenn says, do you think my Spurs make a trade to pair with Wemby? If so, who do you think, or will it be a year or two early to do that? Well, first of all, JR, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that donation. Again, you guys are coming in huge with the super chats. Let's keep them rolling. Already, we're just 12 minutes into the stream, and we've already got 5 super chats. That's insane. Keep it up, guys. You're doing awesome. And I'm glad to have you all in here, by the way. I really do appreciate each and every one of you. And when it comes to actually making a trade for San Antonio, I don't think that they're going to step on the accelerator that much. I think that they will find a point guard, some cheaper option. They're not going to trade for, a Trae Young type player. Maybe DeJounte Murray. I've loved the idea of a DeJounte return. Although at the same time, if I'm San Antonio, I would be interested in maybe keeping those Atlanta draft picks. So I think that they just played a little bit quieter and stay patient. They're starting to win more games lately anyway. Victor Wembanyama has been playing out of his mind. He's scoring like a point a minute right now. So I think that they just play it patient and really chill on what they've got. Zach says, what's up, Sheldon? I'm at work, but I'll be popping in now. Glad to have you in here, Zach. Zach is one of our mods on the channel for the Discord. So make sure you guys go join that Discord right now. I'm going to send in that link. If you guys are not a part of the Discord, it's a great place to be. We've got over 200 users in there. We talk about a bunch of different basketball stuff all day long in there, so it's a great place to be for sure. And let's get back over here to some of the other comments. Luke wants to know about the Rockets. We're going to talk about the Rockets a ton this trade deadline, and specifically centered around something like Mikal Bridges, not Miles Bridges, Mikal Bridges. I've seen on my Twitter timeline, which again, that's not the most reputable source or anything, but I've seen, people floating the idea of Jalen Green plus 4 draft picks to get Mikal Bridges. Please don't do that, Houston. Please do not do that. I love Mikal Bridges. He's one of the best players off the catch in the NBA. He's a perfect complementary star where if you have another star, you plug him in and he just fits right in right away. Gives you stuff on the defensive end of the floor as a point of attack stopper and a good gap defender as well. But then he also is just really a talented offensive player. And I think we've seen him take big steps forward in the last couple of weeks or in the last couple of years, especially once he got traded to Brooklyn. I just don't know if that's the player Houston needs. And I think for that reason, they should just be patient. Let's see what they really get out of Şengün and Amin Thompson and Cam Whitmore. I think that they have the star talent in-house already. I don't think they have to do anything crazy or drastic. I think Şengün could become a superstar. I think Amin Thompson could become a superstar. And I wouldn't rule out Cam Whitmore either. And even Ime Udoka, their head coach, said that just yesterday in a pregame press conference, talking to media. He said that we all see the potential in Cam Whitmore, and he even said superstar potential. So I would not completely rule that out. Jones here says, Wizards, everyone on the block except Bilal. I hope Denny's not on the block either. Denny Avdia's had a nice season for himself. He's improved pretty much in every statistical category. I like him quite a bit as a player for sure. Venkata here says PJ Tucker and Bones for Tyus or Daniel Gafford. I like Gafford a lot. I think Gafford would be really good with the Clippers. And of course, you have that Michael Winger connection where he used to be a part of the Clippers organization. If we see something like this come to fruition, my expectation would be that Brandon Boston also goes to the Washington Wizards because the other day, it was like a random Tuesday in late January, Brandon Boston's playing second quarter minutes in a game in the regular season, which he hasn't really done for the most part this year. And he actually played very well, and it was against Washington. So I think maybe a little bit of a showcase game for him, which I like to see. Fred, welcome to the stream. Fred's been watching these streams here for quite a while. He says, "What's up, utility? Glad to have you guys in here. Really appreciate each and every one of you." So shout out to Fred for joining today. Patrick here wants to know, healed for Bojan Bogdanovic. Patrick, I'm going to tell you right now, you shouldn't want the Pacers to do that. Bojan's a little bit bigger, maybe a bit better offensively, gives you a little bit more than just Buddy Hield's shooting. But I think Bojan Bogdanovic is a little bit of a traffic cone on defense. I'm not saying Hield's the best defender either. This does give Indiana a little bit more natural size into their position, or into their lineups. And I know, Bogdanovic has spent time in Indiana in the past. I just don't know if it moves the needle enough for the current present-day Bojan Bogdanovic to have a deal like that come through. Cole here says Jalen Green and picks for McHale. Listen, it depends on the pick. If it's 4 first-round picks, it's a massive overpay. If it's like 1 or 2, there's something worth that probably. But that's going to be something we have to, sit and see what happens actually there with that. Cameron Cox says, any Brogdon rumors? So I think what's going to happen here is Malcolm Brogdon is probably going to be a New York Knick. I just think it makes the most sense. The Knicks now have a little bit of a backup point guard void after trading away Emmanuel quickly. Even in spite of that kind of need on their roster, they're still fantastic. They're winning so many games. And I think Brogdon's one of the perfect fits for New York because not only does he solve your backup point guard spot where, hey, he was the 6th man of the year last year for Boston, but you also are in a situation where you could play him alongside Jalen Brunson because Brogdon has experience playing off the ball a bit. I think that would work pretty well for New York. So I really like Malcolm Brogdon to New York. There's also Jordan Clarkson rumors, although I think Brogdon's just the better player and the better fit with the Knicks. Jamal Douglas says, do you think that the discourse around young players and their development from year to year is too unrealistic or unfair? Some players genuinely take 4+ years, plus 1 or 2 changes of scenery. Yeah, I think it's completely unfair for a couple of reasons. First of all, some coaches don't know how to use these young guys. That's just the reality. When you have young players, I think you have to be very transparent with them, very clear of what you're asking them to do. And I think you have to limit the kind of overall expectations on what they're going to go out there and do. Some coaches just go and let them play. That's not going to work very well because they're young. They don't really know what the NBA is like yet, and I don't blame them. They're young, 19-year-old kids most often, and yet the expectations for them are, oh, this kid was a lottery pick. This kid was a top 20 pick. He's got to go out there and average double-digit scoring, and he's got to lead, he's got to average 3, 4, 5 assists a game. That's difficult to do as a teenager. So I definitely agree with you, Jamal, that the discourse and honestly the development sometimes it's not linear. So you have to have patience. Like that's my favorite thing about, draft classes is I spend so much time evaluating draft classes each year. And then 30, 40 games into their careers, everyone's looking back at my draft board saying, oh, you're wrong about this guy, that. Dude, we're not even half a way into their first season in the NBA. Like, give them some time. They're going to figure it out. Like, everyone's freaking out about Scoot Henderson right now. I'm going to tell you, Scoot Henderson's going to be really damn good. Scoot Henderson's going to be an awesome player in the league for a long time. So give him some patience. He's a young guard in his teens. Give him some time, okay? Antonio here says Brogdon and Thibault for the Rockets. I would like Brogdon to Houston as well. There's obviously the Ime Udoka connection where he played for him in Boston for a year. So that does make some sense. But at the same time, I think that if you're being, realistic here, Brogdon did not play for Udoka. Let me rephrase that. My mind's tripping right now for a second. Sorry. Thibault makes sense for Houston as well, although I just don't know if there's really a need because they have Cam Whitmore off the bench right now. Like, I just don't know if Houston needs a bunch more depth. Scully Cage says, why did the Grizzlies get rid of Steven Adams? To me, the reason why the Memphis Grizzlies did that was to open up flexibility. It gave them a little bit of cap relief, and they're going to be able to go out and target a specific player. In my trade deadline predictions video today, I talked about how the Grizzlies are going to value fit over everything. They're looking for the right piece to the puzzle. I think Steven Adams was an awesome player for them. I was pretty surprised to see him get traded, but I think their plan right now is to see Brandon Clark as their starting center, with Jaren Jackson Jr. probably assuming more center minutes in general. And then they're probably looking for a bigger forward, someone like Mikal Bridges. Last year, they were tied to OG Anunoby. They want someone like that in their building for sure. Deverick, welcome to the stream. He says, are there any pieces that still are available for the Rockets rebuild? We can do better at shooting and another backup center that can play now. The backup center thing is solved. They've got Steven Adams. They're not looking at it as a contend this year type of situation, which is okay because that's not the reality. They're not in a contention year right now. Anyway, so Steven Adams will help them big time next season. So I would not worry at all about backup center. And I think from the shooting component, you're completely right. The team needs at least one more shooter on the roster. But I don't know how they go about getting that. They have Jayshawn Tate's contract. They have Jock Landale's contract. They have a collection of first round picks. They could go out and get a player that way. So I think that's going to be the real storyline to watch here for Houston, is if they don't do something centered around Mikal Bridges, which I don't expect them to. I think that really the most likely option is they target shooting using some of those tradable contracts. Tony here says, yo, this trade deadline is going to be nuts. It definitely is. If you guys are excited for the trade deadline, make sure to leave a like on today's stream. It lets me know I'm doing a good job here getting to all your guys' comments. Mary, welcome to the stream. She's a big-time Orlando Magic and Dallas Mavericks fan. Mary, welcome. Glad to have you in here. Mr. Ray says, take my like. Have a good stream, brother. Appreciate you, Mr. Ray. It's awesome having you in the stream, like always. Just seemingly always in the stream for days like today, so that's great to see. Glad to have over 130 people watching live. You know, Monday, the first day of the week. Wasn't sure how many people we'd have tuning in today, just given that the trade deadline is still 3 days away after today. So it's awesome that you guys are showing out in a big way like you currently are right now. A couple more donations here. Super chats from Venkata. Is there any way Clippers get Pat Williams or Caruso? I just don't really see so. I don't think Caruso is necessarily as big of a need for the Clippers. He would help them, of course, but I don't really see that. And Patrick Williams, I just don't think he would really move the needle a ton for the Clippers this season. And then again, best power forward for the Clippers to target Venkata. I would think Jonathan Isaac would be at the top of my list, just given his kind of build and the way that he plays. I took a picture of him the other day standing right next to Rudy Gobert, and I kid you not, he was almost as tall as Rudy Gobert. He's like literally probably an inch shorter, and Gobert measures in at 7'1". So he's huge. I don't think people understand how like versatile of a player defensively that, you know, Jonathan Isaac is. I honestly, when he's healthy, he might be the best defensive player in the league. He's that good. Uncle Slomo says, Mavs fan checking in. Really enjoy your draft and trade deadline videos. Keep up the great work. Hey, appreciate that. Glad to have you in here. Fellow Mavs fan right here. You know, I'm rocking my NBA Jam t-shirt today. Just so I could do that. That's literally what I put it on this morning. I thought, this is what I want to do in my stream at least once. So there we go. I already hit it. We're only 23 minutes in. Brisket says, where did the Raptors send Bruce and what is the return? I think Bruce is going to have a lot of value around the league. Let me pull up NBA standings here just so I can look over at some teams. The Thunder makes sense because I think he's a pretty good fit into the way that they play a bunch of small-to-small screens and doing things like that. He fits there quite a bit, although I just don't see the Thunder making a move for him, honestly. From there, the Nuggets don't really have a salary to get him. The Kings do make actually some sense. I think he would actually be very, very good in Sacramento. They're 29-19 right now. I think people have been like sounding the alarms on Sacramento for some reason. The fact that they didn't have an all-star at all at a 29-19 record with Fox nearly averaging 30 points a game was insane to me. I thought they should have had two all-stars. I thought Sabonis and Fox should have both made it. So I was pretty surprised by that, honestly. So I think the Kings would be a good landing spot. The Lakers have some reported interest. I also think the Knicks would be a really great spot for him, too. Honestly, the Knicks, I think that they're going to be in on someone like Malcolm Brogdon or Bruce Brown or Jordan Clarkson this year, and I think all of them would help. Bruce Brown really fits the Knicks the most, and we've already seen the Raptors make a deal with New York. So maybe the deal would be something like Bruce Brown to New York, and in return, the Knicks give up Evan Fournier's contract and the 2024 first from the Dallas Mavericks, something like that. Jamal Douglas here says, how realistic is the Rockets trading Jalen Green? Could the Wizards sneak in there and get him if so? I just don't really think Jalen Green's actually going to get traded. I know the reports are saying, oh, well, he's probably the most expendable. I think it's for a star. So I think if Jalen Green's getting traded, he's not going to get traded to a team like Washington. He would get traded to a team like Brooklyn, who has one of those higher echelon players like Mikal Bridges, for example. Runner Flash says Clippers can make a trade. Players like Highland and Tucker can be traded for maybe PJ Washington if they add some seconds or even Plumlee. Yeah, they'll have to give up some like draft picks in there, like probably like 3 or 4 seconds at least. Maybe a couple young players, maybe Kobe Brown gets added in, something like that. The Mike says DeJounte Murray to Orlando would be a great move for the Magic. That's exactly how I feel. I feel like he would be like one of the missing pieces for sure. Venkat, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Gremlin Machine, one of the members on the channel, appreciate having you in here. He's a big-time San Antonio Spurs fan. I feel like he's been watching the channel for like 2-3 years at this point. He's been always a part of what we do on Livestream. So Gremlin, glad to have you in here again this year. And when it comes to Dougie McBuckets, he says he's got to go. And listen, I think there's going to be some interest around the league for McDermott. I think Minnesota is a team to watch for the Spurs sniper because of his ability to shoot the basketball. For sure. This is funny too. Venkat and Venkata saying twin. That's funny. Basketball mute man. Do the Kings stand pat or trade for Kuzma? I think that they're looking across multiple forwards right now. I think that someone like Bojan Bogdanovic also could make some sense for San Antonio. I think that Jonathan Isaac would make a ton of sense for Sacramento. I feel like I'm going to mention Jonathan Isaac a billion times in this stream because I am just in love with who he is as a player. He's so freaking good, especially defensively. So I just feel like I like him for every single team that could use a little bit more front court help. Like imagine Sacramento getting Isaac. Like all of a sudden he's probably just their best defensive player and doing a ton of different stuff for them. Kuzma is really the one that makes the most sense. I thought they were going to sign Kuzma in the offseason. They chose to instead extend Harrison Barnes. But Kuzma makes a good deal of sense for sure. Brisket here says, second trade deadline with you. We always interact on Twitter, formerly. Oh, Scotty Seattle. Oh, sick. So Raptors fan in there. Awesome, Brisket. Well, glad to have you in here. Sometimes, the Twitter handles are different than the YouTube handles. So sometimes I don't even know if I'm interacting with the same person or not. So that's awesome. And thanks for that little insight. I'll try and keep that in mind today as we go. G. Tranchina says, how bright do you think the Nets' future can be with the looming deadline? Hoping we sell Mikal, but it's not looking likely. I think the Nets are one of the most fascinating teams in the league because there's a bunch of different ways to look at them. You could look at them through the first lens of, okay, this team is a middling team. They're 11th. They don't own their own draft picks. That kind of sucks. And then you could look at them as a seller and say, okay, well, maybe they trade Mikal Bridges for maybe their own first-round picks back or maybe a bunch of other first-round picks back. And then you look at them as a rebuilding team with a pretty good head start with Cam Thomas there, Cam Johnson there, Nick Claxton, if they're able to keep him this offseason. That's a great spot to be in. You could also look at them as a buyer. And this is the weird, people won't like this idea, and it might not be this trade deadline. But if they just kind of wait and they're patient with the team, they still have a draft pick surplus. They own a bunch of Phoenix Suns first. They own some Dallas Mavericks first. They've got draft picks galore. And if they're just patient here and they wait for the next star to ask out, if they put him into the mix with a Cam Thomas, with a Nick Claxton, with a Mikal Bridges, with a Cam Johnson, with Dorian Finney-Smith, with Royce O'Neal, they're in a spot where all of a sudden they could be really cooking with gas because maybe they're just missing that top tier player. They're missing a 1A option. And if they find a way to land that guy, all of a sudden they look pretty darn good. So I think they're in a weird spot, but we'll see what happens for sure. Calvin here getting some hype in for Mike. Like that, Michael Orlando, thank you again for the super chat. I'm a big Orlando Magic fan. We don't trade Jonathan Isaac as a negative asset. I know you don't. I'm saying more like if you trade Jonathan Isaac as a salary cap mechanism to get DeJounte Murray or to get draft picks. That's really what I'm looking at it more. Fred the Jig says I like Jared Allen to the Orlando Magic. That's interesting. I know internally Orlando really likes Wendell Carter Jr. a lot. Callum says, best place for deadline day streams. Keep it up. Appreciate that, Callum. Thank you for the 2. Awesome to have you in here, Callum. I know you've been in here for the past streams as well, so it's awesome having you guys all in here again. Really appreciate that. Michael says, I really like Anthony Black at point guard for the Magic, but if Orlando doesn't go for DeJounte, Caruso off the bench makes so much sense for them, especially when you pair him up with Suggs. Jalen Suggs is really good. That's something I do have to say. People, he's another example of the development curve where like people expected a ton, and then he was kind of like slow to start his career, especially offensively, struggled a ton. Like he's starting to find his footing on really the offensive end, and his defense is so good. My pre-draft comp for him was Drew Holiday, and maybe the offense never gets to a spot where he's averaging 18, 19 points a game like Holiday was for a while. But like defensively, he's that dog. And he gets on every loose ball seemingly. Jalen Suggs is a really darn good player. Marauders Inc. says, my hope is Spurs could explore trading for Anthony Black or Killian Hayes. I don't think they need to be scoring behemoths to be effective next to Victor. You don't want Killian Hayes. He's just flat out bad at basketball. Yeah, Blake Wesley is better than Killian Hayes. Trust me. I understand the idea here, but you just don't want Killian Hayes on your roster. He's not any good. Venkat says, Bobby Portis to OKC. Micic, Poku, 1 first-round pick from OKC and seconds from Milwaukee to Brooklyn. Dorian Finney-Smith to Milwaukee. Does a trade structure like this make sense? Venkat, I understand the idea here, although I think that's an overpay for Bobby Portis, if I'm being completely honest. I don't hate the idea because I think Bobby could theoretically help OKC with like spacing and rebounding a bit and being able to give you a post-up option, although that's just not really the way Oklahoma City plays. So I don't hate the idea. I think it's a little bit of an overpay, though. Dang says, hi, welcome to the stream, Dang. Glad to have you in here. DeMike says, speaking of Miles Bridges, I heard the Suns were interested in him. I think a bunch of teams that are kind of limited on assets. So you're thinking Suns, Clippers, Mavericks. Those teams will be the teams interested in Miles Bridges, if I had to guess. Mandy, welcome to the stream, says, hi, sports. Yes, welcome, sports, to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Robert Lamison, one of the first ever viewers on the channel. Robert's been watching since the inception of Utility Sports. So let's get some hype for Robert down in the comment section right now. Let's hype him up. He says, hey, what's up? Only 27 likes. We got 105 people in here. Let's get that number up, especially now. We're up to 155 people watching. Let's get some likes on the stream for sure. Here, Amit Gaming says, what do you think of a Jakob Poeltl for Jalen Hood, Shafino, Gabe Vincent trade? I hate this for the Lakers. The Lakers already can't shoot. Getting Jakob Poeltl would just really slug them down more. They can't afford a non-shooting big man. If anything, they got to find more shooting. Joseph here says, what are some players that you think could be traded that no one is talking about? Okay, that's interesting. No one's talking about. Well, Svi Mikhailuk for the Boston Celtics, he's on the top of my list as a player who I think could get traded. In addition to that, like I know people are talking about Quentin Grimes, so I won't say him. Anthony Black is a player I'll say because no one's really looking at Orlando as like a big time buyer, but if they do make a trade for someone like DeJounte Murray, I would assume Anthony Black is in that deal. DeRozan, there's not been a lot of buzz about DeRozan getting traded, but I do think that's a real possibility. And then also just looking across some of the other teams here, Harrison Barnes is an obvious. No one's talking about Nasir Little, but Nasir Little's contract is what Phoenix has to dangle right now. Like, I don't know. Like, obviously, I'm being a little not facetious, but I'm being a little hypercritical because you're probably asking for like big time players, and I'm giving you guys like Nasir Little. So, Kyle Anderson for Minnesota is an interesting name because he's making a little bit over $9 million. The Timberwolves don't have a ton of tradable salary, so someone like him makes a good deal of sense. Sorry, I dropped my phone, so I had to reach down and grab it because in case Woj tweets something today, I need to have my phone on me watching for it. So we will see exactly what happens there. But those are some of my options for sure. Gremlin here says Gafford would be a much better backup center than Zach Collins right now. I'd even prefer Isaiah Jackson, who can block shots. But Alex Sarr would be electric. Yes, he would be. Zach here says 3-point contest commits. Halliburton, Dame, Malik Beasley, Brunson, and Lowry. We need Aaron Nesmith. He's trying to get as many Pacers in there. Why don't we get Healed in there too, and a few others as well. Van Stripe says, "Hey, what's up, everyone? Let's get some hype in here." Mandy says, "I just got here and I know a trade didn't happen yet. Nope, no trades yet so far." Emmett says, also love from Israel Broski. Love your videos. Well, glad to have you in here. That's one of the craziest things about doing YouTube is you have people all over the world watching, which is so awesome. Isaac's next contract will be a steal for his talent. I completely agree, Fred. Cavante says, do you think the Suns would make any moves before the deadline? Yeah, I think they'll trade Nasir Little plus maybe a second-round pick or another pick swap, which they've done so many times already. for one player, and that player might be Miles Bridges, someone like Miles Bridges in terms of the contract, someone who's cheap and on probably an expiring contract around $6 to $8 million. Weiss, though, says, do you think Dennis Schroeder would be a good backup point guard for the Knicks? I think he'd be better for them than Bruce Brown, considering the value. I think he'd be good for them. I don't know about better because he's a little bit slighter, thinner, doesn't defend quite as well as Bruce. Although he gets his hands in the passing lane, he disrupts the ball a bit. So maybe I'm being a little too critical on Schroeder. I think Schroeder would be awesome in Minnesota. That's where I would really like to see him. Brady says, yo, it was fire seeing that tweet get the interaction it did. Yeah, so I'm my Twitter has been kind of blowing up the last couple of days. So appreciate that, Brady. I'm glad to have you in here once again this year. Callum says, do you think the Blazers could make any moves to get players that are younger and high potential that doesn't hurt their roster anymore? For example, Amani Bates. I'm not really sure if I see something like that. The Blazers really, the big thing that they have is tradable players that other teams want. They have Malcolm Brogdon, they have Robert Williams III, and they have Jeremy Grant. And I think those three players will have a lot of interest across the entire league. I know teams like the Dallas Mavericks will have interest in Jeremy Grant. I know that teams like the Milwaukee Bucks, teams like the New York Knicks, teams like the Houston Rockets will have interest in Malcolm Brogdon. And I know that around the league, a bunch of teams would also like Robert Williams' services going into next year. So they've got a lot of trade flexibility. I'm not sure that Amani Bates or anyone like that is on the top of their radar, though. Lawful says, if you had to bet on an NBA Finals future, who you got? I would probably say the Denver Nuggets because they just feel like the safest bet in the Western Conference versus the Boston Celtics. That's what my bet would be. Kind of a boring pick because the Celtics are the 1 seed and the Nuggets are the repeat champions, but it's probably the most likely outcome if I had to guess. Ben, also, though, I don't want to hate on the Clippers. I think the Clippers are like right in that conversation, too. Ben says Connaughton in a second for Davion Mitchell and Chris Duarte. Like, yeah, I could see something like that. It doesn't really move the needle that much from Milwaukee. I understand the idea here because, like, Davion's such a good defensive guard, but at the same time, like, there's a reason Sacramento doesn't play him a ton, so... DJ says, do you think any trades happen today? I think there's a decent chance. Funny enough, this is I need to tweet this out right now. I'm actually going to send a tweet real quick because I meant to tweet it earlier, and I completely forgot about it until just now. So let me send that tweet, and let me pull that tweet up on the stream because why not? I think it would be fun to do that. So let's start a new screen share here. If you guys aren't already, make sure to go follow on Twitter. Links in the description for that. And here it is. Here's the tweet. Today marks the 1-year anniversary of the Kyrie Irving trade for the Dallas Mavericks. Since then, Dallas has a 36-41 record, despite Luka Doncic averaging over 33 points, nearly 9 assists, and over 8 rebounds after the trade. So he's nearly averaging a triple-double, and the team isn't any good at all. They're not any good. And reminder, last year, I had 3,000 people in here watching, and I said the Mavericks got an F grade from me for the trade. And I would say it's even gotten worse than I had initially anticipated because I didn't expect them to miss the playoffs last year. That's what happened. Right now, they're in a spot where, let's see, where they're 8th in the Western Conference right now. And they're only 1 game ahead of the Lakers, who have been pretty putrid this year. And they're just 2 games ahead of the Utah Jazz. And they have Luka Doncic on their roster. So that's how bad that trade's gone. By the way, I gave it an F grade. Shondo says, Hawks fan, do we keep DeJounte and trade Hunter and Capella because we've been playing good recently, or do you still think trade DeJounte? You know, it's going to come down to value. If they're not getting enough for DeJounte, they won't trade him. But realistically, like, I don't know if a team's going to want DeAndre Hunter for how much money he's making, to be honest. Jaden here wants to know, Stevens was actually a Rockets pick first, wasn't he? Yes, he was pick number 12 in, I don't remember the exact draft year. I think it was 2013. I think it was the honest draft. I'm pretty certain it was 2013. And it was from the James Harden trade. That's how the Thunder had that pick. So pretty funny. Dylan, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Callum here says, or if the Blazers get rid of Brogdon and give G League players a chance, would like to see Sharif Cooper get a chance and Blazers would have minutes. Yeah, I'm not sure if if I love the idea of Sharif Cooper in Portland. I understand the idea of what you're going for here, Callum, but Sharif Cooper is too small to guard in the NBA. Jaden here says, I'd love to see Oklahoma City grab Kelly Olynyk and draft Kyle this year. So I think he's talking about Filipowski, I'm assuming. Kelly O, I think, would be really good in Oklahoma City. I think he's actually the best fit for them for sure. Alex Chaikin says, ideal trade deadline for the Jazz. That's a great question, Alex. For them, I think it's getting a first-round pick for Kelly Olynyk, and then maybe a first-round pick for Jordan Clarkson. If they are able to do those two things, get out of the draft with 2 extra first-round picks at their disposal, that's a huge win for them. So that's really what I think the Jazz will do. I know that they're playing better as of late. They're now up to nearly 500, but I don't think that they should buy. I don't think they should do anything crazy like that. I think they should stick to their rebuild, continue to build around Lauri Markkanen, Walker Kessler. They're doing a very good job. Will Hardy's one of the better young coaches in the NBA. They're in a great spot, and I don't think that they have to panic or rush right now. Hayden says, Kangs, welcome to the stream. Hayden, glad to have you in here. No More King says, Sheldon, can I offer you a wonderful basketball player? Killian Hayes. Killian Hayes that's one way to phrase what he is as a basketball player. That's one way to phrase it, I would say. Luca wants to know, would the Grizzlies accept offers for Marcus Smart? I don't think so. Niner by Nature says no trades for Oklahoma City. I think they'll make one for sure. Zach says Sabonis snub crazy. The reason I think OKC is going to make a trade is because Sam Presti makes more trades than anybody. He is always active. So Mary Ortiz says, and big Jalen Suggs supporter. I'm so happy he's come into his own, though I already knew he could. I love your trade deadline streams, by the way. Appreciate that, Mary. Mr. Ray says Trae Young and Fox were the biggest snubs of each conference. 100%. I just don't understand how Trae Young continues to get overlooked. Like, no offense here to the Orlando fans watching. Paulo Banchero has been great this year, but Trae Young was just more deserving of the All-Star spot. I would say the same thing about Jalen. I'd say the same thing about pretty much everyone who's coming off the bench for the East All-Stars. Trae Young's averaging like 29 and 11. Like, what are we doing here if that's not an All-Star caliber player? I don't even understand. Like, I get it, the Hawks aren't that good. Like, but at the same time, the Hawks have 4 less wins than the Heat. Like, I don't even know. Like, is 4 wins enough to discredit a 29 and 11 guy? I just don't even understand. Hughes wants to know my opinion on Amen Thompson's game. He's been looking way more comfortable these last 3 to 4 games. He's going to be a star. I'm telling you, I actually had the privilege of watching him in person last night. And all of the stuff I said pre-draft, all of my evaluation on him, it just like got re-cemented in my head being up close with him again and just seeing him like, I was like 10, 20 feet away from him. He's unbelievable. He is unbelievable because I'm telling you, if you locked him in a phone booth, he would find probably a way to sidestep his way out of there. Like, he is just, you can't, he's a blur. He's extremely fast. He's got side to side shift. The most functionally athletic player in the NBA. There's no one who moves better than him, in my opinion. And that says a lot because there's a lot of really damn good athletes in the NBA. He moves better than all of them. King Kwando wants to know what I think Minnesota is going to do. For the Timberwolves, I really expect them to look at shooting. They need shooting really bad. So I think the like Doug McDermott's of the world makes some sense. They have Kyle Anderson's contract, as well as Troy Brown Jr., Shake Milton. I wouldn't rule out Bones Highland as a possibility. I think the fan favorite everyone wants to see is Tyus Jones to the Timberwolves. I just don't love that as much. He does a lot of nice stuff. I think he would really solidify their backup point guard spot. The only flaw, though, is I just don't see a world that you can play him next to Mike Conley and succeed. So, like, if you're going to make a trade like that and you can't play him with one of your starters, then you're really limiting Finch's roster flexibility and rotation flexibility, in my opinion. Braith that says, yo, we here. Welcome to the stream. Glad we have like 200 people watching right now, which is absolutely crazy. Show it to everyone who's in here right now. Pimp named Slickback, thanks for the $5. Says, apparently the Brooklyn Nets didn't even pick up the phone when the Rockets offered several of their picks back for Bridges. What are they doing? To be honest with you, those reports, I never really want to believe them. And the reason for that is because they're probably internal leaks. I'm sure the Rockets are leaking that, or the Nets are leaking that, trying to up the ante on offers. And the Rockets might be doing it as like a spite to, hey, the Nets won't even entertain us offering 2 or 3 first round picks. So let's, maybe exaggerate the details of the deal to make them look bad. And then for the Nets, if they're the ones exaggerating the details, it's so that they're hoping some team comes in with 5 or 6 first round picks and outbids Houston, which it's all mind games right now this time of year. So be careful in what you fully believe. Talal wants to know what I think Brooklyn Nets do by the deadline. I think they'll trade Royce O'Neal for sure, for probably either like 3 or 4 second rounders or 1 first round pick that's heavily protected. And then on top of that, Dorian Finney-Smith's a likely trade candidate, and Nick Claxton's really the big name to watch. This is like such an under-discussed point in the NBA right now. Nick Claxton was a second-round pick, and because of that, he is not a restricted free agent. He will actually be an unrestricted free agent this offseason. So, hypothetically, he can meet with a whole bunch of different NBA teams. And if that's the case, like the Nets risk losing him. And he's a really darn good player. He's an all-defense caliber center. So that's something that's a huge storyline to watch, and I think the Nets should probably be listening to offers on him even before they take offers on Mikal Bridges, honestly. The Mike says, what do you think it would take to get Jonathan Isaac to Golden State? I'm just not sure the Warriors have a pathway to getting something done like that, to be honest. Deverick says, Jalen Green not getting traded, needs to stay the course and keep running the process. We just added Steven Adams. Sorry, he can't play now. I agree. Tomas here says, hi, welcome to the stream, Tomas. Glad to have you in here. Valentino says, Mikal Bridges to the Pacers. I would like that a lot. It would be a big-time move for them for sure. Zach says, I don't know if you've had time to tune into Pacers games the last couple of weeks, but curious what you think of Nesmith's continued rise and where you think his ceiling is. So the thing, like, it's honestly funny, Zach, because I feel like the Nesmith that we're actually starting to see is like the Nesmith that I watched at Vanderbilt, where he was just confidently rising up into jump. I think that honestly he could shoot more than he's currently shooting. Because let me pull up his Vanderbilt stats. He was shooting like an insane amount of 3-pointers, like an insane amount. So he played 2 seasons. Yeah, his sophomore year in 35 minutes, he was shooting 8 threes a game, which is just unreal, honestly. So like I just think if he shot more and was a little bit more aggressive even than he currently is, where like last 3 games he shot I think 6 threes, 2 threes, and like 5 threes or something. I mean, like, and he's shooting the ball really well right now. He's shooting the ball very, very well. I don't think people understand how good he is. Like, and I think he's going to get better and better. I think he's going to be like one of the premier 3-and-D wings in the league. He's not going to be Mikal Bridges because Mikal Bridges just does more stuff off the dribble. But I think he's going to be like literally the pinnacle of just flat out 3-and-D because he's taken on the challenge all year long with guys like Giannis and some of the other top wings in the league. I think if you match up with Boston, he'll guard Tatum, he'll guard Brown, he'll do those things for you while still being a huge plus on offense. People don't know how good Aaron Nesmith is, honestly. Mary says, timeout, Jalen Suggs, I've been summoned. JR says, what do you think the league opinion is of Chris Boucher? He seems like he should be on some radars, but I don't hear his name often. I think part of the reason you don't hear his name often is because he's just an under-the-radar player. And he's playing in Toronto, which is already an under-the-radar market for a lot of, I guess, NBA media, where a lot of it's American-focused, which isn't fair, but it's just kind of the reality of it. So Chris Boucher could help a bunch of teams. Like, I could see the Clippers getting Chris Boucher, actually. I think that makes a ton of sense. ITK, welcome to the stream, says Sheldon the Great. ITK, you're always awesome. I'm glad to have you in here for sure. And he wants to know, is the deadline today? The deadline is not today. It is actually on Thursday. But we will be live all week long. Norin says, props to Sheldon, props to peeps like Zach Aldridge, who's been a fan of the channel for so long. What's the most realistic trade deadline move? And it's actually something that you're going to see on the ticker down below. I'm going to restart the ticker here. Trade exceptions. There's a bunch of them around the league, okay? These are ways that teams could take in salary without having to send out a player to match money. The Wizards, right there, you see it on the bottom, $12.35 million trade exception. PJ Tucker makes a little bit less than $12 million this season. The Clippers could snugly fit him into the Wizards trade exception there, maybe give them a second round pick to get off of his long-term money. They could save a good deal of money by doing something like that. And also they could rope it into a 3-team trade where the Wizards eat the contract of PJ Tucker, Clippers get a player from team 3, and then team 3 maybe get some draft picks or something as well. So that's something I like a lot. I think that's the most realistic move for sure. We're getting some W's in here as it goes. David says the likelihood of the Spurs join a 3-team trade to absorb salary and receive a decent first-round pick with limited protections. Something like that could happen. Otherwise, I could see them doing like what they did with Dallas, where they get a pick swap. Even if it's not just an unprotected or protected first-round pick, I could see them just getting a bunch of pick swaps down the road because as they assume they'll get better and better with Victor Wembanyama, well, then they'd be in a spot where they could own pick swaps of other teams and continue to add top draft picks, which is pretty smart, honestly. Callum here says, love from England. Thanks for being in here again. Jamal says, I really like the idea of the Wizards getting Leonard Miller. What would it take to pry him away? That would be something like a Tyus Jones trade, which I do not like that for Minnesota. I'm very much a believer in Leonard Miller. He actually posted a triple-double yesterday for the Iowa Wolves. So I'm not a fan of them trading him away. I'd be pretty bummed by that. Rod Love says, Kuminga and Moody for Bogdanovich and Burks would help both Pistons and Warriors. That would not help the Warriors. Kuminga has been playing unreal lately. Mike D says, what's your prediction on what the Nets do during this deadline and what are their future plans for the offseason? I think that they're going to trade. The first thing I would predict is that they trade Royce O'Neal. I think that's really their first move for sure. Brady Thompson says, does Vooch get moved? I feel like the talk around him has quieted down. Potential Laker. Vucevic does not get moved. I would be surprised if a team is giving up value for his contract right now. Nick, welcome to the stream. One of the mods on the Discord here. I'm going to send that Discord link in. Once again, I want you guys to go join that. If you're not a part of the Discord, go join it. We've got 200 plus awesome people in there who talk about basketball every single day. It's a great community. I'm sure you'd love to be a part of it. He says, are you getting traded from the Kings before the deadline? If so, what team should be interested in you? So this is a great running joke here on the channel. A couple of trade deadlines ago, we had a bunch of Kings fans in here. Some really awesome Kings fans. They're some of the best, viewers on the channel. Love the Kings fans for sure. And it was the Mavericks. It might have been the day they traded Porzingis, or it might have been the day they traded for Kyrie Irving. I can't remember which one it was, but I was distraught over their decision making because I just don't think the Mavericks are very good at making decisions. And Kings fans basically welcomed me in with open arms, and they tweeted that I got traded to the Sacramento Kings from the Dallas Mavericks. So that was pretty funny. So that's a great running joke there, Nick. I'm not sure who's going to trade for me this year. But it definitely won't be the Mavericks. If they trade for Jeremy Grant, I might be fully off board. Here's a question from Joseph saying, who is your pick to falter down the stretch and miss the playoffs altogether or lose early in the play-in? That's a great question. I think a lot of people, like if you ask people that question, the most common answer would probably be the Timberwolves because not a lot of people believe in them. I just don't think Phoenix is as good as everyone else seems to think. I could see them losing in the first round for sure. Otherwise, in like the East, like the Cavaliers, I'm still concerned about. The Bucks, I think, would be like a second round exit. So, and when it comes to lose early in the play-in, like Miami, if they just don't figure out their stuff, like they're at risk of it. It's not like they're bad, but they're at risk because if you're playing in the play-in, it's like one game eliminations. So it's pretty scary for sure. King Carr says, what Laker player is most likely to get moved, if any? D'Angelo Russell. Or, to be honest, I could see Jalen Hood-Schifino because he would get attached to a bunch of different salaries. So, Brisket here says most likely replacements for All-Star game in the East for Embiid and Randall. I think a couple of the most likely, Trae Young. I think Kristaps Porzingis has a pretty good case as a replacement as well. Just looking at the teams here, I could see like for Indiana, maybe Siakam, but I don't know. Miami, I could see like Jimmy Butler getting in. Those are kind of the most likely replacements I see. DA Gaming says Trae Young to the Spurs. I don't think that's going to happen yet. Trae Young and Scotty could make it. Yeah, Scotty's not a bad shout either. I didn't look far enough down the standings because they're 12th in the East right now, but yeah, that's a real possibility. I wouldn't rule that out. Jamal says, I need Dawkins and Winger to work their magic and get us 2 first-round picks either this year or next year. It's been frustrating to see other teams getting multiple firsts and us just not doing that. You guys came from a tough situation, Jamal. They inherited one of the worst situations in the league, and the fact that they were able to trade a no trade clause for any form of value was incredible to me. So, Amit Gaming here says, I think the NBA has to get rid of the 65 game rule for all NBA teams, not for the awards, because as much as I hate Embiid, if he were to play 64 games, he deserves to be on the all NBA team. I think that's something that they'll have to figure out, maybe adjust the situation a bit here. Flo Britzwa talking trash about Ben Simmons. It's pretty funny there. Jay Cochran says, what do you think the Warriors can get for Wiggins? He has to go. It's really about what they attach to him. Are they willing to send 2 first-round picks with him? What does that look like? That's really going to be a big question there. Dusty Hotep says the Wolves need a backup point guard. They fall apart when Conley's off the floor. I mean, yeah, but if you're making a trade, and you're trying to contend, you need someone who's also able to play with Conley. So, I don't know. Tyus Jones is the guy that everyone will point to, but I don't love it. Keen here says, what are your predictions for the Mavericks? They're going to trade for a forward, whether that's Wiggins in a 3-team construct, whether that's Jeremy Grant straight up, which I would hate. They'll do something like that. So we'll see. It's going to be a tough deadline for the Mavs fans, I think. Nets Legend said, Nets fan here, we're not going to let go of Bridges, but probably Spencer. Yeah, Dinwiddie for sure could get traded too. That's a good point. And I would almost say Spencer Dinwiddie for sure gets traded. Jimmy James says, what type of offer would be acceptable for Caruso to the Kings? They'd have to offer at least probably 2 first-round picks, honestly. And then maybe Davion Mitchell plus some other small expiring salary. Mike D says, what's your prediction on the Nets at the deadline and what direction do you see them going? I think we already talked about that. It's Royce O'Neal. One thing is, so I'm quite a few minutes behind on the comments, obviously. I'm trying to catch up right now. I'm within 5 minutes. But if you put your comment in, I'm going to get to it. So don't spam them, okay? We're gonna get there for sure. Jamar says, what should the Lakers do to replace Vando? I'm not sure that that's the direction that they should go. The team can't score. The whole point of Vanderbilt is, really good defender, can guard across multiple positions. Yes, he rebounds the ball pretty well offensively. But he sits dunker spot. He doesn't really do a ton for an offense. He shoots a few corner threes here and there. The Lakers need to add shooting. They need to replace Malik Beasley, who they're still missing. Obviously, they'll let him go in free agency. That's kind of the point I'm making. Derek says, what are some shooters or scorers that you think the Rockets should trade for this deadline that would make a big impact on their offense? So I'm kind of skeptical on the Rockets offense. I think that with Udoka being there, one of the things that they became was really good defensively very quickly, which is the whole point of hiring Udoka. But I think if you're trying to figure out okay, what do we do to improve the team offensively, that's a little bit of a tougher ask in my opinion. I am going to move this right here real quick. Hold on 1 second. All right, sweet. So now I can see the standings right there as well. So when it comes to making trades for guys, I don't really know. I just don't think that the Rockets are in a spot where they're going to be able to add maybe Luke Kennard, but they've already made a trade with the Grizzlies. So I feel like Kennard would have been a part of that. Doug McDermott could help them, but I don't know. They shouldn't make anything crazy. Trent wants to know likelihood that Brogdon gets traded. I'd say probably a 65% chance he gets dealt. TC says, what's the Sacramento Kings trade? Something centered around Harrison Barnes or Davion Mitchell. Those 2 guys will get traded. One of those 2 guys will probably get traded. If it's Harrison Barnes, it'll be something for Kyle Kuzma or Bojan Bogdanovic. If it is Davion Mitchell, it'll probably be for someone like Alex Caruso or some other smaller contract. Zach says, I'm very behind, but just heard your response to my Nesmith comment. Honestly, his off-the-dribble progression is what excites me the most as of late. Improved attacking closeouts and making decisions. Yeah, I'm just I was comparing him to Mikal Bridges, which is, I think, just a different tier of player. And that's why, you get to the pinnacle of 3-and-D by being, able to do, a little bit more. A phrase I've used a lot in the past is, 3-and-D plus, which is what I think Nesmith was. And if you go back to, I don't even know. I don't think I was even doing YouTube yet at this point, honestly, during Nesmith's draft. I'd have to refresh myself, but I was definitely writing up draft reviews and reports and stuff. And with Nesmith, he had a really nice step back game at Vanderbilt, and he was pulling up He shot a ton of pull-ups. So like he's had some off the dribble stuff in the past, like that I projected to be able to come over to the NBA. Like it's just, like he's athletic too. I'm not trying to like hate on him at all, but I just don't like see like star or superstar potential in him really. But I think he's like a really high quality starter, which is like really like the difference between star and high quality starter is like that. It's not that much of a difference, honestly. Because if you're a high quality starter, you're a top 3 or 4 player on your team. DA Gaming says, who are the top destinations for Luka if he decided to leave the Mavericks? That is the Jazz, Thunder, Wizards, and San Antonio Spurs. Those are the 4 teams that come to mind when I think about that question. Josh Prince says, what's the Detroit Pistons trade? Something for Zach LaVine, probably Bojan and Joe Harris's contracts, plus some other low-level pieces. Rob here says, there's lots of talk about trades, but I think the buyout market this year could be very active, especially for teams like the Timberwolves. Do you agree? I 100% agree. I think one of the top buyout candidates this year is going to be PJ Tucker. Once the Clippers trade him, he will likely get bought out, presumably by the Wizards, if that's the team that deals for him. And then I think teams like the Kings, I think teams like the Wolves, I think teams like the Bucks and Suns would all have a ton of interest in him. Even maybe the Thunder would consider him, although he doesn't really fit what they do. The Nuggets would love to have PJ Tucker, I'm sure. The Knicks would probably show some interest. The Cavs would show interest. I'm sure Boston would love to get him if they could. He's going to have a heavy market this year for sure. David Burke says, what do you think my Blazers should do? I think that they'll probably trade Jeremy Grant. If I were them, I would trade Jeremy Grant. If they can get a first-round pick for that contract, I would definitely do it. Key King says, how is it going, Utility? Very good. It's going great. Glad to have you in here, Key. You've been watching the channel for a long time, obviously a big-time Kings fan, as you can tell from the profile picture. So shout out to that. Zach here says, Boucher to the Thunder is something I like a lot. Yeah, that's actually a good point, too. I've referenced, Kelly Olynyk to them and talked about Wendell Carter a little bit as well in their trade guide. Boucher does make some sense. He's probably a little bit more of an affordable option. Braithed says, Sheldon, buddy, you need to rewrite that whiteboard backwards. Just joking. Glad to be hearing your opinions as always. So it actually is written backwards, the way that it is. So that's pretty funny because I wrote it backwards because in most of my videos, that's the way it is. Does it look right now? To me, it looks like it's going the right way because I have it written backwards. So maybe I have to write it forwards now. I don't know. Yeah, Alperen Şengün was an all-star snub for sure, Callum. Reggie here says, how many first-round draft picks will the Mavericks be willing to give for Kuzma? So the Mavericks only have one tradable first. They only have one tradable first. So Zach says, love Leonard Miller, wanted him, with Indy's second first, but love Shepherd as well. Yeah, Shepherd's sweet. I would have preferred Miller too. I had Miller as a lottery grade this year. So the fact that he went in the second round was crazy. Nick says, I think it'll actually be a quiet deadline, mostly just moving of salary and minor trades for bench pieces and solid backups. Teams are pretty scared to go all in with the new CBA. That's actually, I think, the new CBA, Nick. So this is a great point he's bringing up because there's so many ways to look at it because we don't have actual data now on this. We just have we're just kind of conjecturing what do we expect to happen. The new CBA, I think, is going to cause more teams to make trades because this is the last year that some of these teams are going to be able to aggregate salaries. Teams let's get this down on the ticker below because this is actually a super important thing to talk about. We have teams that are over the tax, like the Warriors, Clippers, Suns, Bucks, and Celtics are all apron teams. And because of that, they have less flexibility going into next year. So as Jaylen Brown's contract extension kicks in, and while the Warriors are still paying their core nucleus, while the Clippers are paying Kawhi, Paul George, and Harden, presumably, assuming the last two get extensions done with the team at some point, those teams are not going to be able to trade salaries together. So because of this, Nick, I think that teams are actually going to have to be more active in building not only for this year, but also making decisions that will help them for the next 2 or 3 years because some of those teams are going to lose a ton of flexibility. And I also think that for some of the other teams like Detroit, when they have a Bojan Bogdanovic, yes, teams are going to be scared of going all in and getting another $40 million player. But because of that, the $20 million players become even more valuable because the league is more restrictive. So the more good, mid-level salaries you can get, the better. And Bojan Bogdanovic, I think, is a good example of that this season. So we'll have to see what that ends up happening. But I think this is going to be a very busy deadline with a bunch of different trades. Mark here says, will the Heat trade Hero, Martin, Highsmith for a true center? No, I do not think so, Mark. I think the Heat will keep all three of those guys. I think the Heat have already made their big move in the form of Terry Rozier. Josh here says, can the Pistons trade for DeJounte Murray? The Pistons can. I just don't think that they should. I think DeJounte Murray with Cade Cunningham would be a really bad fit. Nick says, Jeremy Grant to the Mavs. Hype. Nick, do not do this to me. You know how much I hate Jeremy Grant to the Mavericks. Do not do that to me. Nick's funny. Brady says, gonna wave bye to Killian Hayes. Have fun at Cholet. Then I'll be ordering Wingstop. This is a good time. Let's go back onto my Twitter here. Links in the description, by the way, for the Twitter. Let me send that into the chat. I also have my own personal Twitter. For those of you who do not know, I am a credentialed NBA reporter, so I am in NBA locker rooms, do that kind of stuff. So I just sent that in the chat. Go give me a follow on my personal Twitter as well as one on the Utility Sports Twitter. I will be hyping up everyone who gives a follow. I'll show your account on stream even. This was just where was this now? What was I looking for? We were just talking about, oh yeah, Cholet. Here we go. So this came out yesterday that Killian Hayes Camps would prefer the fourth-year point guard land with a new team. My favorite part of this was the Pistons seem to agree. Of course they do. He sucks. And I quote tweeted this saying Cholet's brand new point guard because I just can't take Killian Hayes seriously at all. Michael Orlando says, throw the live stream a like to help spread the good word of Sheldon. Well, I appreciate that, Michael. You guys heard him. Make sure to leave a like. And also, like I said, if you guys either tweet at me or you guys go give us a follow over on Twitter. I know a lot of you already are. Shout out to Thomas. Shout out to Hopti and Paulo and Callum. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to Amit Gaming already. Shout out to Holy Freak and shout out to Texan for Life. Appreciate you guys. Make sure to go give us a follow, and I'll show your profile on stream here too while we're going. So shout out to everyone for everything that they do here for Utility Sports. Again, this is our platform to talk NBA basketball, and I have a lot of fun with it. So I hope you guys do as well. Let's keep going on here though with the comments. We've been doing a good job getting caught back up. You guys have been asking great questions, and I love what your guys, some of the talking points you guys have brought into. It's been awesome. That's one of my favorite things about the trade deadline is just having these awesome conversations with you guys. And if you guys have friends looking for trade deadline live streams, if you have people who love to talk hoops, let's get them in here too. It'd be great to have as many people in here as possible. A lot of great viewpoints, perspectives, and questions. The Mike says, what are some realistic trades that the Warriors can make? Should we get into the trade machine? I think that's probably the best move, huh? Let's just go get in the trade machine. And let's play around with the Warriors here for a second because people are going to want to know. This is like the third time I've gotten asked about the Warriors, which is definitely fair. And I like talking about the Warriors. They're a fun team to talk about. Somehow, what the hell? Richaun Holmes is the trending player to be traded right now. I was not expecting that. Oh my gosh, Richaun Holmes. So the Warriors are 20-24, by the way. They're not good. So when it comes to their salaries, this is what they have. Okay, they've got Steph. Not trading him. They've got Clay. They've got Chris Paul. Got Andrew Wiggins. Draymond, of course. They've got some of these middling salaries. I think the best place for them to go is Brooklyn, if we're going to be completely honest. And no, it's not for Ben Simmons. I think the best thing that they could do is see if they're able to land Dorian Finney-Smith and Nick Claxton. These are the two guys, if I were them, I would be pushing for. And what I would offer is Andrew Wiggins, and then I would go to the draft picks, and then I would offer, so they can't trade 2025 because of the Stepien rule, but they can trade 2026, they can trade 2028, and then they could also throw in, a few second-round picks in here. And while this isn't a fantastic offer currently, they could maybe throw in a young guy like Trace Jackson-Davis, which I don't love for them, but you guys know how much I love Trace Jackson-Davis, but at the end of the day, if they have to move somebody to do this, it's probably worth doing. And the deal would look something like this. Like Dorian and Claxton for Wiggins, Trace Jackson-Davis, 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks. And I think this is an underpay, by the way. I think the Nets should be asking for more than this for Claxton and Finney-Smith. But this would extremely help Golden State. Golden State would get much better because of a trade like this. Dorian gives them more size into their front court, basically does everything good that you'd want Wiggins to do. and it kind of readjusts like the play style at your small forward spot while getting drastically cheaper. And then Claxton is a significant upgrade over Kevon Looney, who is a good center. Nick Claxton's a great center. So something like this makes some theoretical sense for the Warriors. Let me know what you guys think. Braithwaite said, had a super busy year, but I'm going to get on top of those jersey concepts we talked about soon. That would be sweet, Bray. And no worries about that. I totally get it. I've been absolutely swamped this year as well with my new reporting gig as well. So appreciate you for sure. And just, get them to me whenever you're ready with them. Al says, where does DeMar fit best? That's a great question. I think the Sixers are probably the best landing spot for him. Laughter says, Brooklyn got to trade Bridges. I just don't think that they will, to be honest. Nav says, hey, Sheldon, please tell me you're going to make a trade guide video for the Magic. Been looking forward to it since you started the series. Yes, my plan is, so this week is going to be terrible for me, but in a good way, because I'm going to be streaming all day long. And then after I get done streaming, I will probably start working on more trade guide videos. I got a little bit behind this year. I've just been super busy with my Timberwolves reporting job. So because of that, I've been a little bit behind on some of the trade guides and some of the things I'd like to get done. But I hope you guys can understand. I'm going to try and get as much done here in this week, both trade deadline related in terms of trade guide. And then still I'm going to be working on some NBA draft stuff as well for next week. So a lot of stuff going on this week for sure. J17 says, what's a realistic trade you see happening and what unrealistic trade you really want to see happen? I want to see Levine get traded just because I think it would be funny. So that's the unrealistic thing because he's now injured. So I don't know if that's actually going to happen or not. A realistic trade, let's get rid of this one. The realistic trade that I would really want to see is a 3-team deal. And I'm going to construct it here now on the stream. It's going to have Atlanta, Orlando, and the LA Clippers. And you might say, well, okay, what are we trying to cook here with these 3 teams? What I want to see is I want to see DeJounte Murray to the Orlando Magic, okay? What I also really want to see is Jonathan Isaac to the LA Clippers. And then from there, what I want to see is PJ Tucker going to the Atlanta Hawks with probably Amir Coffey's salary because he's actually pretty decent, and Kobe Brown as well. That's going to get you right in the ballpark. And given their tax situation, that this is actually going to work out pretty good. Clippers even they've taken a little bit of extra money, but that's okay. And we'll throw the Hawks 3 second-round picks, and the Magic throw the Hawks a first this year and the 2025 Denver first next year. So the deal ends up looking something like this. The Hawks get a couple young players, Kobe Brown, Amir Coffey. They get PJ Tucker, who is just salary in this deal. They get 3 second-rounders and 2 first-rounders, so they net back a decent amount of what they gave up for DeJounte Murray. The Magic get DeJounte Murray. They address their point guard need, and the Clippers get Jonathan Isaac. That's a realistic trade that I think makes actual sense for all 3 teams involved. The Clippers don't have to give up too much to get Jonathan Isaac. He's a significant upgrade into their roster. That's what I would like. Patrick wants to know my thoughts on Okoro, possibly the Pacers. I don't see the Cavs trading Isaac Okoro. Nick says, you reported that teams have interest in Jaden Ivey. Tell me more, man. I need him on the Spurs. As of right now, I cannot. I do not want to say teams, okay? But I don't think San Antonio is one of the leaders, is the one thing I will say. Oh, no, it's back. Why is that doing that, man? I don't even understand. I literally have it written backward over there because my camera flips it in normal videos. Man. Old Crow says $5 or for $5. He doesn't say $5. Old Crow, thank you for the 5. He says just showing some love, outstanding content. Do you think the Cavs will do anything? Also, are we going to see Amani Bates in NBA games? Probably not this year for Amani, but down the road for sure. I loved Amani Bates coming out of Eastern Michigan. I hyped him up a lot. I put him in a lot of my first round mock drafts because I thought he was worthy of that discussion. Boy can really shoot the ball. So at some point we'll see him for sure. And for the Cavs, I think I talked about it in my trade deadline predictions video today, so you'll have to go check that out. But just kind of looking for a shooter. I think that's one. They could just use another one. You can never have enough shooting. So yeah, that's like, that's what I'm like kind of looking at here. Sorry, sometimes I'm like reading these other comments too while I'm looking, and some of them make me laugh. And DA Gaming says, watching you from the United Arab Emirates. That's awesome, DA. Glad to have you in here. Crazy to me that people are watching from all over the place like that. Appreciate all of you guys for being in here. We got 238 awesome people. Let's go check how many likes we have on the stream right now. I'm going to go check it. I'm refreshing my YouTube tab right now. So let's see. What are we looking at? We're at 78 likes only, guys, but we got 230 people watching. So I'm going to comment it down below right now. Or actually, let's get on a banner. First of all, make sure to subscribe. That's down in the little ticker right there. And then leave a like. Leave a like on the stream if you guys are enjoying the content. I would really appreciate it. And I also want to know, can you comment your favorite team? Let me know who you're a fan of. Some of you already know, but comment it anyway. Let's get a little bit of a flow going of some of your guys' favorite teams down below. And then also tweet us your trade ideas at me at Utility Sports, or you can even at my personal if you really want, and let me know. Here we go. We have some profiles to show as I was trying to think how to talk there for a second. We got a couple of profiles to show. So shout out to Arhan here for the follow. Appreciate you. Shout out to Styles for the follow. Shout out to them. And then also shout out to Brian for the follow. So appreciate all three of you guys for that. I'm glad to have you be a part of what we're doing here at Utility Sports. So big shout outs to you guys. And let's keep it going here now with some more of the comments. I don't know what Rumble is, Laura. I do not know what that is. I probably am getting turned into a meme right now. JNCTN says, could you see a Tucker and Highland for Kyle Anderson deal happening? It's actually not terrible. It's actually not like the worst idea. I'm going to actually star that and maybe come back to that. NBA is spelled. I don't know. I don't understand why. This is my whole world is kind of turned upside down. ITK. I don't even understand. Mimicking says, love your work, Utility. Do you have any read on what the Pels are going to do moving forward? So I had a pretty great read on them. I actually predicted that they would trade Kyra Lewis Jr. to get below the tax line. That's exactly what they did. But I think going forward, the rumors around Herb Jones, I think that's all smoke, to be honest with you. I don't see the Pelicans doing anything really crazy. I would love to tell you and say they're going to do this big thing. I just don't believe that, though. So I'm going to keep it honest with you. And I don't think they're going to do anything like that. Eric Pacina says, great job, Sheldon, as usual. Going to be quiet for my Spurs this time around. Yeah, I think so. Probably two, Eric. Maybe one small sell move. Maybe a small buy move, too. We'll have to see what happens on them. Derek says, what are your bold predictions for this trade deadline for any team? I think I'll say it. The Mavericks trade their 2027 first. That's a pretty bold prediction and something I would not do if they just wait. If they convey their pick this year to the New York Knicks, they would then have 3 tradable first-rounders on draft night this year. So if they're just patient, they could really set themselves up to make another big trade to surround Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving with even more talent. But I don't see them operating that way. I think they make a trade this year, unfortunately. Levi Sports and Cards wants to know if I can publish this video. Yes, it should be up on the channel still afterwards. So we'll see. Justin says, do you think LeBron will be traded? And if so, where would he want to go? I ultimately do not think LeBron will get traded, but I thought it was worth recording a video on because I thought it was like at least a small enough percentage chance that maybe there would be some talk about it. Smirk here says, I'd like Garland to the Magic for Isaac and more. I don't see the Cavaliers doing that, though. Elizabeth here says, PJ Tucker has an $11 million player option next year. Yes, he does, which is okay. Team would probably buy him out, whether that's Atlanta or Washington. I'm sure there would be some buyout that he would be willing to accept and go through with. Maurice Shaw says, what's the real value of Bojan Bogdanovic? Can the Pistons still get a first for him? No. I think if the Pistons could have gotten a first for him, he would have been traded last year, or I think the Jazz would have traded him for a first. So, no, I don't think so. Glad to see who everyone's a fan of here. Mark says the Pacers. Brisket's got the Raptors. Kings for Joseph. Welcome to the stream, Joseph. Jared Glenn says the Spurs. The Tremaine says the Nets. We got a lot of Nets fans in here today, which I love to see. Shout out to Brooklyn Nets fans. I'm glad to have you guys showing out. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out on future Nets content. Alba here is a Magic fan. That's great to see. Apkich says, what would it take for Miami to get a guy like Jonathan Isaac? Really feel like they can use a rebounder next to Bam. So Miami has a tradable first yet, although their trade situation is kind of tricky given their conditions on their picks that they currently owe to both Oklahoma City and to now Charlotte after the Rozier trade. I just don't know if I see Miami getting Isaac, to be honest with you. Zach says Aaron Neesmith, Pacers fan. Yeah, no kidding. Zach loves him some Neesmith, which I can't even hate because Neesmith's a sweet player. David says, like the video. Yes, you guys heard him. Make sure to go leave a like on the video. Let's see how many we're at now. 89. So you guys are doing a bit better. 16 more likes after I brought it up. So shout out to you guys for that. Crime Stoppa says Brogdon to the Knicks for a first, Grimes and Fournier. That's a done deal, in my opinion. I think that's something that's literally the exact offer I talked about earlier, Crime. So shout out to you. The dog catcher says, Trailblazers, welcome to Rip City. I like that little profile picture. That's a cool little picture you got there. Alex says, Blazers. We got some Blazers fans in here. Josh Prince is a Pistons fan. Jimmy James is a Kings fan. That's cool to see. Man, Kings fans are some of the best, aren't they? They went through such a rough drought, and they're still loyal, still sticking with their team. I love that. I totally get it. I'm a New York Jets fan. So I totally understand what it's like to be terrible and miss the playoffs for years and years and years. The Jets currently have the longest playoff drought in the NFL. So I totally get it. And yet here I am cheering for Zach Wilson after my favorite quarterback of all time is Mark Sanchez. That's kind of where my NFL fandom's at. So I totally get it. Akum Goat with Bucks as his favorite team. All right. Norin Rad says the Lakers. Shout out to Norin Rad, by the way, one of the most loyal Lakers fans. Feel like this guy, Norin's just been supporting the channel for so long. So shout out to Norin. Let's get some Norin hype down below. Stuart Lord says Pistons, love to see that. Zach says, and LeBron James trades make great and clickable content. So how can you pass that up if it's legit reported to any level? That's kind of the way I looked at it. I was like, this will be the one time ever that I'll actually have like a reason to record something about a LeBron James trade video. The video didn't even end up doing that well. It only got like just a little bit over 1,000 views, which is okay. I'm not even mad. It was fun to talk about. So when I'm making videos, it's, obviously getting views and stuff is great. That's, a lot of people look at those things as like the sole reason. If I were doing that, I would probably just record a mock draft every single day, because if I did a mock draft every day, I'd get thousands and thousands and thousands. It just doesn't, I don't operate that way. I want to talk about things that I enjoy talking about. And I love doing mocks, but I couldn't afford to do it every single day. I would get so tired of it. So yeah, it is fun to record on. Essential Classic says Bulls, the crying emoji. Oh man, I love this. That's me when the Mavericks make a trade on deadline day. I'm going to be sitting here with some Mavs gear on saying, oh my gosh, I'm a Mavericks fan. So I totally get it. Ben says, any player you could see coming back to the NBA who's currently not in the league, Lance Stevenson. He's had some really good games with the Iowa Wolves. He's in the G League right now. And if Minnesota makes a trade where they send out 2 players for 1, I could see Lance Stevenson being the guy who gets a roster spot. So I think he's a little under the radar right now. I'm not even sure if most people knew he was in the G League currently. So he's not in the league. Technically, he's not on an NBA roster. He's not playing on an NBA contract, but I could see Lance Stevenson getting a spot for sure. Michael Orlando said, I'd rather attend a Pistons game than do any trade with Miami. That's pretty funny there. Michael's a Magic fan, remember, so that's pretty clever. The BMAX says Jazz about to sneak away DeJounte Murray for so cheap. I don't think so. I would be pretty surprised if the Jazz trade for DeJounte. Although I think it would be good for them, but I'd be pretty surprised. Reggie says, Wizards fan, glad to see that. I love having Washington Wizards fans in here. ITK says Sheldon Woolman fan. Oh my gosh. If my best friend Austin saw this right now, he'd probably take a screenshot of the stream and probably show me this every other day. That's honestly funny. Thank you, ITK, for that. Jared says, who can the Bucks go get to help hide Dame on defense? Not really anybody, because when it comes to the playoffs, the teams are just going to hunt Dame. And the issue with Dame is he's got the worst screen navigation in maybe the entire league. He does not navigate screens at all on either form of screening. He doesn't do well off the ball getting through screens. He does even worse on the ball. He is just not a good fit at all with Brook Lopez, to be honest, on the defensive end of the floor. So that was one of my big concerns when they traded for him. I thought people, obviously the offense is real. They're so talented offensively, but I think people overlooked a lot of the defensive flaws that the team has. And I think come playoff time, Boston's going to eat because Dame can't guard anyone on Boston's lineup, honestly. Capo says that's an overpay for Brogdon. Grimes will be better than him in 2 years. I don't know about that. Let's look up Malcolm Brogdon stats just for the last couple of years, just so we can talk about what he does. The last 2 years, Brogdon has shot 44% from 3 and 41% from 3. I don't think Quentin Grimes is doing that ever. I don't know. Quentin Grimes, like, I don't know. Quentin Grimes is shooting 39% for the field this year. Like, I don't know. I never really loved Quentin Grimes. Last year, I understand he shot the ball pretty well, but I don't know. I'm just not in on that. Mike Howard says, "Who do you think the Pacers should get to compete with the Celtics?" That's gonna be a hard player to find to help them compete with Boston this year. I think. No disrespect, you guys all know that I love the Pacers. I've been hyping up the Pacers just about as long as anybody. I talked about, the last 2 years I've been talking about them probably more than any other YouTuber, just because I'm fascinated with the way they've built their team. I think Pritchard's done a great job in roster construction there. I think he's made smart trades when he's had options to. Specifically, the Halliburton trade, of course, is the most prominent version, but the Brogdon trade, getting a first and Neesmith, was really good. They're smart. And they made a big bet on Siakam. I'm not sure how much he moves the needle for them, but I don't know if there's a player here that's going to really move the needle enough for Indiana to be able to beat Boston in a 7-game series, which is okay because they're still really young. I mean, Indiana's got a lot of time ahead of them before they have to worry about that. Brady says it's sad seeing the NFL end, going from the exciting Lions this year and then the Pistons. A few weeks ago, I sent out a tweet asking people who were going to win more regular season games this year, the Lions or the Pistons. And the Pistons have an 82-game season, and most people voted for the Lions. Nicholas says, what would be needed for an Anthony Simons trade? I don't think Simons will get traded. I don't think he's available. JR Karen says, I want McHale traded to the Rockets for the remainder of the picks in the Harden trade with Whitmore or Tari Eason so he can have control of the future. That would be pretty good for the Nets. Getting Jalen Green would also be good for Brooklyn. If I'm Brooklyn, I would try and get your picks back too, to be honest. But Norman Rat says, hype machine, love that. Kian here says, Dorian Finney-Smith back to the Mavericks. To be honest with you, I really hope not. And this is, I hate saying that. I have a Dorian Finney-Smith jersey. Like, I love Dorian Finney-Smith, one of my favorite Dallas Mavericks of all time. But like using like the logic side of my brain here, like, what is he going to do differently than Grant Williams? Like, that's like people hate Grant Williams. I totally understand it. Like, I think there was a lot of buzz around him. Like, the guy's shooting 37% from three this year, and he's a career 37% three-point shooter. Like, Grant Williams has been this year what he is as a player, and people are like disappointed about it. And like, the reality is Dorian Finney-Smith's not going to be much better than Grant Williams. Like, so if you're trading a first-round pick for that, it just doesn't move the needle enough, honestly. Trenner wants to know when my next mock draft is going to be. It will be on next Monday, probably. So a week from today. Josh here says, slightly unrelated question, but do you think it would be a good idea for OKC to rebrand with the new arena in the works and what looks like a contending team for a long time? No, I don't think so. I think that they're going to that's a good question. I think OKC is going to keep their current branding, and I think a lot of that is because of the kind of relation to James Harden and Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook, and how they have a new young big three. It's kind of fun seeing them in the same threads and the same style jerseys and everything. So I think that they'll stay very similarly styled going forward. Credo says, if the Hornets get Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Seth Curry this offseason, what other moves should they make? They probably should just sign Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen too, and this won't happen. The Charlotte Hornets are not in a spot to get any of those guys. Besides maybe Seth Curry. They could get Seth Curry, but nobody else. Brady says, make him dance, Lance. Dude, I love watching Lance Stevenson. Bro can play. Noah Hood says, what can you see the Celtics trading for? I think a big man who can protect the paint a bit and rebound the basketball. That's what they should be looking for. Casey Carter says, Lowry trade or buyout, Howard trade, or Hayward trade or expire. I think that Lowry will get dealt for a bad contract. Let's pull this up on stream here, actually, because I think this is a worthwhile thing to talk about as well here. So let's get this back up on stream. This was our 3-team trade we had just worked through. Let's dump these teams and let's go over here to the Hornets, because that's the team we are. I clicked the Wizards. Let's go over to the Hornets. So now really the big thing is, like, let's see if we can find a contract that works pretty well with Gordon Hayward. So we're trying to open up flexibility for other teams. This is kind of the whole point of trading these guys, in my opinion. And I think if you go to a team like, let's say, the Golden State Warriors, does something around Wiggins to the Hornets for Hayward, like makes sense. And then from there, what you'd also probably end up seeing happen, since the Hornets are technically taking in too much money here. Actually, well, they actually have cap space, so this would actually just, in theory, work, I think. Warriors can only take back 26.7. Okay, so yeah, for the War, yeah, duh. This would work for the Hornets. That they can take in more salary. That's right. Okay, I had this backwards in my head for a second. Like from there, you throw in like Corey Joseph, and like the salaries here are the tricky thing for sure. But Darius Arch has been a pretty important piece. But like doing something like this, I think this would maybe work. This might be close. Yeah, take back 30. Okay. So we have to shave some money here, but like this kind of idea is something that would work, where you have to incentivize a team. Like you get some of these other pieces, like Trace Jackson Davis is like the benefit of taking in Wiggins' contract, which isn't like super sexy, but that's something that we would hypothetically see. And another team could be like Chicago with Levine. Like if the Bulls just want to dump Levine, like it could be like Hayward plus, I don't know, you could do like Book Knight in there, and then maybe like Nick Smith Jr., who they just drafted in the first round this year. Like something like this makes some sense, where the Bulls get some flexibility they get off of Levine's giant contract. You could argue like second round picks, whatever, like maybe the value is not perfectly right, but I think Hayward gets traded, to be honest, and I think Lowry gets traded, but it'll be for a bad contract if he does. Flexorcist says Dwight Howard and Andre Roberson might get a second look too from NBA teams. Roberson definitely should not. Dwight Howard I wouldn't hate. I don't think Andre Roberson should play another second of NBA basketball. Renee Zarata says Clippers. Well, glad to have you in here, Renee. That's awesome to see. And Kirk here says praying my Blazers trade Brogdon and Grant. It would be good for your Blazers, Kirk. Mike Howard says you think Garza could become a decent backup center? No. Luka Garza cannot be a decent backup center. I think he's like an okay depth third center at best. Maurice says the Pistons owe the Knicks a first-round pick. It's heavily protected. 1 to 18 this year, lottery next year, and top 10 the following year. If not conveyed by 2026, it becomes a second. Yeah, so because of that, the Pistons are kind of screwed trade flexibility-wise for a while, which is okay. I mean, they shouldn't be buying anyway, probably. Yeah, Lillard has always been a very bad defense. Yeah, people just brush over it because he's Damian Lillard. And like I think people brushed over it when the Bucks traded for him. If you go back to my reaction to that, I literally said that I think the Celtics are still better than Milwaukee. Even though a lot of people were starting to flip that idea. I like the fit of Porzingis in Boston a lot more than I like Lillard in Milwaukee even. So even though Lillard's a better player than Porzingis, it's the reality. Zach says Mavs fans remembering they have Luka with the upcharts. Mavs fans remembering they have Kyrie. Mavs fans remembering the rest of the roster and assets. Oh, yeah. That Zach, this is me every single like day. But even that, I'm not even like Kyrie's really good, but oh my God. Like I just don't even understand what we were thinking was going to happen with that. Venkata here, thank you for the 2. He says make some Clippers mock trades. Let's go ahead and do that quick. We already made one. Let's do another one here though. This is the one that I think is extremely realistic. Let's grab the Clippers right here and let's go to the Washington Wizards. And because of this, they have this beautiful trade exception from Kristaps Porzingis right here. This is what we're going to center this trade upon. It will be just like this: PJ Tucker to the Wizards in a deal, and for that we will give second round pick 2030, and yeah, we'll just do something like this. Let's just to show that this works. Like this would be like cash coming back to the Clippers, like $10,000 or whatever the minimum is for a cash trade. Like this is a realistic Clippers trade right here. This is seriously what it could look like. And you might like laugh about this and say, well, why would the Clippers do this then? It's because they wouldn't want to pay Tucker this year or next year. They save $11 million this season, which you might say, well, $11 million is not a big deal. They're a tax team. So that's really going to be like $40 million or so that they actually save by that. So pretty big thing. Mikey Beast Games, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. And he wants to instantly know if the Lakers should get Kyrie Irving. He would help them. I just don't think he's really available. And no, the Lakers should not trade LeBron, although he is expiring technically, so we'll see. Kirk says Grant to the Kings or Mavs. I'm hoping for the Kings to jump in and get him. Zach says my opinion on Siakam is that he moves the needle enough so that when we move the needle again, it can be enough. Hopefully, that's exactly my thought too. Like Siakam is like a low-level second star in my opinion with the way that the NBA currently works, where you see like superstar tandems, where for example PG and Kawhi. Obviously they have Harden now too. So I would say the Clippers have 3 players better than Siakam. So and that's not a slight at Siakam. That's just more of a testament to how good some teams are now. So, and to Zach's point, like once they make another trade, whether that's around Mathurin or Jarris Walker, maybe it's just those 2 guys developing too. That's an important thing to know, but they have other draft picks to trade. Like they could maybe go get an actual number 2 star. So then you have Halliburton, who's your 1A player. You have a second star, and then Siakam's really your 3rd star. That perhaps is the way that this could go, which makes sense, honestly. Delish says Raptors Bruce Brown percentage, he has moved. Do you see this deadline being more of a dud and heavier on buyouts with the new CBA, more moves in draft day or summer? I think this is going to be a very busy trade deadline. I think we're going to have a ton of moves, to be honest with you. Greedo says, if you're the Warriors owner and you see Mike Dunleavy Jr. wants to move on from the dynasty because he wants to build around Jonathan Kuminga, do you fire GM or do it? I'm not trading Steph Curry. No. Although, like, I do think, like, in a vacuum, if the Warriors trade Steph Curry, yes, they'd probably end up winning the trade because they'd get 4 picks, 4 swaps. They'd get all of this stuff from a team that is trying to make a big splash move. Like, I just don't want to be the person who trades Steph Curry, though, to be honest with you. Key King says, not really trade deadline related, but thoughts on Jalen Johnson and his improvement. Really surprised by his playmaking this year, but Hawks found a gem. I liked him a ton as a draft prospect, and I was kind of disappointed because last year he just never picked up in usage really throughout the year. So I was pretty bummed by that because, and it kind of made me feel like he wasn't ever going to pop the way that I assumed he would coming out of college. So I'm really glad this year that he's actually getting that opportunity and has turned into a big time player because he, definitely deserves it. He's really talented. And he's really athletic. Davis says, why wouldn't the Blazers trade Malcolm Brogdon? Hopefully this is just a smokescreen. I think that they will, so don't worry. Turner says, how many picks do you think the Raptors use in the 2024 draft, considering we have multiple first and Detroit second? Yeah, currently you guys are slated to have 3 firsts if you guys are able to keep your own first-round pick, which is a big if right now, but definitely a real possibility. I think maybe use all 3, or I think the best thing would be to trade them out to future years if possible. But this draft, I'm not sure how many teams are going to be trying to trade back into the first round, so we'll have to see. Clippers trade Kawhi Leonard for 3 injuries to be named later. Oh boy. Josh Prince says make some Pistons mock trade next. Let's do that right now. Let's do a Pistons mock trade, and let's get people's blood boiling here a little bit with the Pistons. Let's go to the Bulls. Zach LaVine to the Pistons for Bojan and Joe Harris and Sasser. Sorry. I know Sasser's awesome. I know Sasser's awesome. And a 2024 second round pick. Try trade. Something like this. I mean, what do we think, guys? Pistons are getting the best player. They're also getting a huge contract. I don't know. I don't really love this for either team. I do like it for the Bulls just from a standpoint of opening up your flexibility quite a bit. Important to note, though, if the Bulls did this, they'd actually go into the tax. So they'd have to make other trades to get out of the tax probably. So maybe you could maybe we just play around with this quick and get this so that it's actually accurate. Like maybe with that, then you see like Torrey Craig going back to the Pistons just to get the money to work right where they're almost 1-for-1 salary. Like that's something that makes sense to me from a standpoint. Nathan Whitty says biggest name most likely to be moved in your opinion. Seems like we're set for a significantly quieter deadline compared to last. I mean, I think this deadline is going to be pretty busy. I think there's going to be a lot of moves for sure. For me, the biggest name to get moved will probably be DeJounte Murray. So, Nav says, Magic fans, should they go after Schroeder? Seems like a good contract, good synergy with Franz and Mo. This is actually a great point here. I have not, for some reason, I never thought of that. but I freaking love it. I actually really love that. So let's go do it right now. Dennis Schroeder, cheaper contract. Let's go put him on Orlando. We could do it for Gary Harris. Do it for Gary Harris. I don't hate that. We could also do it for Markelle. Let's see, is there anything that I would like really love? Otto Porter. I don't know if I love that. Let's take out Otto. Let's do Gary Harris. Although Magic fans are gonna be disappointed. I don't. See, this is like the thing is like which guy do you try? I'm just gonna do Gary because he's the closest salary wise, and we'll do like 2 second-round picks, like something like this. Like that's actually pretty good. I think that works actually really well. Now that's a great idea, to be honest with you. J.R. Karen says, "What do you think about a Clax to the Thunder for Jalen Williams, Zhang, and 2 first-round picks?" I would like that. Nick Claxton would really help, but it doesn't really fit the way that they play on offense. JNCTM wants to know how much draft capital could PJ Washington require. The amount of draft capital PJ Washington would net would probably be 1 first-round pick. Tianse wants to know, will LeBron really go to the Knicks? No. M says, can you do an Okoro Pacers trade for me, please? I don't see Okoro getting traded to Indiana, so no. Norin says, better career, Gilbert Arenas or Elijah Arenas? Elijah Arenas has been filling it up, man. I'm going to say Gilbert because he made All-NBA a couple of times, but Elijah Arenas looks really good. Delish says, great work. You are definitely one of the best doing it. Much further success in your future. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Mr. Boom says, Clay to the Knicks. I don't really see that. Sam says, as an unbiased NBA fan, what are your thoughts on Cam Thomas's future? Kid's a bucket. Cam Thomas is really darn good. Let's pull up his stats here just so we can talk through him a little bit. But he is really darn good. There's nights where it just feels like he is unguardable. So when you have a player like that, like I think he literally scored 40 points 2 nights ago. Like this is what he's doing on the year. He's averaging 21 points a game in 29 minutes, shooting 45% from the field, 36% from 3. Like this guy literally lives on probably the most difficult shot diet in the NBA, and he's good at it. Like that's like he takes the most contested shots, and he's still efficient. So I don't know. He's like really good. I think if the Nets somehow made Cam Thomas available, I would want to go get him. I loved Cam Thomas coming out of LSU. I was a little skeptical on what his role would end up looking like in the NBA. I think I pinned him as more of like a 6-man type, which to be honest, that's what he's done a lot of this year. Obviously, he's been in the starting lineup a little bit recently. But I thought teams were going to like pigeonhole him into being a 6-man scoring type. But they haven't. So I'm glad to see that. Smoke says, yo, what's good? Glad to have you in here. Awesome having Smoke. Smoke's he sees the trade machine and he's like, hey, I've already been doing this in fantasy for weeks. He's always working out trades in our fantasy dynasty basketball league. Akum Goat says Ingles in 3 seconds work for both sides or no. If you're talking about the net for the Bucks, I don't see the Magic trading Ingles. I think that they actually like having him. Ondra says, do you think the Raptors will tank so they keep their pick? Protection to the Spurs. Are they bad enough, though? Yeah, they're bad enough. I mean, they've already been falling down. They were at like 10th 3 weeks ago, and now they're at the 6th spot. So they're going to definitely be able to tank if they want to. Trenner says, I'd rather keep Schroeder if it's only 2 seconds. Yeah, I think the hard thing with Schroeder is I just don't think you get a first for him, to be honest with you. I think you probably are looking more at second rounders. So I understand that kind of idea behind it, but we'll see. Brisket says Schroeder and Jonte Porter for Wendell. Yeah, I don't think the Magic are going to take you up on that offer. Nets here says, I take LeBron for Simmons. I would probably do that trade too from a Nets standpoint. AP says, I remember the Nets talking all this nonsense to the Knicks fans, how they thought they were going to take over the city. How short-lived that was. We're starting a war here between Brooklyn and New York fans. Holy cow. Smoke says, Sheldon, can we work on a deal for Kobe on stream? This is what I'm talking about. Bro's trying to make trades with me during the stream. You'll have to send me a trade, Smoke, and we'll talk through it for sure. Venkata says that's not funny maker. It was a real trade. It was a real trade. The I do think that the dump was like, that's literally a real trade. I actually just think we're gonna see that happen, where PJ Tucker gets sent to Washington. We'll make another one for you though, because I'm gonna be nice today. Let's see what team we talked about Orlando already. So what other team? Let's do Charlotte, because there's rumors about PJ Washington, this and the other thing, right? Like I'm so not moved by it, but everyone else seems to love that idea. So let's just go through it. We'll talk about it. Kobe Brown to the Hornets. Bones. Let's do BJ Boston to the Hornets. Yeah, this works. And then like maybe a swap option in 2030 or something like, 3 seconds. Yeah, oh yeah. Okay, so we have to cut $57,000. All right. Well, sorry. That's so ridiculous. All right. Josh Primo. Primo will fit perfectly in Charlotte. They like people who have off the court stuff, so that'll fit perfectly there. But God, the Hornets, man. They have PJ Washington, James Bouknight, and Miles Bridges. Oh my God. And they drafted Brandon Miller. Oh my God. Oh, geez, Charlotte. Okay, well, this would be the deal. Something like this. 3 seconds. Maybe like, yeah, the Hornets probably want a first rounder. I don't really care. I don't know. Hornets, every year they can just keep and sit and wait. Adonis says, do you think Houston makes a deadline move to get shooting or backup big? They already got their backup big in Steven Adams, so I think that they're good in that regard. Dog Catcher says, Bronny and Bryce going to be Knicks in 2026. We will see. J.R. Karen says it's crazy how Ben Simmons is 6'10", fast and athletic, and refuses to attack the rim and hasn't developed any aggressive offensive skills at 27 years old. He used to attack the rim, and then he hurt his back. So, Smoke is sending me a trade now. Okay, Smoke has proposed a trade to me. I'm going to air this out. Unless I like the trade, then I won't air it out. But if it's a bad trade, Smoke, I'm going to tell everyone how bad of a trade it is. Smoke, what? Smoke in our Dynasty Fantasy Basketball League, Smoke is trying to send me Kobe White and Duop Reith for Miles Bridges and Keegan Murray. Smoke, you're gonna have to resend something, Smoke. I'm not taking that offer. You're gonna have to resend something. AP says to the host, do you see the Knicks making any moves, and what do you think we are going to get? I think the Knicks will target a guard. Malcolm Brogdon, Bruce Brown, or Jordan Clarkson is what makes the most sense. Mike Howard wants to know if DeRozan to the Timberwolves is a good fit. I think he would help them offensively, but he is making too much money to make that a reality. Oh, my goodness. That's a great comment, Brady. He says Kevin Porter Jr. probably going to Charlotte. Oh, my gosh. J.R. Karen says Sean Marks and JV and Jacques Vaughn need to be fired then. Joe Tsai needs to sell the team to somebody with logical thinking. Akum Goat says PJ Washington makes sense for the Bucks as a wing defender, small ball 4. Yeah, that's a pretty good point actually. Let's as long as we're on the topic of the Hornets, let's go change this from the Clippers to the Bucks. And the Bucks, you're going to see, don't have much to trade either. They've got a couple of second rounders. Yay, a couple of seconds. But what they do have is they have Bobby Portis, and they have a young guy who's probably a bit more valuable than what the Clippers were offering. And Marjan Beauchamp, who hasn't even played under Doc Rivers yet. So probably available, if I had to guess. And then we'll throw in, one other salary. Chris Livingston I actually like quite a bit, so let's put him in this deal. For Charlotte's perspective, something like this, Bucks fans probably won't like it because they probably don't want to give up Marjan, but Beauchamp just hasn't played for Doc Rivers really, so. Do a PJ Washington trade to the Mavs. We can do that here in a second. When will Darvin Ham be fired? Probably this offseason, if I had to guess. Kirby Allen says, what about the Memphis Grizzlies? They're waiting for a puzzle piece. They're looking for somebody who fits their team long term. Full Court Dreamer says, did I miss anything? No, not yet. You have not. Smoke says, No big trades or anything. We've just been talking about some potential deals and just kind of laying the landscape of what I could possibly see happen. I'm going to move is that better? Hopefully that location works pretty good for my camera. Slid it over a little bit. Ondra here says, would you take a swing at Pokusevski or is he done? Spurs, for example, when they free up some space trading Osman and McDermott. I mean, it doesn't hurt bringing a guy like that in as long as you're not giving up value for him. Like, sure, maybe give him a chance. 49ers Faithful says, do you think there will be any moves today, bro? I think there's a decent chance. I'm not like saying there isn't going to be one. A year ago today is when the Kyrie Irving trade happened. So, and that was 4 days before the trade deadline. Today we're 3 days before the deadline. So, I mean, I think it's a real possibility. Smoke says it's a placeholder trade. What do you mean? Who I'm interested? I like my players. Send me something better for Kobe White. I'll take Kobe White in a deal that makes sense though. Okay. So Smoke send something better. I'm sorry I blasted you on stream. Akum Goat says remove the 2024 pick. I'm doing it in a heartbeat. Maybe swap Livingston for AJ or Cam. Yeah, I could see it. Something like that. ITK here says Clippers have 4 Hall of Fame players on the roster. Anybody else come close? Let me think about that. What other teams have 4 Hall of Fame level players? The Timberwolves have 3 right now, with Cat, Edwards, and Gobert. This is assuming Edwards has a full healthy career, right? You have to have a little bit of forward thinking with that. Mavericks and Lakers have 2. Celtics have Brown, Tatum. Celtics can maybe have that. Maybe. Mike here says, do you think Doc Rivers was a good hire? No, I do not. Hen City says 35% chance the trade goes down today. That's probably roughly what I would say as well. At Utility Sports, do you think Nets are disingenuous about Mikal value? Mikal is clearly not number 1, and we could use the picks from Houston, especially if we can get Whitmore. Yeah, I think that they're just trying to squeeze every little bit of value out of him, and I think they're at a spot where I think Sean Marks is probably a little worried about his job. So if you trade Mikal Bridges and you start another rebuild, it's a chance you get fired. So that's kind of the reality of that too. AP says, I've been watching the Knicks for 33 years. This is the best I felt about them in a long time in the Dolan era. That's not a bad contract on that team. There's not a bad contract on that team. Yeah, even the worst contract is Fournier and it's tradable. So, it's not bad. The Mike says, which team that is buying should be selling and vice versa in your opinion? If the Pistons buy, that's brutal. I'll say that. Pistons should not buy at all. I would be pretty disappointed if they do. I think this is a good question because you have to think about what teams are in what spots. I think if the Bulls the Hawks, I don't know. If the Nets buy, I think it'll be a little weird depending on what they do. So that would be weird. There's nothing like the Toronto Raptors this year though, where last year they traded for Pirtle when they clearly shouldn't have. I just didn't like that for them. So 49ers Faithful said, I really hope something happens today. I hope so too. It'd be sweet. Norin says, I wouldn't trade Whitmore. I wouldn't either. I like Whitmore a lot. A lot. 49ers Faithful says, do you think my Celtics should make any moves? Yeah, I think they could use a couple pieces. Let's do that PJ Washington to Dallas trade quick. That a viewer asked for earlier. PJ Washington and the Mavericks for Rashawn Holmes and let's not do Omax. Let's do Rashawn Holmes and I would love to trade Dwight Powell, but the Mavericks won't do that. Seth Curry, he goes to the Hornets. And the Mavericks give up 2027 first, top 10 protected. Something like that. I mean, I don't like it for Dallas. Really don't. Brisket wants to know, what young player should the Raptors be going for to try and build with Scotty, RJ, and quickly? I just think that they should be patient. Let's see how those players play together. Let's give them some time. And they're going to have draft picks coming. I don't think that they need to make any big-time trade right now. Just give it give it a little bit of time. Probably just try and move Bruce Brown, get another pick, and see where you're at there. I would see if you can trade Jakob Poeltl. If you can move Poeltl, I would do that too, to be honest. King Hudson says Pelinka and Genie not accommodating Braun no more. The Clutch Sports meeting went great with Leon. King Hudson trying to get some hype about LeBron James to the New York Knicks. Look at that. The emojis make me laugh, King. I like that. Nets says Sean Marks can't expect us to stand with him as he ignores the roster. I mean, I get that. I get what you're saying here too. I do. But like you have, from the owner's standpoint, like the way that they're going to view it is probably that. So it kind of depends on the way that you're looking at things. So we shall see. Hudson, your comments were hilarious. I'm not going to lie. Shout out to everyone in here, by the way. If you guys haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Utility Sports for more content in the future. In the bottom, we're going to have some notable expiring contracts. Gordon Hayward. I just realized I misspelled Gordon. Whoops. Let's fix that quick. Gordon Hayward, Kyle Lowry, Andre Drummond, Klay Thompson, Chris Paul, Buddy Hield, Tyus Jones, DeLon Wright, a couple of Wizards in there, Kelly Olynyk for the Jazz, DeMar DeRozan, Miles Bridges, and Royce O'Neal. Those are some players I could see definitely getting traded. They don't only value Mikal because of his... Are you talking about the Nets? I mean, I think they value Mikal because he's good. He's a really good basketball player. I think that's the first thing. Mikal will not be a Knick. I don't see that. I don't see that happening. '49ers faithful said, I'm not sure if Lakers are going to trade LeBron. If they lose to Hornets tonight, I think there's a chance. I don't think that they're going to do it, to be honest. Full Court Dreamer says, looks like Lakers are still trying to go for Royce, Dorian Finney-Smith, and Spencer, but yet no big man. Lakers can't be blind to see this. Lakers don't need more inside play. The Lakers need three-point shooting. So let's cook up a Nets and Lakers trade here because it's worth looking at. Dinwiddie to the Lakers, Dorian Finney-Smith to the Lakers, and I just don't see them being able to get Royce as well for values wise. So let's go D'Lo to the Nets. Let's send Gabe Vincent to the Nets. Let's trade Hood Schifino to the Nets. And let's trade Max Christie to the Nets. Plus the 2029 first rounder to Brooklyn. And you could maybe let's fix this quick. Let's make this like top 5 protected or something. Try trade. Something like this. I mean, what do we think here, guys? Don't even hypothetical that trade. Why? This isn't even that bad of an idea. Lakers get Dinwiddie and Dorian. Nets get D'Lo. He returns back to Brooklyn. Vincent comes in. Hood Schifino, Christie. Eric wants to know if there's any Hornets news. Nothing yet, Eric, but thank you for asking. We will keep you up to date. I think the Hornets are going to be one of the most active teams this year for sure. So we'll definitely have to keep our eyes on that. But let me know what you guys think. Arlen says that's a trash trade for the Lakers. All right. Well, I don't agree with that at all. I think, like, I don't know. All right. I'm not even going to touch on that, to be honest. Texas Sports says this man never sleeps from the Target Center, coaching, writing, and YouTube. Appreciate you, Texas Sports. You are the best. This is my lead moderator for the Discord. So let's get some Texas Sports hype in the comment section below. I'm going to get us started here with some of my own with this comment. So let's get some Texas Sports hype down in the comment section. He's a big time Rockets fan. He knows his Texas Sports well, of course. So let's get some hype for him. Sam says, I'm a Nets fan and would love this, even though I don't really want D'Lo. Lakers don't have anything worth a dang for the Nets. Vando is out for the season. That's the killer. I think that they can still win games without Vanderbilt, to be honest with you. I like the New York Knicks as well. I would still like DeJounte Murray, but think we might make a smaller move for Burks possibly. Alec Burks makes some sense as well. Getting some Texas hype in here. Look at that. We're getting some heart emojis from Nick. Love to see that. Alex says, do you think the Kings will be able to get Caruso and Kuzma at the trade deadline? Not both. I think one or the other probably. Zach's getting some hype. Smoke with some Zach hype. Look at that. Smoke throwing us for a loop right here. Arlen says, indeed, the Lakers need 3-point shooters and another big. I mean, I think the Lakers are going to be at their best when they just have Anthony Davis playing center. So if they just have shooting around that, it'll look even better than it already does. Full Court Dreamer says Sacktown needs some defensive players. Kevin Barnes are cool. What they need to upgrade. I think Herter's pretty vital to their team. 49ers Faithful wants to know if I have a favorite NBA team. I do, the Dallas Mavericks, although I am very critical of everything that they do. So Nick says, what do you think Smoke's next move will be on Sleeper? That is unpredictable. I will never, ever accurately predict that. I guarantee you that I will just never get that right. I'm going to move this over here. What do we think about this? Do I like this? I don't really know. I actually kind of hate that spot. I don't really know. I'm trying to figure out where I want my camera set up to be. Let's go right there. We'll just make that work. Sebastian says Rockets may need to trade Jalen Green. Guys, he's 21 years old. He's 21. He's 3 years younger than me. Like, let's give him some time, okay? Players come into their prime as they're 27 years old. He's half a decade away from his prime. Just give him some time. Who wants these players for the Nets? I mean, Dorian Finney-Smith is the most valuable player in the trade, by the way. Like, Dorian Finney-Smith is the guy who is valued more than all of these other dudes. Like, he would help the Lakers a pretty good amount. And so would Spencer Dinwiddie, I honestly think. Jonathan Isaac to the Heat. I don't think so. Braithwaite says, how long are you going to be going today? Got to dip out for a little. I should be live for quite a while. Probably at least 2, 3, 4 more hours, I'm guessing. So at least 2 more for sure. So we've already been live for 2 hours. We're going to for sure go for at least another 2 more. Milwaukee better trade Dame immediately. I don't see that happening. Is there another Max Christie in college right now? He has a brother, Cam Christie. He plays for the Minnesota Golden Gophers, I'm pretty sure. So, he is. Yeah. Let me get up. His name's Cam Christie. That's who I thought it was. But I had to make sure. Cam Christie. I don't think he has any stats this year. Oh no, he definitely does. So his season high this year is 20 points. He scored 20 points one time this season. Yeah, on the year he's playing 27 minutes a game. He's averaging 10 points. Yeah. To be honest with you, I have not watched the Golden Gophers play. I've watched a whole bunch of other college basketball. The Golden Gophers, they do not have any draft prospects. I have not valued watching their games. Stanek wants to see a Chris Paul Magic trade. Okay. I have not thought of that, and I'm not sure that will happen, but let's just play around with it. I could see the challenges being like financially here, trying to get something to work. So let's see if I'm able to get something to actually like make sense. So Chris Paul to the Magic. Fultz and Harris. And then maybe the Warriors throw like second rounder. I don't even know how to value this. Like I don't even know. This is like a weird trade. I wouldn't worry about this. This is probably not ever going to happen. Alex says, do you think Davion and Duarte would be enough for Caruso or a first as well? Don't know if the Bulls would accept that, but no, I think that they would need to offer a little bit more. Let's go back and do the Sacramento Kings here. Because I think this is worth talking about. The Kings have come up a bunch in this stream. So let's start with the Wizards. Like a Kuzma trade. Why does this do this? Kuzma for Harrison Barnes, plus we need like $8 million in here. Sasha Vezenkov, plus Colby Jones could be like the young player. He was picked 35 or 37, I believe. Like obviously not the deal there, but we need to also throw in a 2026 first round pick. And there we go. There's our done deal for Kyle Kuzma. Colby Jones, Harrison Barnes, 2026 first for Kuz. I know Wizards fans are going to say, we want 2 first rounders. Yeah, you're trading Kyle Kuzma. You don't just get 2 first round picks for Kyle Kuzma, probably. So, yeah. And then let's go over to the Bulls, who I don't think want to trade Alex Caruso, but assuming that they do, let's do Davion Mitchell plus, like you had laid out here, Chris Duarte to get the money to work. Caruso is the piece that goes back. The money almost works 1-to-1, which is perfect. And then from there, the Kings would probably do 2026 first and maybe a pretty full series of second rounders or something. Like, I don't know. Caruso's value is pretty high. And like the thing too is you're not giving up Harrison Barnes in this deal. You're giving up like lesser valuable players. So I know people are going to say, you think Caruso gets more picks than Kuzma? They're also not getting in the trade, Harrison Barnes, which is important because Harrison Barnes is a pretty good starter. Sebastian says Rockets have a good core and players have their roles. Green hasn't figured his role out. Food for thought, not to actually trade. Yeah, I think that they just have to sit on and wait him out a little bit because he's just so young. DP says, what would the Lakers need to do for just Dorian? 2027 first, probably, and then like Max not Max. Geez, now I'm thinking about Max Christie, and Gabe Vincent's contract maybe. Son of Chris Christie, geez. Jamar says, good trade. Brooklyn Nets says, we got the best bench in the NBA. King Hudson says other teams don't want to help the Lakers out, it seems. I mean, it's that and also the fact that they just don't have good draft picks. Danny G says, hey, man, I'm pretty new to basketball and I love the channel. I've adopted the Hawks as my team, and I was interested to know what sort of thing we would potentially get for Murray. So let's go talk about DeJounte Murray here. Danny, glad to help you out. Glad to have you here watching the channel. Always love hearing that people are, coming over to basketball and starting to fall in love with it because it's literally my favorite thing on earth. I love basketball more than any other thing. Obviously, I love people more than basketball, like my family and my girlfriend and that kind of stuff. But like for actual like things to do, things to watch, entertainment, basketball is at the very top of the list for me. It's literally all I do. It's all I think about because I love it. So let's talk about Atlanta here, and let's talk about the Los Angeles Lakers because this is the team that I think is most likely going to get him. Let's do D'Angelo Russell plus in this deal. Let's send out, where's Hood Schifino? There he is. And maybe Max Lewis as well can go in this deal, sure. And they give up DeJounte. And the Lakers also throw their 2029 unprotected first to the Atlanta Hawks. Something like this. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. Like you could argue the Lakers have to throw in like a second rounder in there or something. Something like this makes sense for me for both sides. I think the Lakers desperately would like to have DeJounte Murray. And the Hawks would then probably try to do something to trade D'Angelo Russell to a third team. I think that's something that can make sense. We've talked about DeJounte to the Magic, where the Magic probably give up 2 first-round picks instead of just 1 to get him because the Lakers first is so far out. Something like that, Danny, makes the most sense, I think. Danny says, will you pop the cork when Dallas finally trades for Jeremy Grant? It's going to be a long day for me when Dallas trades for Jeremy Grant. I'm not going to lie. I am not going to lie because, I'm just not a fan of it. Matt here says, do you think we might see an Obi Toppin trade to the Suns? That's not a bad shout. So for people wondering what that would look like, that would be constructed something like this. Although I'm not exactly certain that the Pacers will do that, just given where they're at. I mean, like Toppin is expendable, sure, but at the same time, I'm not sure that they're just like in love with the idea of doing that because they'll have to take in Nasir Little's contract with that. But you'd also just probably get like a series of second rounders back. This would replenish what they have in terms of like what they gave up to get Obi Toppin now that they have Pascal Siakam. The Suns get Obi. He would help them. He's way better than Nasir Little. I don't love this for the Pacers, to be honest. So ultimately, I just don't see it happening, but we'll see. Rio here says, what's up? What's up? What are the odds of Raptors getting PJ Washington? I would say very low. I don't see PJ Washington becoming a Toronto Raptor. LJ wants to know, what do I got for the Phoenix Suns? Let's keep cooking up for the Suns here, and I'm going to pivot back to the Charlotte Hornets, and we're going to send Miles Bridges to Phoenix for Nasir Little, and we're also going to throw back in this deal Bull, because why not? He'll get me some views, won't he? And we'll do 3 second rounders. Something like this. Miles Bridges goes to Phoenix. The Hornets get rid of the guy who they probably don't have as part of their long-term future. Yeah, I don't think Cam Whitmore is going to go to the Houston or go to Brooklyn. Ime Udoka and the Rockets really like him. Harry Carter here says, in your opinion, what potential moves do you see the Bucks making before the trade deadline? Appreciate the dedication and hard work. Well, I appreciate you guys. Shout out to everyone in here. If you guys aren't currently subscribed to Utility Sports, make sure to do so. Okay, hit that subscribe button right now. A lot of work goes into these. Put a lot of time and effort into building all the banners and all the graphics and everything for all of these. Updating the ticker, all that kind of stuff. So I appreciate you guys, and let's talk about the Milwaukee Bucks here now. They're at a spot where I'm just gonna trash this second team for now because I just want to focus on Milwaukee. This is what they have to trade for draft picks. They can't really do anything with these 24s, 26s, or 2030s because these are swap options and they already owe the Stepien rules years of 25, 27, 29. So they're already stuck. Okay, they're already in a spot where they basically have zero flexibility. They have 2 second-round picks to trade. One this year from Portland, pretty decent pick. Like, what can that get you? And for contracts, they have Bobby Portis, they have Pat Connaughton, they've got a couple of young guys, Marjon Beauchamp, they've got AJ Green, Chris Livingston, and Andre Jackson Jr. So you've got some players you could theoretically deal. Just like, who is that going to end up being, though? And that's really the big question here. So if we're going to go look at it now, what I think, like the Jazz, something around like Olynyk. Like if you could go from Portis to Olynyk, does that help? I don't even know. Connaughton to Olynyk, is that something that makes some sense? Like that's a spot to look maybe. And then I think if you're looking at like Chicago, like who in here do we really like? I just don't know if Chicago's really willing to move any of these guys. Javon Carter would help the Bucks this year. I mean, people have talked about Killian Hayes. I just don't understand the purpose of that for Milwaukee. I really don't. But again, they don't have a lot to give up. So if it's like Killian Hayes to the Bucks for, I can't even mock this. I'm not going to do that. No, Killian Hayes is not going to be a Milwaukee Buck. If he is, the Bucks are stupid. Like the Mavericks don't really make sense because they're still trying to win themselves. So then you're going to does Golden State have something? Like you're just kind of seeing the issues here of like what team is going to be willing to dance with them. Like the Spurs maybe, but like even then you're like Chetty Osman, and does he move the needle? I just don't really know. I think the Bucks are in a tough spot if you're asking me, and I don't really love where they're currently situated. So we'll see. Yeah, Eric, we can throw one of those up. We've talked about this already, but we can throw one up for sure. Let's do. You'll like this one. Hayward to the Nets with James Bouknight for Ben Simmons and 2 second-round picks. What do we think? Maybe a little bit more. Let's throw in an extra second rounder. 3 second-round picks. Hornets eat an extra year of Ben Simmons' contract. Gordon Hayward goes to Brooklyn. Maybe gets bought out. Maybe doesn't. We'll see what happens with that. The Nets get Bouknight as a result. Open up some more cap flexibility going into this offseason. Definitely helps them long-term. The Hornets get 3 second-round picks for doing that. I think that's a pretty big win, all things considered, just with the circumstances. So, I don't know. That's something that we could see. Big J says, yes, sir. Kuz, young guy, and a first-round pick. Big J's a big-time Wizards fan, so shout out to him. Obi Toppin for Obi-Wan Kenobi. ITK bringing some of the heat today. King Hudson says they'll trade Io to Sumnu before they trade Caruso. That's kind of how I feel as well. And I don't think that they'll trade Io, to be honest. Bra says, can you do an Andre Drummond Suns trade? Sure. Let's cook one of that. It's an interesting. I mean, they have Eubanks. It's an interesting thought there. Let's just do Drummond to the Suns for someone who makes $3 million. Damon Lee. And we'll throw a second rounder. I don't know, something like this. Maybe you could argue a second rounder has to be in there, right? There's your Andre Drummond Suns trade. LJ, hopefully that helps you too with the Suns, looking at some stuff. Sebastian says Gabe Vincent is a good player with a high work rate and good involving his teammates. Unfortunately, he's hurt. Yeah, it's been unfortunate for them for sure. Milan says Jalen Green so Rod doesn't fit with Rockets' timeline. He would continue to develop in another tanking team. The Rockets' timeline is Jalen Green's timeline, to be honest with you. I don't think that they need to rush at all. If we're being completely honest, they're not contending. They're 11th in the West right now. So, I don't know. Nets says I'll trade for utility sports. Welcome. I'm coming to Brooklyn, guys. That's where I'm getting traded this year, it seems like. Full Court Dreamer says if Lakers actually do the trade with Nets, hopefully this means Cam Thomas will completely be in the driver's seat for that Nets team. I want to see Cam Thomas get as many shots as possible. What are the chances of Raptors getting Dinwiddie and Lonnie Walker? Relatively low. One player who I think is extremely underrated right now, Lonnie Walker is a bit, but I'd also say Dennis Smith Jr. Dennis Smith Jr. is a really good defender. So that's what I have to say about that. Nick says, what about the Cavs situation? If Mitchell extends, what happens with Garland? They might just keep him. Although Garland is a player, remember last year in the offseason, there were some rumors about Garland to the Spurs. I would love to see that. I'm just saying I would love to see that. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Jeff says, Buddy Hield trade idea. Let's talk about some Buddy Hield trades here. So the one that I really like for them is Hield's contract, essentially for Bridges' contract, and then you throw in, Jarris Walker, and let's try and get Dorian back in this. Just try and make it a really compete now trade. We do Obi going out to Brooklyn, and we'll throw in Ben Shepherd, which I know some Pacers fans are going to be sad to see all of this stuff going, but something like this where you're giving up some really good young players and Buddy Hield's contract for Bridges and Dorian Finney-Smith, you could argue maybe more second rounders, maybe more first rounders in the deal, something like that. But I don't know. I think those two things make a pretty good deal of sense for the Pacers and for the Nets as well. Mike Howard wants to know if I can see Kai Jones coming back. Coon Goat wants to know if Bridges got less value than PJ. Well, I think part of that is Miles Bridges is an expiring contract, first of all. Second of all, he's had a pretty deep series of off-the-court issues that would affect the team's PR. So if you're trading for Miles Bridges, there's going to be some issues that you're going to have to deal with. Your fan base is probably not going to be super happy. Some of them will be because you're getting a really good player. Some of them will be very upset at you. So those are all things you have to consider. Raptors give us Scotty. They can have Lonnie and Dinwiddie. Oh, my goodness. Joey wants to know what the Knicks are going to do. Let's talk about some Knicks trades here now that I like quite a bit. The Knicks, they need some praise. The Knicks are really well ran. They're doing a great job. Which I'm very happy to see, by the way, because in my lifetime, they've not been very well ran. So the fact that they are now currently is awesome. Brogdon to the Knicks for Fournier, Quentin Grimes, and a 2024 first from the Dallas Mavericks. Send that pick to Portland. This deal, I think, is a win-win for both sides. The Trailblazers already have a collection of first-round picks in this year's draft. They get another one now. This opens up their trade flexibility even more. They could either look to trade up on draft night. They could look to trade back to future years. And yes, it cost them Malcolm Brogdon, but it gives more minutes to Scoot Henderson. They already have Anthony Simons. They have their two lead backcourt players, I think, for the foreseeable future. So Brogdon is expendable for them. The Knicks get significantly better, in my opinion. They get more off the bench juice offensively, and the Blazers get Quentin Grimes, who I actually think could be a pretty nice piece for them, and that 2024 first from Dallas. Again, it's a huge win. Fournier's contract has really only salary matching implications here. That's really the whole point of the deal. This is one that I like a lot, and I like it a lot for the Blazers, but I even like it a lot more for the New York Knicks. So then let's go into our next package here. And instead of the Blazers, let's talk with the Utah Jazz. And this would be Jordan Clarkson going out the door for essentially the same package. But the pick here, instead of that 2024 Dallas first, will make it the 2024 Knicks first because it's a little bit less valuable. I think Clarkson's a bit less valuable than Brogdon. But you're looking kind of at the same idea here, which I think works pretty well for both sides, if we're being completely honest. I like that quite a bit for the Knicks, and I like it pretty good amount for the Jazz too, who are already in draft pick acquisition mode. We already know what they did with Gobert and Mitchell. Now they get another first-round pick here for Jordan Clarkson. Seems like a pretty big win to me. And another team that we could theoretically see them do the exact same thing with would be the Toronto Raptors, and this one would be centered around Bruce Brown. Bruce Brown goes to the Knicks for, again, guess what? Fournier, Grimes, and 2024 Knicks first-round pick. So something like this, recently traded, can't be aggregated with other salaries. Something like that. What do we think? I like that quite a bit for both sides. What are your guys' thoughts on that? Let me know. I think it's pretty good, to be honest with you. Venkata, Minnesota Timberwolves reportedly interested in trading for LA Clippers guard Bones Highland. Yeah, so that's going to be – Bones Highland makes a good deal of sense, honestly, for the Timberwolves, who need a little bit more three-point shooting, a little bit more floor spacing, and another guy who can handle the ball a bit. Makes some sense. Walk says, good morning, Sheldon. Any good moves with the good news with the Mavs? As of right now, no. There's no Dallas Mavericks news quite yet, but we will keep our eyes on them. Reportedly, they have interest in acquiring a power forward who can shoot. So it's like, okay. I mean, yeah, every team would love that. Brian, welcome to the stream, Brian. Glad to have you here. Fun seeing people from fans all over the world. Eric Schaefer says, not Ben Simmons. Listen, he's got 1 year after this year. It's actually not that bad. I know people freak out about it. Probably trade Simmons for a vending machine. Yeah. Trenner says, what do you think the Raps can get for Gary Trent Jr.? Probably a couple of second-round picks. Maybe like a first-rounder from like a really good team that's like something like pick 30, but I don't see them getting a ton. Levi Sports and Cards says, just want to say thank you for all the amazing content. It puts a smile on my face and you always come in clutch. Keep grinding. You're the next big thing in the NBA world. Well, I appreciate that, Levi, and I appreciate each and every one of you in the comment section right now. Make sure to subscribe to Utility Sports so you don't miss out on future content. If you guys have any questions too about trade exceptions, I got that now down on the ticker. Let me know. I'm talking about a whole bunch of different things all throughout these live streams this week, and I've been super stoked for it. Jeffrey here says, any Buddy Hield ideas? Yeah, we just actually went through a couple of them. One that I like a lot is to the Brooklyn Nets, but let's talk about a different one. Let's talk about to the Dallas Mavericks. The Mavericks have had reported interest over the last few years in Buddy Hield, and now maybe this year is the year that makes sense. Rashawn Holmes' contract could be used in a Buddy Hield trade, and then from there, to help the money get a little bit closer, they have to attach a bit more salary back in. We could see something like Omax Prosper maybe as like the main piece in the deal, plus Markieff Morris, and that should get the money close enough to actually get the deal done, I would think. And Omax Prosper would be like the young prospect going in this deal for Buddy Hield. You could maybe say like, hey, Mavericks have to give up a second round pick. We'll give up this Miami one in 2028. Sure. Something like that. Like these are frameworks. This is not like, oh, this is 100% the deal. This is just like, hey, this is what something maybe teams would discuss. And it's like close enough that it's believable. I don't know. Pacers, I don't think that they have a real need for Omax Prosper, but I mean, if they could get him, they'd probably like him. Hen City says, hate that the Hornets let Dennis Smith Jr. walk. Yeah, trust me, as a Mavs fan, I am very disappointed that we traded him in the second year of his career. Brosanic says, can you do a PJ Washington to Spurs trade? I don't really see PJ Washington getting traded to San Antonio, to be honest with you. So I won't do that. Eric says, show me a crazy LeBron Curry to Hornets. Nobody is safe. All right. You're not going to like this, Eric. I'm telling you right now, you're not going to like it. But this is what it would take to get Steph Curry. You're really, I'm telling you, you're really not going to like it. LaMelo Ball and Gordon Hayward and Cody Martin plus first round picks in 2026, 2028, 2030, second rounder this year, second rounder in 2026, second rounder in 2027. And even then, this is issues. Cut $17.8 million. What? Oh, that's right. Poison pill. Holy cow. I forgot all about the poison pill. All right. We're also going to give you guys Andrew Wiggins. I've decided. And we're going to throw back Miles Bridges. Something like this. And even then, it doesn't work. Hornets can only cut 3.6. All right. We have to trade $3.6 more million. The poison pill screws this whole thing up, which is why this will probably never, ever happen. But we will trade James Bouknight. Wait a minute. Did we have to cut it from the Warriors or the... Yeah, I think we had to cut it from the Warriors, right? So 3.6. Holy cow. It's hard to get $3.6 million for this team. All right. I don't love this, but Dario Saric, do it. You see, like, this is the issue of doing a poison pill. Cut 1.6. Something like this. You're not gonna. This is not gonna happen, okay? Because LaMelo Ball is poison pilled. It's just terrible. It's terrible to do. But I mean, like, and you might say, well, we're not giving up. Then you're not getting Steph Curry. If you're not going to give up LaMelo Ball, you're not getting Steph Curry. So, Dwayne Colvin says, where will the Blazers Brogdon land? Blazers will want youth and picks for him. I think the Knicks are the best option. I also think the Rockets do make some sense for him as well. Milan here says, if Rockets timeline is Jalen Green timeline, then Rockets 5 years away to run for playoffs. Udoka wouldn't agree. I think that's not how timelines work, Milan. The Rockets, I mean, are nearly a playoff team this year. So I don't understand how you really like the ceiling of the team can be heavily elevated by Jalen Green hitting his prime at some point. So what is this? You guys be scaring me sometimes with some of the stuff you send in here. I'm not going to lie. You guys be scaring me. Brogdon is a high IQ player. Wish the Lakers went after him or Tyus Jones. He definitely could help the Lakers for sure. EB Interior says Blazers want length, so an unprotected draft pick. Yeah. John Hamilton says, could a trade with Bruce Brown to Oklahoma City for Bertans? Zhang in the 2025 first-round pick work? Yes, it could. Let's pull that up on the stream. That's actually not a terrible idea because I think he would fit Oklahoma City pretty well. The contract isn't too long, so it doesn't really coincide too much with their other pieces. Bertans plus, who did you have? Zhang? Plus a 2025 first-rounder? Yeah. That, makes some good deal of sense. We'll do the Thunder's first-round pick in 2025. Something like that. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, John. I like that quite a bit. Bruce Brown would be a pretty good fit in OKC for the season. Raptors get Zhang, who I think long-term could be an interesting developmental piece. I think he's a Masai Ujiri type of player, to be honest. And that 2025 first does help kind of sweeten the deal as well. Connor wants to know about the Minnesota Timberwolves. Well, first of all, I am a credentialed reporter covering the Minnesota Timberwolves this year. So, Connor, go follow me on Twitter. My link is in the description for that. A lot of great Timberwolves content on there pretty much every single day, so make sure to go check that out. And then when it comes to what I could see them doing, Kyle Anderson's salary stands out to me as a tradable salary. Also, Shake Milton and Troy Brown Jr. They have a series of second-round picks that they could deal as well. I'm sure that there will be interest in Tyus Jones, but Externally from Tyus Jones, I think like DeLon Wright, a different Washington Wizards guard makes sense. Alec Burks and Monte Morris still make sense as well. Tim Connelly does have a relationship with Monte Morris from their time together in Denver, which is important to note. And then Bones Highland makes some sense for them. Just really looking for shooting. Doug McDermott. There's been rumors about Bogdan Bogdanovic. I just don't really see that as a likely outcome for Minnesota. Brian Cruz says Orlando Magic all day long. Let's get some hype in here for Orlando. Isgok, welcome back to the stream again. Isgok, he says, what about my Magic sending picks for Tyus Jones and Corey Kispert? I don't think Kispert's going to be really available this deadline, to be honest with you. Rick says trade DeRozan to the Heat, please. I don't see the Heat doing that, AP. Said the Miami super team era is over. Phoenix tried it, now we're stuck. Knicks need to build a good balanced roster, and they are close. Yeah, and at some point, this isn't going to happen this year, but I want to talk about it. We're just going to use this as a hypothetical, okay? We're going to do the Clippers as the hypothetical team. Again, people need to listen to me here. This is a hypothetical. The Clippers would not actually do something like this, but like Paul George for Julius Randle plus like something like this. Like this is something that, like, as the Knicks flesh out their roster, they're waiting for something like this to come to fruition, where they can trade Julius Randle for a different star, a star that fits their team better, or maybe it like gets them over the hump, a true 1A player. That's what they're really waiting for at some point, I think. Again, it's not going to be with the Clippers. It's not going to be whatever, there's going to be a lot of different things going that, like, by the time they finally make a trade like that, it will be quite a ways from now. So just keep that in mind. But I think that's a real possibility at some point. G-Master says, what if my Clippers want to get Dorian Finney-Smith, PJ plus Bones Highland? Yeah, you're going to have to give up, like, draft picks and stuff. I just don't know if the Clippers have enough to get Dorian Finney-Smith, honestly. ITK says, Sheldon, you are him. Appreciate you, ITK. Sebastian here says Gary Trent Jr. also a good perimeter defender. Yeah, I think he's a solid perimeter defender for sure. Austin says Mavs getting Bojan Bogdanovic seems like a good deal to me. Not getting the tall power forward they want, but he can play the 3 or a small 4 while spotting up and doing his thing. Yeah, like, he fits. I just hope you're not giving up too much for him. Yeah, the poison pill thing there, Eric, was throwing everything, because it takes like an average of his salaries over, and like combined with this year, like it takes like an average. That's why the trade thing was, I was like off by like 2-3 million on all of them. But yeah, Matt here says, are there any current free agents that you believe some teams should make? I think Darius Bazley should really be an NBA player. I don't really believe in Darius Bazley. I think Lance Stevenson, who's playing in the G League, is an NBA caliber player. Silver says, if D'Lo were to be traded for Murray, who would be a realistic third team? Spurs get a point guard by sending expiring contracts to the Magic. Need a point guard. I don't know what else. You don't want D'Lo in. You don't want D'Lo in San Antonio. And I don't think the Orlando Magic would want D'Angelo Russell. Kiza says, what are some DeAndre Hunter deals you could see happening? Think anyone would bite on him? I really don't think anyone's going to bite on DeAndre Hunter, if I'm being completely honest with you. It's just hard to see a team that that I think is going to line up for him. He's making a lot of money, man. He's making a lot of money. The Thunder, I don't know. DeAndre Hunter's contract's pretty long. I think maybe the Kings, like Hunter to the Kings for Barnes, like another first. They already own a first from Sacramento, and then like a smaller contract in here like Colby Jones. I don't know. This is kind of, I just don't see Sacramento probably doing this, to be honest. I just don't really know why they would. But maybe, I don't know. It's hard for me to see DeAndre Hunter getting traded this year, if I'm being completely honest with you. So, yeah. Rick says, can you get a start of the Heat without giving up Jimmy, Bam, Jaime, or Rozier? No. You could give up Hero, but I don't think that's going to happen. Troy Dillsworth wants to know my feelings on where Miles Bridges could go this trade deadline. So for Miles Bridges, he makes like $7 million, a little bit more than that. Makes $7.9 million. So teams that would want him, I think Sacramento could like use him actually, as long as we're here. Let's do Vezenkov plus, Colby Jones. Where is he now? He's probably in the top. Yeah, Colby Jones plus like a couple of second-round picks, like something like that makes some sense. Oh, I forgot to. I was like, why did this fail? I literally forgot to put Miles Bridges in the trade. Whoops. That's where we're at today already. Something like that. That could check out. That could make some sense. Sacramento as a spot. I think the Mavericks would be a spot. When you see a potential trade of Bridges to the Mavs, it would be probably centered around around Rashawn Holmes' contract. Maybe Bouknight comes back in and the Mavericks are maybe a little bit more willing to give up something like that 2027 protected first-round pick. That's a pretty good deal for Charlotte, in my opinion, if you're able to get something like that done. Otherwise, if you're going to a team like Phoenix, well, Phoenix doesn't have a first-round pick to offer, but they do have a series of second-rounders. So let's just throw 3 of those second-rounders out the door. And Nasir Little's contract plus, Bol for the memes. And we'll send Miles Bridges back to Phoenix. Something like this. I mean, those are 3 quick-fire trades that I could see for Miles Bridges. Something like that. Nav here with the 10 says, have G League players given NBA front offices enough sample size to make them think twice about their value moving forward when being evaluated for the draft? Are you talking about G League Ignite players? When being evaluated for the draft. If you're talking about like G League Ignite players, I think that their sample size is plenty. Yeah. Like college players don't play that many games either. So you'll have to clarify in the comments for me exactly what you mean there, just so I can make sure I get that Nav. But thanks for the 10. I appreciate the donation. It goes a long way in helping. Connor, I've addressed this already. Make sure to not spam. But yeah, I think like, who would I want the Minnesota Timberwolves to draft in the draft this year? I mean, they could go a bunch of different ways. Like, there's going to be a bunch of guys that are going to be off the board already that I would have loved for them to get because they're going to have like pick 28 or 29 in the draft probably. But like Justin Edwards has upside. Maybe like DJ Wagner, if he falls, I think could be pretty good. Bronny James, I would take him at the end of the first round. Baba Miller has ridiculous length and size. So those are some guys that I could see them considering for sure. How likely is Trey getting traded? I think 0 chance. Isgok says, great to be back on the live. Time zones are a bit crappy being in South Africa. It's crazy. This is one of my favorite parts of doing YouTube. You have people all over the place watching. So it's just super awesome. I'm glad to have you be a part of our stream here. I'm glad it's working out for you today. ITK says, how good is the upcoming draft? It's okay. People are going to say it's terrible. People are going to say it's a weak draft. There's good players in it. ITK says, Sheldon, you need a 10-minute nap or to get a beer. You could definitely use one. It definitely would help for sure. Matt says, give me one of Kuz, PJ Washington, or Denny Avdia to the Mavs. Grant is not the answer. I hope Dallas doesn't trade for anybody really this year, to be honest, unless it's for a couple of second-round picks. To be honest, Nico says, how bad did the Bulls F up not trading Levine before the season? What do you think the return for Caruso should be? The return for Caruso should be at least 2 first-round picks, at least. Zach, welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you back in here. Ethan says, Clippers aren't using PJ Tucker. Send him back to the Bucks. We need that defense and heart. I think that the Bucks would look at him as a real buyout candidate for sure. This is 100. Like, Zach, when I was evaluating DeAndre Hunter coming out of Virginia, like, if a player lives off of 18-foot 2-pointers, the chances of me liking the guy a ton is probably not very high. The Bucks are interested in DeAndre Hunter. Sweet. Good for the Milwaukee Bucks. Oh, my God. This is the Milwaukee Bucks. If they get DeAndre Hunter, there it is. AP says, great channel. Glad to have you be a part of what we're doing here, AP. Make sure you guys are all subscribed if you're new to the channel. Bogdan Bogdanovic would be a nice fit in Dallas or with the Lakers. Thoughts? I think his off-ball, on-ball fits nicely next to a Luka or a LeBron. It definitely does. I think that's a great point. I'm just not sure if either team is in the position to trade for Bogdanovic this deadline. Derek Stein says, who are the top 3 Wizards most likely on the move? Tyus Jones, DeLon Wright, and then from there, Kyle Kuzma is how I would say. Mason, you're a troll in here, Mason. Bro says, bro looks lucky like Luka Doncic. All right. That's because I've been packing one too many lately. Graham Smith says, DeJounte Murray to the Pelicans for Jonas Valanciunas and Dyson Daniels, and reroute Capella to a team like the Thunder or something in a separate trade. I don't hate the idea of DeJounte to the Pelicans, although he is going to be making $30 million starting next season. So there's a lot of money for a market like New Orleans to pay. Lockdown Scout says the Bucks are cooked. Yeah, kind of. They lost last night to the Utah Jazz, if I'm not mistaken. Lit says Phoenix wouldn't trade Bull since he's a part of the rotation. Yeah, there you go. Sure. When is Taco making his comeback? That's a great question. We got to get him back in the league. That's a good point. Tony Snell. We got to get Tony Snell on a roster. He's gonna. I almost guarantee Tony Snell will sign with the Los Angeles Clippers. I'm almost certain of it. Ashley says, don't think Portland is going to trade Grant, although I want them to. I think they will if they get a good offer. Matt says, who would the Bucks be targeting in a trade in a package with a Portis and Pat? You know, Matt, your guess is as good as mine. I don't know who wants those guys, to be honest. If you're a team selling somebody, why is like Portis and Connaughton the 2 guys you're getting back? I don't really know. Silver says, I like the idea of Bogdanovic on the Lakers, a deal around Rui or Rui plus Hazelwood. Are the Hawks looking to trade Bogdanovic, though? Because more three-point shooters should help them, and really doesn't really get to play. Bogdanovic would help the Lakers for sure, yeah. Lockdown Scout wants to know if I'll be live streaming on Thursday. Yes, I'll be live streaming all week long, so there's a lot of great stuff going on here on the channel. Tom Delay Beat says 2 first-rounders for Caruso. That's crazy talk. I mean, it's Alex Caruso. He's very good at basketball. He fits in very well. For example, just to give perspective on it, because I know it sounds crazy, the Boston Celtics gave up a first-round pick and a first-round swap for Derek White, and that was an actual robbery. They ran away with that trade. It was a huge win for the Celtics. So any other team making a trade for Caruso is going to look at Caruso like Derek White. He's not as good as White, but they're going to look at him in similar light of Derek White. And they're going to say, hey, we want good value for him, and we're going to be willing to give up more than a first-round pick and a pick swap. We're going to be willing to give up 2 first-round picks. It's really not that crazy. Zach says, awesome part of the Discord is meeting and becoming friends with people from all over. I've learned a lot about other countries, to be honest. Yeah, we do have a lot of crazy awesome stuff from all over the place in the Discord. I am going to send a couple of links into the comment section right now. Also, in the description, you can find these links. So just make sure to leave a like on the video, and then also go join those links so that you can be a part of the Discord like Zach is saying here. Rick says, I think a hero for DeRozan is a possibility. I don't think so. I don't think that the Miami Heat should do that. Venkata says, Clippers trade rumors. Venkata, we've been talking about the Clippers a ton, and I think it really all hinges on using PJ Tucker's salary for something else. Lockdown Scout says, don't think PJ would come back to the Bucks because he and Horst had a sour ending, I believe. Yeah, but it's also now at a spot in his career where he's getting DNP CDs for other contending teams. So the Bucks are, I think, one of the few places that could actually offer him real play time, especially if Bobby Portis gets traded. So I don't know. Make of that what you will. Like, I don't think that PJ Tucker has a role on a bunch of teams around the league now. I think PJ Tucker has a role on a couple of the thinner teams like the Suns, like the Mavericks, like the Bucks, if he wants to actually play. So Mary says, can the Lakers pull off a Marcus Smart trade? No, Smart's not going to get traded, I don't believe. Shijima de Virgo says, hi, bro. Trey Miles Bridges, Mavs, and Hornets arrive. Morris, Hardy, Jones Jr. Interesting. All right. I don't think the Mavericks are going to give up Derrick Jones Jr., by the way. Bradbury says, where do you see Jordan Poole's career going? Is there any way the Wizards can move his contract? No, and they don't want to. There's no need to do that this year. Because if the Wizards are going to do something, people are going to want them to pay draft picks to get off. And it's like, if you're Washington, you just keep it. That's the whole point of getting him in the first place is he'll play for you. He'll probably score a bit. He'll do some things. And then, when the time comes, they'll be able to trade him when he's an expiring contract. Trey says, hey, Sheldon, I've been watching your videos for a while now, and I've honestly inspired me to pursue a career like yours. I know it's not in the topic, but do you have any advice for me in this career space? You just have to work. For me, I feel like I'm still finding my footing. But at some point, my goal is to be inside of an NBA organization. I want to coach in the NBA. I want to be a scout for a team. I want to do those things. And I feel like I'm close, but I still feel like I'm a far ways away at the same time. So, Trey, I'm going to just say, work really hard. Do the things that you think are going to help put you in the best position. For me, I've been working as hard as I possibly can. A lot of the people who've been around the channel know what that means for me. It means working long days. It means being around the NBA teams when I can be. And honestly, just never stop watching basketball. You have to work, and you have to work your tail off because it's really, really terrible. Zach says, now if we're going to talk about who Sheldon looks like, young Chris Finch. Oh my gosh. That's should we pull up Chris Finch on the stream here? Am I young Chris Finch? I think he's just seeing the hair. I think it's just the hair. He's coaching the Western Conference All-Stars, so I'll take it though. Okay, Chris Finch. Chris Finch is a pretty cool dude, I'm not gonna lie. Pretty nice guy. Live here says, have you talked about Murray and Utah? Greetings from Germany. I have not talked about DeJounte Murray and Utah too much. So let's actually do that because there is some speculation, some rumors about the Utah Jazz. So let's go do it. DeJounte Murray, theoretically to Utah, $18 million. What would they have to give back? I think really this actually, okay, let's cook this into a 3-team trade because this is what I actually really like. Clarkson goes to the Knicks. Okay, so then you might be saying, well, okay, DeJounte goes to the Jazz, Clarkson goes to the Knicks. What's in it for all of these other teams? Well, the Jazz might say, well, we'll give up the 2025 verse from Cleveland. We'll send that to Atlanta. And we'll also decide that this 2025 first is probably not going to be too good from the Minnesota Timberwolves. So let's also send that to Atlanta. That's the price for getting DeJounte Murray. Clarkson plus 2 firsts. Maybe a little steep. But in the process, the Knicks here send the Mavericks first out to Utah as well. Or not to Utah. Do we want to send that to Utah? We could let's send that to the Hawks, actually. So the Hawks are getting 3 firsts, and they get Evan Fournier's contract, and they get Quentin Grimes. This is like a huge win for the Atlanta Hawks, in my opinion. You could maybe argue that the Jazz don't have to give up quite this much. Maybe instead of the second first, you get a couple seconds. But in this route, the Hawks get 3 first-round picks, albeit all of them probably in the 20s, because the Cavs are good, the Timberwolves are good, and the Mavericks this year are kind of good. They're maybe not 20s, but maybe 16, pick 16, pick 17, pick 18, something like that, in a draft that is presumed to be a little bit later. So at the end of the day, that's kind of what you're looking like here for the Hawks. The Jazz get DeJounte Murray. The Knicks get Jordan Clarkson. Seems like a win for all teams involved, in my opinion. Full Court Dreamer said, what are the Hawks going to do with DeAndre Hunter? It's hard to see for sure. I know you hate it, but can you do a Grant to Dallas mock trade? Yeah, let's do it. Let's get rid of these. Let's go to my favorite team and ruin them even further, the Dallas Mavericks. And let's go grab the bad Portland Trailblazers. Jeremy Grant, who, look at his LeBron rating, by the way. Usually, not really the best thing to look at for, judging a player, but it's, sometimes it's okay. Look at Luka's and Kyrie's, then Hardaway's got a -1. Again, it's not the best actual rating to look at, but, come on. Oh, God. Everyone just sees this number. The one thing I have to point out is right here. This guy is a 6'7" wing who is super athletic and has long arms, and he grabs less than 4 rebounds a game on a team that misses a ton of shots, by the way. He just is one of the worst rebounding forwards to ever play basketball. Rashawn Holmes. Maxi Kleba. And what else do we have to throw in here? $4 million more, roughly. God, I would love for it to be Dwight Powell, but it won't be. Seth Curry, 2027 1. Man. Something like this. I mean, maybe a protection in here, like top 4, top 5 protected. Maybe top 10 protected even. Who knows? But like, this is not a good trade for Dallas, by the way. This is not good for the Dallas Mavericks. This draft pick is like super important to them. So I wouldn't make that trade, but Isgok says, to be honest, I hope the Magic stand pat with the current roster, see where we end up at the end of the season, and then reassess things. That's what we need. It's such a tight group of guys on our roster. I agree with that. Although if they do make a trade, I want it to be for DeJounte Murray because I think he'd be really good for them. Matt Bradbury says, who do you think is the best player in next year's draft? In the 2024 draft, it's too early for my like actual big board, but if I had like the first pick right now, I think I would just probably pick Alex Sarr. Like Cody Williams has a real chance. Like I would go back and forth between those two guys right now, probably. Yeah. D'Lo, Reeves, and 3 1s for Ja. That's not going to happen. Phil Alper wants to know if the Warriors can get Claxton. I have talked about that already today, but I'm assuming you weren't here, so let's rehash that over quick. And I don't have any issue with doing that. I love talking about these deals, and it's fun to about Claxton especially. So let's do, in this version, let's do Claxton for just like Kevon Looney and Corey Joseph for money purposes. So this is almost a 1-to-1 money trade here now. And the Warriors would give up a 2027 one, or actually they can't do that. They can do that, but it would hurt their other flexibility. So let's do a 2026 one and like a 2028 one, maybe top 5 protected to the Nets. Something like this. Looney for Claxton, 2 first-round picks go in the deal too. Nets get more draft capital. Warriors get a guy who is much better than Kevon Looney. Bigger, more athletic, better defender. Not bad. Dober wants to know any hypothetical Trae Young to the Spurs trade. No, because I just don't think it's actually going to happen, Dober. So I love hypothetical trades. This is something more like maybe by the offseason if the Hawks are starting to really embrace a full-on like rebuild, then maybe. ITK says Sheldon looks like Luka Doncic. I thank you for that, I guess. I don't know. I don't think that's a compliment when I'm getting compared to the player that everyone jokes is overweight, but all right, I guess I'm gonna have to go get on the treadmill after the stream today. Dylan says, I hope Gafford gets moved to a better situation. Yeah, I hope so too. Gafford's a really good player. How did Doc Rivers get to be the coach for the East All-Stars? Yeah, I don't. It's a joke, man. I really like DeJounte to Utah for DeJounte. I do too. I think it would be really good for him personally. SP says, could you see the Raptors trading for Jalen Green? Pair him with his friend Scotty Barnes, might be good for both of them. I mean, that would be great for Toronto if they find a way to do that, but I'm not sure. Ethan, glad you didn't miss the live either. Reminder, I will be live all week long. So tomorrow, Wednesday, and then also Thursday, the day of the trade deadline, I will be live all day long on Thursday. It's going to be an awesome day. There's going to be probably thousands of viewers watching because the trade deadline is such a big day. A lot of crazy things going on that day. So a lot of people will be tuned in here. But you guys, you 250 awesome people in here right now, you are the real ones. So let's keep that going throughout the rest of the week. We'll get some hashtag. I'm even going to throw it in the comment section right now myself. Hashtag the real ones. Because you guys are the real ones. You're in here well before the trade deadline itself. And that's super awesome to see. No More King says, anything happened yet today? Not yet, but we are keeping our eyes on the possibility of a big trade. We will see what happens. But yeah, we'll keep our eyes on it. Alex Cruz at Oklahoma City. I'm not sure if it's going to happen, but it would probably be 1 or 2 first-round picks plus, Vasi Micic's contract probably. Orlando is young and physical. Yes, they are. They need some shooting, though, for sure. I think they could use some of that. Justin Ford says, Cody Williams with the first overall pick. I haven't heard anyone saying that, but you might be onto something. Yeah, I mean, he's like a 6'8" point forward type. Probably more of a true wing than a point guard at all. Like some people will suggest that, I'm sure, at some point down the road when more people start to actually watch him and see what he's capable of. But Cody Williams, I mean, he's got the tools. Like he's big, can handle, gets downhill, finishes at the rim. He passes the ball pretty well. Like if you're looking at a draft and there's not like a true, like obvious, oh, this should be the first overall pick player in the draft, like Sar's probably the closest thing to that. Like if you really like Cody Williams, maybe just take him first overall. Like I don't think it's crazy. Runner Flash says, is trading for PJ for the Clippers just to make him the backup big? Because if so, isn't that just a more athletic Tice? I don't really watch PJ, but what does he really do? He's just better than Tice at pretty much everything. So I wouldn't say just that. Levi says, if you haven't already, could you do a 3-team mock trade sending DeJounte to LA? Also, how likely do you think it is that Wiggins or Clay are dealt? I don't think Klay Thompson's going to get traded. Wiggins is a real possibility, and possibly to the Dallas Mavericks. If I had to predict a team, I think it's the Mavericks that would probably do it. Let's talk about a 3-team trade here with the Hawks. And I think the most likely third team here is probably Brooklyn, to be honest. And this is the case that DeJounte goes to the Lakers. Okay. In this deal, D'Angelo Russell goes to the Nets. And then out of that, Hood Schifino goes to the Hawks. And we'll have Maxwell Lewis go to the Hawks, as well as a 2029 unprotected first-round pick to Atlanta. Maybe there's some argument on the protection. Last year when the Lakers traded their 2027 first, they were able to protect the top 4. Pretty smart move for them just as a protection to themselves if they end up being bad after LeBron James leaves. Whether that's retirement or free agency, we'll see. And then in this deal, we're missing a pretty big amount of salary still. So you might be wondering, well, what is that salary exactly? In this case, it's Spencer Dinwiddie to the Hawks so that they can get D'Angelo Russell. And in return, the Hawks offload. Who do we want them to offload here? We want them to offload Patty Mills to the Nets. Something like this. Let's see. Probably a second-round pick in here or 2 to the Hawks just to help facilitate the deal. And here we go. Something like this. DeJounte Murray to the Lakers. Hawks get Dinwiddie. The reason for that is his contract is 1 year shorter than D'Angelo Russell's, so they're actually able to save a little bit of money long-term, which is pretty smart for Atlanta, especially since they probably don't want D'Lo anyway next to Trae Young. Jalen Hood-Schifino and Maxwell Lewis go out the door from LA to the Hawks. They get a couple of young players. 2 second-round picks. Remember last year we saw D'Angelo Russell in a 3-team trade where the Timberwolves got 3 second-rounders for him. In this example, the Hawks are getting 2 second-rounders for like rerouting him to Brooklyn. And then they also get a 2029 first unprotected. The Nets get D'Angelo Russell and Patty Mills. The Hawks stay away from the luxury tax. The Nets do pick up a little bit of cap impact, but the Lakers actually duck below the tax line as well. So it's a pretty big win here. The Lakers get below the tax. Hawks stay away from the tax. The Nets, they creep toward the tax, but they actually had a little bit of room to do so. So that's, to me, that's kind of what I'm seeing. So let me know what you guys think of that down in the comment section below. I'd be interested in hearing for sure what your thoughts are on that. Also, I don't really know what this is. Levi saying that I don't like that Cody Williams can't shoot at all. He's shooting over 50% from 3 on the season, by the way. He shoots like only 2 a game or something. Shoots very low volume, but he's shooting very, very, very good from 3. He's made more than he's missed this year. So Cody Williams can shoot. He just doesn't shoot at a high volume. Ashley Lamont says, who do you think Portland should pick if they get the 7th pick and the 11th? I mean, like, I don't know. It depends on who's on the board. That like the board this year is going to be really dependent on like who likes who. So if Matas Buzelis is available, I'd like him a lot for Portland. If Rob Dillingham's available, I wouldn't turn off that idea. It just depends on who's available. Like they need wings. They need big men who actually know how to play basketball. Like Duop Reith is so overrated. I'm not gonna lie. Kiza says put Jeremy Grant and pre-Warriors Wiggins in a gym, and the ball might roll outside before one of them gets a rebound. Timberwolves Wiggins was immune to grabbing rebounds. This is actually such a goated comment, Kiza. I'm not even gonna lie, it's a goated comment. Levi says I'm in LA and we have a big rainstorm, so school got canceled today. Wow, that is crazy. Mark says, sounds like Portland would want Wendell Carter for Brogdon instead of draft picks. Any chance of that? I don't know why Orlando would do that, to be honest. Luke says, are you going to be able to do these streams all week? I love tuning in last year during my 9 to 5. I will be live all week long. This is the place you want to be. So Luke, glad to have you back in here this year as well. James Jordan wants to know, will the Nets sell? I think that there's a good chance that they sell some of their pieces. Like Royce O'Neal makes sense to trade. Spencer Dinwiddie, Dorian Finney-Smith's a real possibility. Logan here says, any team willing to trade for Levine is a poorly run team. Any team willing to give him that contract is also poorly run. Taking shots at the Bulls, I see. I don't mind that, though. I do not mind that. Let's talk about now some Wizards trades that I think could make some sense. I'm not going to actually build out any full trades for them here, but I think Tyus to Minnesota makes a good deal of sense. I think Tyus is going to have a good deal of suitors around the league. Daniel Gafford probably should have a good deal of interest around the league. I think one team that could really use him is the Los Angeles Clippers. In a deal, maybe I said I wasn't going to build out trades, but I'm actually going to now because Daniel Gafford could actually help the Clippers a ton. And they have PJ Tucker's contract, and they have Brandon Boston to throw into a deal to save some money, and then they could do something like 3 second-round picks. Which I know Wizards fans probably aren't in love with this, but getting 3 second-rounders for Daniel Gafford's not terrible. This is actually a pretty big one for the Clippers. Gafford would be fantastic in LA, I really think. So those are a couple of options there for the Wizards. Otherwise, who else could I see getting moved? Kuzma to the Kings, we've talked about. Shamet to the Pistons, that makes sense. Delon Wright to a team that wants Tyus Jones but doesn't get him. And yeah, that's kind of what I see for the Wizards this year, honestly. So good question, Gil. Glad to have you in here. Killian Hayes for Luke Kennard. Why do you hate the Memphis Grizzlies? JH says Thunder get Kelly Olynyk. I do like that a lot for the Thunder. So if we go over to the Utah Jazz, Danny Ainge calls up Sam Presti, the 2 GMs in the league that love to make the most trades. Well, they can work on one together here. Kelly Olynyk to Oklahoma City for probably Micic and Zhang. And a not good 2024 first rounder from the Clippers. Something like this. Who says no here? Thunder get a lot better. They get a guy who actually can play in their rotation, trade 2 guys who do not matter for them this season, and they trade a lower 2024 first. Pretty good, I think. Brandon says, if you're Troy Weaver, which of the 4 young guys are you moving off in the offseason, if any? Ausar next to Duran is a rough fit, at least with Monty at the helm, and I don't know if that changes, sadly. So Ausar is kind of a tough fit. For me, the player I wanted them to draft before the draft and the guy that I mocked for them in my final mock draft was Cam Whitmore. I thought that his outside game fit a little bit smoother, which I believe I was right about. So they do have some challenges, but I think if you're going to do something, you can't do anything this soon. It's too early to make a decision on that. I think that you really have to just wait and give them some time on that. Levi Sports says, thanks for doing the DeJounte mock trade. And to be honest, the Hawks don't need to help the Lakers, so I could see that falling apart since the Jazz could make a much better offer. True. Good point. We'll see. I'm just not sure if I see Utah actually going in on DeJounte as much as everyone else seems to think. Havoc Gaming says, have you done one of these trade deadline things for OKC? Yes, I actually have a trade guide up on the channel as well, covering the Oklahoma City Thunder. So might want to check that one out too. Dylan says, what can Dallas do this deadline? Are they stuck? They're kind of stuck. They have Rashawn Holmes' contract to trade. I don't know. You just better hope they don't trade for Jeremy Grant. And you should probably hope they don't trade for Andrew Wiggins unless it's for no value going out the door. Mark Hoffman says, Duop Reith is way overrated. Thanks for someone finally saying, yeah, no one, the other teams just do not care about him on the floor. He's shooting 36% on wide open shots, basically. He's not good. Justin Ford says, anyway, the Hornets being the 3rd team in those Murray or any Hornets being the 3rd team in those DeJounte Murray trades or any trades like that. Yeah, they've got the expirings Hayward and Lowry. They could jump in and help teams out for sure. So Norin says Thunder say no. I guess I'm curious as to why, because I think Olynyk would actually help them quite a bit. This cements their backup big spot without having to cost too much. I know giving up on Ousmane Dieng hurts because they drafted him in the lottery, but they're really good. Havoc Gaming says Thunder say no for sure. I think, Kelly Olynyk's a good player. Like, I think Kelly Olynyk could help you guys a lot. He's shooting 42% from 3 this year, by the way, and he's shooting 56% from the field. So, I don't know. I think he could help. I think he's averaging over 4 assists a game, too. I think you guys are underrating Kelly Olynyk a little bit. He's good. Flo Baritswa says, Warriors make any moves? Yeah, they'll definitely make some moves. Let's just pull up the Warriors cap table just so that we can get a good look at them and talk about. I don't see them trading Klay Thompson. I don't think he'll go anywhere. Let's get the Thunder out of here. I don't want the Thunder on here. Chris Paul, I could see him getting traded. Even salary dumped maybe as a way to save some money this year. Wiggins, definite salary dump possibility here. We'll see what happens. Norrin Rat says Zhang in a first is more their timeline. I mean, their timeline is already kind of set, I feel like. Farrell says, do not breathe, hate will not be tolerated. You know, it's really fitting that you mistype not, and then it will now be tolerated, because that's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing here. A first is way too much. I really think you guys are like really discounting Kelly Olynyk's play this year. Like, Kelly Olynyk is a big reason why the Jazz have been like pretty good, actually. Like, he's been really key for them. So, like, I get it. Like, you know, I love Ousmane Dieng. I like his potential a lot, but I don't know, guys. I don't know. Ousmane Dieng, like, I don't know. I don't know. I think you guys are just really underrating Kelly Olynyk, to be honest. Nav says, my apologies for how the question was framed. I feel like G League Ignite. Okay, good. Ignite. That's what I thought. I feel like G League Ignite players have underperformed for being lottery picks. Seeing if this is a trend and if teams should be concerned moving forward. I think the whole thing behind it is, again, it just comes down to people giving up too quickly on players. Like, the reason that people sell their G League Ignite's been around for what, 4 drafts maybe. I'm trying to think here. The first one was Jalen Green. This is year 4, I think, of Jalen Green, right? So Jalen Green and Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, Kuminga's starting to come into his own. These guys are 21, 22 years old. My assumption here is that people think, oh, since they played professional basketball a year early, they should be much more NBA ready. That's just not true. They're still 18, 19-year-old kids. Like, they're not really ready. I mean, we saw it. Scoot Henderson played 2 years in the G League Ignite. He's not ready. He's still really young. He's still a point guard trying to learn the game. Like, we just have to wait until some of these guys get to like 24, 25, 26 years old before we completely sell our stock on them. Yes, some players like Jalen Williams from Santa Clara, who played multiple college years, like, they come in ready and they impact. That's not true for every player. And I think we have to have a little bit more patience. But I do think you're right that like teams will have that as a little bit of a red flag, even though I don't think it's fair. Let's get DeJounte to Utah, Klay to Philly, and trade to San Antonio. Holy cow. That would be crazy. Nick says, I have this weird feeling Kuzma will be a Spur by this deadline. I can't see that happening. Let me pull up San Antonio. Maybe I can quell your fears here. Yeah, you guys don't have any. Like, it would have to be McDermott plus. Yeah, no. Don't worry. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen, Nick. I like Olynyk, but how good is he defensively? He's challenged, but like the way that Oklahoma City defends, they pack the paint more, they shut down the gaps, and then they do a good job closing out because they're athletic around that. Like, I think Olynyk would fit in just fine defensively, honestly. Ethan says, if you traded Trey Mann for him, that would make more sense, or Opoku. Zhang is just now getting minutes in the lineup, and he's doing well in those minutes. First round pick is fine by itself, though. Like, here's the thing I'm going to say. Like, he's played in 25. He's played in 25 games. He's been in and out of the rotation. Like, I know he's played the last 3 games for Oklahoma City. He's played in the last 3 games, but he didn't play in the 7 games before that. So, like, if Utah is saying that they're not going to do it for Trey Mann or they're not going to do it for Pokusevski, but they do it for Ousmane Dieng, like, you guys are contending. You guys have a shot to win it all this year. Like, if things go right, you could theoretically come out of the Western Conference. If internally you feel like Olynyk is the player that fits that, then you should maybe be willing to give up Ousmane Dieng for that, I think. Even though, again, I like Ousmane Dieng. I do. Cody Smith says, I'm a Thunder fan. Hope we trade for Kelly as long as we don't give up much like the people that don't play in a couple twos or something. You're not going to get Kelly Olynyk for players who don't play in second rounders. I don't think. 3K Racing, thoughts on Anthony Simons to the Spurs, Keldon Johnson, Branham, Charlotte first round pick, Chicago pick, 2 seconds. I don't think Simons is available. I would love to see him in San Antonio. I just don't think it's going to happen. Penelope says, disappointing that you never have anything to say about the Cavs, a team that has been able to rebuild itself from LeBron to a contender. Well, that's why you ask questions, because I'll talk about the Cavs right now. The Cavaliers have done a great job. They made a big risk move trading for Donovan Mitchell. It's worked out pretty well. They've won a lot of games this year again. Obviously, we'll see what happens with his contract moving forward, but they're in a good spot. They don't have a ton to trade right now, so I don't see them being willing to really move Garland or Mitchell or Allen or Mobley. So then it comes down to, like, would they trade LeVert or Strus or Okoro? And I think the answers to those questions are probably no. They don't really want to trade Dean Wade or George Niang either. They just have a really good rotation. Like, I think trade-wise, they're going to be pretty quiet. I think, like, if a team made a big push for Jared Allen, they'd at least be receptive to that. But I don't think that they have to do much of anything. It's not like to discredit them or anything. They've done a great job. It's just probably not going to make a big trade this year, which is okay. Brandon S. says, do you think in the future teams will put a lot more value on their G League affiliates? Some teams seem to utilize them a lot. Some don't seem to value them at all besides giving reps to projects. It still depends on the person. Like, even the teams that utilize them a lot, it doesn't mean that they get great results from them. Like Memphis, for example, utilized it with Kenny Lofton. They've utilized it this year with Gigi Jackson. They utilized it with a bunch of different guys, and then they don't even get results from it. So we'll see. Justin said, who's my pick to win the championship? I would probably pick Boston right now. I think Boston's really darn good. SP says the G League Ignite itself might be the issue, having all these young guys on the same team. That I do agree with. I think that there are some just challenges. I think that if they went out and got like a Bill Self to be the head coach of G League Ignite, they could actually turn it into a really great program. Or if they got like, you just need like, I think a really iconic coach that's worked college programs for a long time. And they just don't have that, unfortunately. So Champ D says, have you covered any trades on Gary Trent? I haven't actually made any trades for Gary Trent yet, so we can do that right now. Let's go to the Raptors. Let's send Gary Trent Jr. somewhere. Where do we want to trade him? $18.5 million. The Bucks made sense when they still had Adrian Griffin. I don't see that happening now. What team do I think makes actual sense here? Not the Kings. Mavericks make an okay deal of sense, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really love that for them, though. I don't know. It's hard to see like a real landing spot for him, honestly, just given what he is on the roster. So let's go to Indy, maybe. I don't love that for Indy. The 76ers make some sense because they could like buy him and still go into free agency, like Morris, and then we do. Nope, not those second rounders. These second rounders right here, 2024 ones. Like we just do like 4 seconds. Makes the 76ers a little bit better this year. Yeah, they're doing Marcus Morris a little bit dirty, the guy who has a key to the city now. But something like that. I mean, 4 second rounders for Gary Trent Jr. It's not terrible. Ethan says our second round picks is valuable as first now. We see MVPs come from them now and stars even now. No, they're not as valuable because they come after the first round. So no. I think the biggest thing is the second round pick exception, which is a new thing in the CBA that allows teams to sign second rounders to multi-year deals while keeping restricted free agency rights on them. That makes second round picks more valuable. And if you want a couple of examples of players who are on those types of contracts, let's go to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Leonard Miller right here, 4-year, $1.8 million. If he had signed this contract a year ago, he would have been an unrestricted free agent after this was over. But now he will be treated like a normal restricted free agent, which is good because it makes teams drafting and developing players in the second round more worthwhile for the organization. So, second rounders are actually very useful now at this point. So that's a good thing to note. Throw out some bold mock trade predictions. So we've already talked about DeJounte a lot. DeJounte is really the big player to discuss this year. Like, big mock trades, huh? Let's do this. The Nets already have the Mavs phone number from last year. 2027 first for Nick Claxton, Dorian Finney-Smith. The Mavericks give up Rashawn Holmes. They give up Omax Prosper. And to get the money to work, we still have to throw in quite a bit. They throw in Maxi Kleba, which I hate because I like Maxi Kleba, but that's what is required here. And they also throw in a collection of second rounders, 2 of them to be exact. And this is the type of deal. Now, you could say the Nets aren't getting enough here. I would probably agree with you on that, but maybe they really like that Mavericks unprotected first. Eddie, thank you for the 5. He says, Sheldon, thanks for always having the best trade deadline live stream. Sorry if you already said it, but I want to know who you think the Knicks will snag. We can definitely touch on that here, Eddie. Hopefully you guys like this Mavericks trade. I mean, this is like kind of bold. Finney-Smith, maybe you take out Finney-Smith and make it just centered around Nick Claxton. Right? You could have some discussions about that. But let's go back to the New York Knicks and let's go back to my favorite trade. This is the trade that I like the most for them, and it's Malcolm Brogdon for Evan Fournier, Quentin Grimes, and a 2024 first via the Dallas Mavericks. That is what I like quite a bit. The Blazers get a good pick. The Blazers get a good young player in Quentin Grimes. They get salary in Evan Fournier, and the Knicks get a player who fits into their top 8 rotation, will play real playoff minutes for them, because the Knicks have a real shot at winning the Eastern Conference this year. The Knicks are really darn good. They are about as good as I can remember them ever being in my lifetime, and they should compete this year. So this is a huge win for them if they're able to get something like this done, in my opinion. Mark Hoffman wants to know what would it take for Herb Jones. Herb Jones will only be used in a big trade for like a star. I don't think he's actually going to get traded. Gideon says, do you see the Nuggets trading Michael Porter Jr. or Aaron Gordon? No, I do not. I think the Nuggets like what they have internally. CC says, hi, covered any trades for Capella? We have not yet. So CC, welcome to the stream. Let's cover some Atlanta Hawks trades for you here. And looking at Clint Capella, a team that jumps out to me still is the Clippers. I think that he would be like a big-time upgrade behind Zubats, and you could even start him over Zubats on certain games if you wanted to. So let's trade PJ Tucker. We'll trade Mason Plumlee here and Kobe Brown, and let's say BJ Boston. And then from there, you also throw in a couple of second-round picks. Something like this. I mean, that's like a huge win for the Clippers, in my opinion. Hawks get off of some money this way. And they also get a couple of young guys. Kobe Brown was just a first-round pick. BJ Boston, second-rounder, has some interest. Like maybe you could retrade Mason Plumlee. And you'd probably be able to buy out PJ Tucker. So save some money that way too. And you get a couple second-round picks. I don't think this is terrible. Although I think the Hawks can maybe do better working with a different team other than the Clippers. What other teams do we think could be in on Capella? The Knicks theoretically could make some sense, especially given their injuries this season. Something around Fournier could make some sense here. If they don't go after a guard like Malcolm Brogdon, someone like Capella could make some real sense. And then you throw maybe 3 second-round picks out the door. Some of these aren't even like real second-rounders, but whatever. You know, something like this. Right? I mean, it's not great for the Hawks, but it gives them some cap relief. Gives them some second-round picks. I just can't see Capella getting a first-rounder at this point in time. Trent for Jonathan Isaac. I don't think the Magic would do that, SP. Justin Ford says, I think not having a true point guard is one of the G League Ignite's problems. Yeah, it's just hard because they're like building their program off of names instead of actual fit. So that's going to be a challenge. Norin says, imagine Wemby in the second round. That'd be crazy. Oh, wait, no, that's Bull, isn't it, Norin? You guys have no idea how many comments I read last year during the draft cycle that said people were telling me that Bull is better than Wembanyama and he can do all the same things. Like, shut up. No, he can't. Robert Nunez says Andre Drummond and DeMar to the Sixers. I think that makes a good deal of sense. DeJounte Murray sweepstakes. Norin Rad wants to know who wins the DeJounte sweepstakes. And to me, the answer is the Lakers, but we'll see. Eddie says, thank you. Again, Eddie, thank you for the $5 super chat. Really appreciate you. Levi wants to know, can I cover Monte Morris to Minnesota, Anderson to Clippers, and Tucker to Detroit? Yeah, we can do something like that. Let's go grab those teams. Timberwolves, Pistons, and the Clippers. Let's add a third team. The LA Clippers get involved here. So in this, what did you want? Monte Morris to the Wolves. All right. I'm not sure if the Wolves do this. Kyle Anderson to the Clippers and PJ Tucker to the Pistons. I mean, I guess like second rounder to Detroit. Maybe let's do this second rounder way out. 2030 second rounder to Detroit. And then like money wise, like we're already there, right? So something like this. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if the Timberwolves get really that much better by doing something like this. I know Kyle Anderson's had his struggles this year at times, but at the same time, he's also had a really good defensive season. Big part of why the Timberwolves are so good is they have the number one defense in the league. Like, I don't know. This is good for the Pistons if they got something like this. This is like really good. They get a second rounder for eating Tucker's contract, and they get a second rounder for Monte Morris. Like, seems like a win for the Pistons, but I don't know. That would be like their sixth win all season if they get a trade like that to go through. George wants to know about Royce O'Neal trades. So let's cover a couple of those. Brooklyn. And then I think the first team to talk about would be Phoenix. Phoenix has a real need for a Royce O'Neal player. And we will do Nasir Little plus Damian Lee. Sure. And then we will throw back a bunch of second rounders, 3 of them here. This is really what the Suns package is going to look like to every single team, basically. 3 second round picks, Nasir Little, Damian Lee, or like instead of Damian Lee, it might be Yuta Watanabe. It might be, player X, Y, or Z on their roster. That doesn't really move the needle much. And in return, they get Royce O'Neal this time. So 3 second rounders for Royce O'Neal. That's not terrible for the Brooklyn Nets, although I'm sure they would love to get a first rounder. So what team would maybe be willing to give up a first? Milwaukee doesn't have a first to give up, but they do have a couple of seconds. So let's throw those seconds out the door here for O'Neal. And instead they have Pat Connaughton. Something like this. Like this isn't terrible. Connaughton can at least play for the Nets. So that's something that's worth doing. You guys should take a screenshot of this one and tweet it at me on at Utility Sports. Links in the description for that. Someone sent me a tweet of this because I want to repost this on Twitter and share this as a trade idea. So someone tweet this at me, please, so I can get that posted. But I do like this one quite a bit for both sides, actually. Royce O'Neal would help Milwaukee, and the Nets get second rounders and Connaughton, who I think would be able to fix his value. Miami, I don't know. Miami doesn't really have the contracts to do something for Royce O'Neal, I don't think. Philly could do something for Royce, but I don't know. Like Korkmaz and Bamba for O'Neal. You're still a little short on money, actually. I know this is a little bit trickier than I thought. KJ Martin gets traded for the third time in a year, and like a couple of second rounders. I don't know. Something like this. 76ers get one more guy who can play in the rotation. It's tiny, small upgrade. Yeah. It's not terrible. I don't hate that really at all. Yeah, interesting. Do you see Capella getting dealt? I think so. I think that's pretty likely. Gideon says Austin Reeves to the Hawks for Murray. I don't think the Lakers will do that. Any Keldon Johnson trade ideas? I don't think the Spurs are going to trade him. Aaron Roy, welcome back to the stream, Aaron. Glad to see you in here again. Aaron's been watching the channel for a very long time, so thanks for hopping in again this year, Aaron. Says, could the Knicks make a play for a Dorian Finney-Smith or Royce O'Neal, especially to help with the absence of Randall amidst injuries? Let's talk about Royce here for the Knicks. Not that he's like their biggest need, but in the meantime, he definitely could help them a little bit. I just like salary wise, though, this is where you run into issues. Like they have every single trade that you should be looking for the Knicks is probably something around Fournier's contract price, where he's making $19 million. Like if we're being honest, like this isn't going to happen because I just can't see the Nets really doing this with I just can't really see the Nets being willing to do this with the Knicks. But like, all of a sudden we're doing like something pretty big like this, where like this goes out, 2026 first goes like pretty quickly. The Knicks can get up to 4 first-round picks in a deal for Mikal Bridges. So something like this, like maybe they just kind of bypass the Dorian Finney-Smith, Royce O'Neal thing, and they just go get another star player, Mikal Bridges. Who, I mean, could you imagine like a lineup of Brunson, Randall, Anunoby, Bridges, and like Mitchell Robinson when he's healthy? Or like, holy cow, they would just be a pretty big problem. He says it's possible the Hawks win the DeJounte sweepstakes by getting rid of him. I think he's good. I just don't think he's on the right roster right now. Talal says, do you see Nets Knicks trade in the future? Oh, well, look at that. Look at that, Talal. I just addressed that. Shout out to me. Shout out to you, Talal. That's a great idea. So great that I thought of it too. The B-Max says, you think the Lakers win based on what assets? Jazz could beat any LA offer, and the Hawks don't like the assets being offered. Here's the thing. The thing is, have the Jazz actually offered? Like that's what we're waiting for. The Jazz are 10th in the West. Are they 10th in the West, or are they? Yeah, they're 10th in the West, like one game ahead of the Rockets. Are we sure that they're going to actually go and pursue DeJounte Murray? I know, like in a vacuum. Like here's the thing. So any trade we talk about, Mikal Bridges, the Jazz could just outbid them. It doesn't mean that they're going to do that. So like, I don't know. Azan here says, what trades could the Raptors make? I think Bruce Brown, trading him for a first-round pick or a series of second-rounders. Venkata says, PJ Washington, Jeremy Grant, Dorian Finney-Smith, and Kyle Kuzma. There's the Mavericks. There's the Mavericks interested players. Mavs interested in Wiggins per Shams. Was that something that he just recently tweeted? Am I missing something here? Let me go on Twitter. We got a message here. Oh, sick. Okay, we got this YouTube screenshot. Let me let me grab this. Thank you, Texas Sports, for sending that. Let me now I need to try and tweet this quick. Post. Who says no? Get that posted. All right. Thank you, Texas Sports, for doing that for me. Did Shams actually tweet that, though? That's like the big questions I've got right now. Let's pull up Shams on Twitter real quick because I'm in a little bit of a tizzy. He didn't tweet anything. So, all right. I like Kuzma to the Thunder. I do not. I'm not a Kyle Kuzma fan really myself, though, so we'll see. I don't know. What do you guys think about this trade? Fournier for Bridges. Straight up. No. James says, do you think that the Rockets and Nets will interact at all? Yes, I do think that the Rockets will discuss Mikal Bridges with the Nets a bit. I do think. Harib says, can you do some Warriors trades, please? We need some major changes. Harib, I will do it in just a couple of minutes. So let's get some interactions here on this Mikal Bridges Nets stuff, and then we'll come back to it. Gideon says you should have a panel. Yeah, it'd be great. It'd be sweet. BMAX says the Knicks give up Fournier and a first for Clarkson. I could see that as well. We've talked about that trade today. Dominic says if only the Kings had more assets, Mikal would be a great fit. Mikal would be literally so perfect in Sacramento, Dominic. You're completely right about that. So I appreciate you guys all watching. If you have never left a comment here at Utility Sports before, I'd love to see you do that right now. Some of you, it's funny to me because I like see your name for the first time ever, and I think, oh, I wonder if this person is just watching for the first time ever, or maybe they've watched like hundreds of videos and they've just never commented. So comment something right now if you haven't yet. Brandon says, what contract should the Pistons be looking at taking for assets? I don't know if the Pistons can afford to continue to do that, to be honest. Like, Detroit's at a spot where they at some point need to start, I don't know, winning games. Like, it's been a decade almost. Not actually. They had Blake Griffin. They made the playoffs. Yeah, I get. But you get what I'm saying, though. Can you do Kyle Anderson to the Hornets? They need defense in a bad way. They're not going to do that, Justin. If they can't trade for Kyle Anderson, like it's just a weird move for them to make if they do that. George Alb says, do you think if Nets buy instead of sell, they can be a strong play-in team? Yeah, I mean, they could. I just don't think that's the right move for them. Jake Fisher says Jazz have offered. I'm not going to listen to Jake Fisher. Bro has like 300 reports every trade deadline, and like 2 of them happen. So Gideon says, I love that trade for my Knicks. Bridges on the Knicks makes them a title contender. Yeah, Bridges on New York would be insane. Brunson for Mikhail straight up. Nets are not going to get Nets are not going to get Brunson. How many firsts do the Knicks have to give up to get Bridges? Probably at least 4. In this deal, I have 4, and I almost feel like the Knicks wouldn't get the deal to go through. But yeah, the Nets probably would say no here, honestly. Grizzlies trade for Nick Claxton. I think that's actually a real possibility. So let's talk about that quick. Oh, did not mean to do that. Let's go over to the Grizz. Because they did just open up their center spot quite a bit. So in this hypothetical, Nick Claxton goes to Memphis. And, well, that's actually really funny. Victor Oladipo makes almost the same amount of money. Wow. And then from there, the Grizzlies would offer their first this year, which is a pretty high first, and maybe like a 2026 first. Something like that, like 2 firsts for Claxton. This is probably an overpay, even just given where the 2024 first is going to be. But getting Nick Claxton would be really good for them. Aaron says, appreciate you showing me love and recognition. Sheldon, I'm always a fan of the channel. You are such a hard worker, and it shows in the content you produce. Well, I appreciate that, and it's awesome having so many awesome viewers like you guys just coming around. When I first started YouTube, I expected to never even get to 1,000 subscribers or anything close to that, to be honest. I had like no expectations going in. You guys have been absolutely awesome. So a lot of the credit and recognition deserves to go to you guys, because you guys are the ones that make it all possible here at Utility Sports. So shout out to Aaron. Shout out to all of you awesome viewers. 250 people watching. That's so crazy to me. I've been sitting here talking for 3.5 hours, and you guys have just been with me step and step of the way, asking great questions, putting in your own 2 cents. Sometimes I disagree with you guys, but that's even great too, because you get varying perspectives, and that's the whole point of a community. Rick says, can you do LeBron to the Knicks? Geez. It's not going to happen, Rick. He's not going to be a New York Knick, but I don't even know why I'm doing this, because it shouldn't happen. It won't happen. But we'll entertain it. They don't really have the money to get there unless they do like Fournier plus Mitch plus, like, I don't know. They're still like a lot of money short. This is not like really something that's going to happen. Like, you'd have to throw in DiVincenzo. Like, I don't know. The guy's 39 years old. Like, I don't know. This isn't going to happen. Okay, it's not going to happen. But there you go. Bridges is good where he's at. Just build around him. That's easier said than done when you don't have your draft picks. DC says, I know it won't happen, but a DeJounte Murray plus DeAndre Hunter plus unprotected first for Mikal Bridges could be appealing to Brooklyn possibly. I don't know. That feels pretty lateral to Brooklyn. Like, if you're getting DeJounte, I think the whole point would be to pair him with Bridges, honestly. James Jordan says, I always watch the draft videos. You're probably the most informed and well-read NBA YouTuber, but I have just never commented. Well, James, it's awesome having you commenting in here today. I'm glad that you're a part of what we're doing here at Utility Sports, and I appreciate your kind words there, too. I try my best. I work super hard, so appreciate that. Luke says, Kuminga's played his way into staying out for the Warriors, right? Any chance they move him? No, if they move him, I'd be pretty surprised. A couple weeks ago, I had a Kuminga trade video ready. I had it all made. All my graphics were made. I had all my stats planned that I was going to touch on and everything. And then I ended up deciding to scrap the whole idea, because I just felt internally that I couldn't do it, because I didn't think that they would actually trade Kuminga, and I didn't want to have content on the channel that I thought wasn't a real possibility. So I decided to not record. I don't think that Kuminga gets dealt. Jimmy, welcome to the stream. He says, Sheldon, love you. Well, I appreciate that, Jimmy. Glad to have you in here. Thank you so much. Dominic says, great channel. Love tuning in. A great hoop mind, deserving all the hype. Well, thanks, Dominic. Glad to have you in here, too. That's one of the best things. Again, community here. Just so much hoops knowledge. It's fun to kind of jump back and forth between all 30 NBA teams. Hunter wants to know if we can do a Kings trade. Let's go ahead and do it right here for Hunter. Shout out to Hunter for being here in the stream today. Again, you guys are the real ones, 3 days ahead of time, and it's fun. Let's go to the Wizards. Let's build up that Kyle Kuzma one again. Kuzma to the Kings for Harrison Barnes, and let's do Davion this time. Davion Mitchell. Where are we at money-wise? Probably a couple million. Yeah. So Kobe Jones, we can throw him into this deal too. And the Kings give up a 2026 first rounder in this deal as well. Could maybe argue a couple second rounders have to be involved, whatever. But this is kind of the rough framework of a deal. Wizards get a first round pick, get Davion Mitchell, they get Harrison Barnes, who they could maybe trade to a third team. A team to watch would maybe be the Clippers, for example. And then Kuzma ends up in Sacramento, which I like a decent amount for them. Definitely not bad. Coleman Knight says Murray to the Lakers. What's that trade look like? Murray to the Lakers, that will be something like this. DeJounte from the Hawks. He goes to the Lakers for D'Lo, for Hood Schifino, who is just a first-round pick this past year, was a near lottery pick. He went 17th overall, and a 2029 unprotected first. Something like that. D'Angelo Russell would go to a third team, though. So Hawks probably wouldn't have interest in keeping him, but it would be something like this. Sal says, I always enjoy your content. Thank you, Sal. Glad to have you in here as well. Would Olynyk be a good fit with La GM? Yeah, Olynyk would be. I think Olynyk would be good in LA, but I just don't see that being something that probably happens given the Lakers' lack of draft assets. But it is important to note, since Danny Ainge became the GM, or the president, in Utah, he has made multiple trades with the Lakers. He made the Talen Horton-Tucker, Patrick Beverley swap. He also then made the 3-team trade where he sent Malik Beasley and Jared Vanderbilt out to Los Angeles. So they have each other's numbers. Rob Pelinka and Danny Ainge are used to working together. So maybe. Talal says Nets just need a floor general point guard and a new coach. Yeah, who are they hiring? We'll see. Can you please mock the Spurs, Osman, and McDermott trades? Let's go ahead and cook something up there for San Antonio. Doing something to help another team out. Osman and McDermott. Kind of a crazy idea that just popped in my head. It's not going to happen. It definitely won't happen. I know. But now I feel like since I thought of it, I have to show you guys it. So let's do Sandro, sure. I know Spurs fans like Mamu Kelishvili. Something like that. Andrew Wiggins, the San Antonio Spur. This is like the exact anti-Greg Popovich player. Yeah, no, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Let's get rid of the Warriors in this. Let's go back and let's think here. What team could actually use these guys? Cleveland doesn't care. Philly probably no. Although does Philly have any? Philly has all expirings basically, right? Besides B-Ball Paul. Yeah, Philly's not going to do anything like this. Would Miami have any interest? They just don't have the salaries to really do stuff like that. So I don't think so. Charlotte. Is there anyone that Charlotte would like want to open up salary space with? I don't really see that either. So Charlotte to no. Detroit. I mean, maybe something around Bogdanovich, but there's just not really a benefit to doing something like that. I don't know. It's hard to find like trades that I actually like. Like the team that comes to mind is of course the Timberwolves because they could use some shooting. So like Kyle Anderson back to San Antonio, McDermott, and then like I don't know, Shake Milton, something like this. I don't know. Minnesota gets a shooter. Kyle Anderson's good though, so maybe even like this. It's just weird. It's hard to find trades that I actually really like for that. So. Transform says, what do you think about the Mavericks possibilities? I think they're going to trade for a forward, whether that is Andrew Wiggins or Jeremy Grant. They're going to be active looking for guys. PJ Washington They'll do something, unfortunately. DC said if you had to give a gut feeling on the few players that will definitely be moved by Thursday, who would those players be? Love the videos. I'm gonna say DeJounte. I can see you have Trae Young as your profile picture, so you're probably a Hawks fan. So I could see DeJounte. I could see Capella. As for other players, Jake Milton for the Timberwolves will get traded. Very certain on that. Bones Highland and PJ Tucker for the Clippers. Davion Mitchell for the Kings. There's a pretty good chance. For the Lakers, I would say Jalen Hood-Schifino probably gets moved. And one of either Rui or D'Lo. For the Rockets, Jayshawn Tate. For the Warriors, I would think Andrew Wiggins gets traded. If not him, then Chris Paul. For the Blazers, I would say Malcolm Brogdon gets dealt. I would have to guess he is probably the most tradable player on the roster right now. For the Hornets, I would say Gordon Hayward gets traded. For the Nets, I would say Royce O'Neal gets traded. Let me think. For Orlando, one of Fultz or Isaac might get dealt. That's a pretty good tradable salary. Both of them are. Yeah, like if we look at Orlando right now, part of the reason why for them making a trade makes a ton of sense this year is if you look at their contracts, they've got this expiring $17 million, and they've got Jonathan Isaac's contract, which is pretty tradable too. Although Isaac's good, so I don't think that they just want to give up Isaac. But Fultz is tradable, very, very tradable. So those are kind of the players that come to mind right away for me. And I think Pat Connaughton from Milwaukee too probably gets traded. Sal says, do you think the Bucks can trade for Jonathan Isaac and Chuma Okeke? Yeah, let's cook something up like that then, quick. Isaac would be so great in Milwaukee. I'm not even gonna lie. So we'd send Connaughton to Orlando and Bobby to Orlando, and then Okeke back. Probably a couple of second rounders here. Maybe that Portland one this year. What do we think? Is that if I'm Orlando, I probably just don't do this because I like Jonathan Isaac too much myself. But Luke Davis says, I thought the Magic were going to move Fultz last year. Now their backcourt has only gotten more credit. Who do you think could make a move for him, for Fultz? So let's talk about Fultz, because Fultz is the guy that I just am fine with getting rid of. So the Knicks, I just don't see. Cavs, no. Sixers, no. Heat, no. Bulls, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do Lonzo Ball today. Let's not do that. Hawks are this is the Hawks. The whole reason why I like the Hawks is because it just takes that Fultz salary and you make him significantly better. You can maybe throw in Jett Howard into the trade, which I know Magic fans will be disappointed about, but it is what it is. You trade Denver's first and your 2024 first yourselves because you guys are decent this year. So it's not that big of a deal. Something like that. I mean, isn't that pretty good for Orlando? It's a pretty significant upgrade. Shout out to Vance for the $3. He says Mathurin, Walker, and Shepard for McHale. He's, of course, talking about the Brooklyn Nets and Indiana Pacers working out a deal. We did talk about something similar to that earlier on, Vance. Thank you again for the $3. And I think that would be the starting point for Indiana trying to get Bridges into their roster. So Trance wants to know what Kuz to the Mavericks looks like. Hopefully this is just a hypothetical and not something that actually happens. I don't think he solves any of the Mavericks' issues, really. He rebounds the ball okay. He would help a little bit, but this would be Rashawn plus Kleba plus a 2027 first. And we'll also throw in, because Mavs are right around the tax, I'm pretty sure. Let me check my notes on this. They're within $5 million of the tax. So they could do something like this, get away with it. I think they have like $4 million of room. So I don't know, they could do something like this, which isn't terrible, but I just don't think it's good for the Mavs either. So Mr. J says, you think Orlando is really interested in Chris Paul or Kyle Lowry? I could see Lowry making I think Orlando would be like more like buyout markety for point guards. Jazz have every reason to push now. Here's my case for the Jazz and Murray. Jazz are 18-10 since 7-16 start. Sexton has erupted. Jazz won OKC pick. They owe to convey this year. Top 10 predicted. Murray and Sexton make Jazz 6-7 seed. Well, I don't know if it makes them that good. To be honest, B-Max, because so here's a couple things. You're currently 4 games behind the Pelicans, who are the 7th seed. So, and like you have 30 games to make that up if you're the Jazz, which 4 games back and 30 games to play isn't undoable. But if you're bringing in a brand new point guard who doesn't know any of the plays you run or really have any chemistry with any of your players, I don't really love your chances of making that push. I think a good example is when Sacramento made their Domantas Sabonis trade. Yes, they got a really good player and a better fit next to Fox than Halliburton was. I'm not saying that they won the trade, but theoretically that year they could have made a push, but they didn't because they had to work through chemistry and a whole bunch of different things that is just challenging. Now they're really good. And I'm not saying hear me out. I like DeJounte Murray to the Jazz a lot. I think it's a good fit. I think he's a really talented player. I think he would actually fit really perfectly next to Lauri Markkanen. I think he could work really well with Walker Kessler. I think he could work extremely well with John Collins. I mean, we saw a little bit of that last year, although that whole offensive system with Trey and DeJounte and Collins just kind of found himself the last man out, which is okay. The odd man out. So like, realistic, like all the points you're making are right. It just doesn't mean that they're going to do it though, just to do it, and it doesn't mean that they're going to go out and overbid the Lakers just because. So I don't know. That's the thought there that I have. Seawalk says, "What do you expect to be a biggest trade this deadline? Also, what do you expect your Mavericks to do? What would you like?" I would like the Mavericks to do nothing for the first time in like 6 years. They make a trade every single deadline, so they will do something for sure. I'm almost certain of it. They'll do something with Rashawn Holmes' contract and their 2027 first rounder. If I had to guess, I would not do that if I was running the team. I would do pretty much everything opposite of what they've done in terms of trades. I would not have traded for Kyrie Irving. I would have not traded Kristaps Porzingis away, and I'd probably still have Jalen Brunson on my team. And the offseason that DeMar DeRozan was a free agent, I wanted them to sign him instead of signing Reggie Bullock and Sterling Brown. They had pathways to do that. They had pathways to cap space while Luka Doncic was still on a on his rookie contract. They didn't do any of those things. So now they are living with the consequences of that, which is unfortunate for them. But for me, it is how it is, unfortunately. So let's go over to Twitter here. I'm going to share a different screen. Shout out to Aquino Asia for tweeting at us here. Let's get this pulled up. Aquino is a Wizards fan, for those who do not know. He's a big-time Wizards fan. Thoughts on a framework for something like this? Protections and picks Nets receive could be up to loose interpretation. The deal here, Magic receive Chris Paul and Moses Moody. The Nets receive Markelle Fultz, a lot of 4 second-rounders, and a top 10 protected first-rounder in 2028 from the Warriors. The Warriors get Dorian Finney-Smith, Gary Harris, and Royce O'Neal. So the Warriors get a couple win-now players at the price of Chris Paul, Moses Moody, a bunch of seconds, and a first, and the Nets turn a bunch of their decent players into picks, and Markelle Fultz. I understand the thought process behind it. I don't immediately hate it, although for me, if I'm the Warriors, I would rather just try and give up Andrew Wiggins than Chris Paul, but I understand for Orlando, yeah. This is making me think. I don't love it. I really don't love it, but I don't instantly hate it either. So I don't know. The Chris Paul to Orlando thing's just weird to me. I just don't know. I don't know. Fultz, I just don't know. I don't think this is enough for Brooklyn. Well, although it kind of is enough for Brooklyn, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. This isn't terrible. It's an interesting proposition. Interesting proposition. Hopefully he's watching, because I'm not gonna comment back on it. So hopefully he's watching the stream. I'm sure he is. Yeah, Kelly O, Clarkson, and THT. Yeah, those are all tradable contracts for sure. SP says that picks where you see necessary. Raptors get Ben Simmons. Dayron Sharp, Aaron Wiggins. Nets get Bruce Brown, Davis Bertans, Alexei Pokusevsky. Thunder get Jakob Poeltl, Otto Porter. I don't think the Thunder will do this. I don't think the Thunder want to commit money to a guy like Jakob Poeltl. I don't think Jakob Poeltl fits the way that they want to play. So some of the comments, man, it like actually are really funny to me. Shout out to League Basis for the follow. Appreciate you on Twitter. I'm glad that you are in the stream. Shout out to you. Let's go back over to the profile now. And this is just, I want to give another reminder. Today marks the 1-year anniversary of the Kyrie Irving trade to the Dallas Mavericks. Since then, Dallas has a 36-41 record, despite Luka Doncic being Superman. I give the Mavs an F grade. 3,000 people were watching. They all thought I was stupid. Turns out Nico Harrison was the dumb one. Messi here says, what moves can the Celtics make to improve the bench? They don't have a lot of flexibility, to be honest, in terms of like contracts to trade. If we go back over to our original spot, let's go over to our trade machine here. Let's go adjust this one. If you go over to the Celtics, you're going to see what I'm saying here about their contracts. Drew's making a lot. Kristaps making a lot. Tatum's making a lot. Brown's making a lot. Derek White, they don't want to trade him. Al Horford, they don't want to trade him. And then all of a sudden you're down to $4 million. So it's going to be hard for them to figure out a way to get a trade done. So Brendan says, my favorite time of the year, Sheldon's trade deadline streams. Let's go. Well, I appreciate that, Brendan. Shout out to you for being in the stream. Eric says, how is Nikola Topic doing right now? He's back from that knee injury. Want him backing Melo up. Topic, so he, for those of you who do not know, Topic has, he injured his knee as soon, like he went over to Red Star in the Euro League, and he's been out since I think like early January with the knee injury. I think he's going to return in the next couple of days or weeks, Eric. I think he had like a month to 2 month timeline, which is like 4 to 8 weeks. So I think he'll be back relatively soon. Like today's actually the exact 1 month anniversary of that, or not anniversary, but you know, it's been 1 month since his injury, I believe. So he should be back in the next couple of weeks. Is what my assumption is. And I still think he's going to be a really good player, but I don't think the Hornets will draft him, to be honest. Alan says, what would be a trade package that would get Atlanta on board with a Trae Young trade? Obviously without Wemby. Yeah, well, Wemby would do it. Wemby would get the trade done. But without Wembanyama, like this isn't going to happen, guys. It's just not going to happen this year. But I will entertain it because we're multiple days away. Why not? Let's have a little bit of fun. Kelton Johnson, Doug McDermott for the money, Devontae Graham for the money. I think we got to be pretty close there money-wise. Yeah, we're a little bit over, actually, which is fine. We'll throw Patty Mills back to San Antonio. That works great. And then the Spurs would have to probably trade their own first-round pick this year. They would have to trade the Toronto Raptors pick this year. They would have to trade a 2026 first. And then they'd probably have to do a 2028 first. We could do that one via Boston if we want. Let's do that. Something like this. I mean, I don't know. This is 4 firsts and Kelton Johnson. Like, Trae Young would make the Spurs a hell of a lot better. That's one thing I 100% know. So it'd be interesting. Again, this isn't going to happen. So some of these things, like we're having some fun today. Some of these things, like Trae Young will not be a San Antonio Spurs this trade deadline. Promise you that. Zach says, my dude is still live. Yeah, we've been live for just about 4 hours now. Any opinion on the Jalen Green rumors? They should not trade him, is my opinion on that, babe. I think that if they prematurely trade him for a guy who's not a top 10 or 15 or 20 player in the world, they'll probably end up regretting it a little bit. Nav says, is there an alternate world where D'Lo goes to Orlando? Pros and cons? Yeah, the cons are D'Lo is now playing for the Magic. You don't want that. D'Lo, no, just please don't do that. Willie says, what would the Pels have to give up to get Mikal Bridges? Heard they made a serious offer. What would the Pels have to give up to get Mikal Bridges? Let's go talk on that. Let's go adjust. Let's go focus on the Pelicans, because this is one of those, I haven't really thought of this, but this is maybe why a guy like Herb Jones would become available in a vacuum, because of Mikal Bridges being a human being on Earth. So Mikal Bridges goes to the Pelicans here for Herb and for Nance. And the Pelicans, who have a bunch of first-round picks, including this Lakers first, and their own first, and this Milwaukee 2025 first, and a 2028 first. That seems like a lot. That's a lot to give up for Herb Jones. That's a lot to give up for Mikal Bridges, because giving up Herb Jones really hurts. But Mikal Bridges would make them better. So maybe let's go back, and I feel a little bit blasphemous doing this. Let's get rid of that 2028 first. So 3 short-term, immediate future picks, basically, and Herb Jones and Nance for Bridges. I mean, I know it's all right. Zach said you said you're confident Shake is getting traded, and I immediately picked him up in our league. I mean, we'll see if he starts performing, even if he does. We'll see. Hunter says, who do you think should be the number 1 buyer and the number 1 seller? That's a great question, Hunter. To me, the number 1 seller, let's look at the teams here. Number 1 buyer, to me, should be the New York Knicks. As long as it's like within reason, like not doing something crazy, but like making sure they get Brogdon, for example. Like that's like a pretty good answer to me. The Clippers for a big man or like a power forward, like Jonathan Isaac, I think makes a ton of sense. That's something I would really recommend. I think the Sixers could be in that category as well. For the biggest sellers, I think it's just got to be Portland. Like, trade Jeremy Grant. He's terrible, in my opinion. Like, for what his stats say he is, I don't think he's anywhere nearly as good as that. Trade Brogdon, and I would consider trading Robert Williams. Even though I love Rob Williams, if you can get a first rounder for him, I'd do that. Maybe trade Thibault if you can get a couple seconds. Like, your team's already terrible. The veterans you have aren't helping you win. Like, Jeremy Grant is not someone who helps like bad teams win. We've seen that with Detroit. We saw that with Portland. He doesn't move the needle for a bad team at all. I think he helps good teams a little bit. I don't think he helps bad teams at all. Brogdon helps really good teams a lot, I think. So I think if you could trade him for a first, it'd be worth doing. And then trading Williams, like I love Robert Williams, but I don't even think it matters in Portland, to be honest, because he's going to be injured at times, and like they're not a team that's competing for a playoff run anytime soon, I don't think. So good question, Hunter. Alan says, what would be a trade package to get a deal done between this? Oh, I think we talked about this one already. Doob, welcome, Doob. Pretty sure Doob is a big-time Hornets fan. Oh, yeah, he is. I swear to God, if we trade Miles Bridges for Nasir Little, Okogie in seconds, I don't think you guys are even going to get Okogie, to be honest with you. I think it's going to be Nasir Little, some other bad player in seconds. Aaron says, how about a Fournier and Fultz swap? Obviously, Knicks would probably need to give a few seconds. That's not a terrible shout either. So this is assuming the Knicks don't want to give up any of those firsts, which, like, I think that they would be willing to give up a first for Brogdon or a first for Brown, for example. But let's play the hypothetical game here. Something where Fultz goes to New York, and strong team. We'll just send, second rounder. So the issue I have with this, the other night when the Magic were playing the Timberwolves, the Wolves started the game with Rudy Gobert guarding Markelle Fultz. That is how much of a non-threat Fultz is from the three-point line. They left him completely wide open, and he did nothing. So, like, with that being the case, and just the way that Fultz, I mean, throughout this has been a career-long issue. This is not just one game I'm referencing, but it's just an example of, like, the issues. Like, the Knicks, I think, are really good because they space the floor decently well. They drive and cut, they pass, and they get opportunistic baskets while being a great defense now. And I think if you get Fultz, like, you're sacrificing a lot of that anywhere, whereas Brogdon is a career 40% three-point shooter, basically, and really, really good on pretty high volume. So for me, I think that it's well worth giving up the first-round pick to get Brogdon compared to doing something like this. Although in theory, the idea of like upgrading from Fournier, who is a non-player, to Fultz, who would play some minutes, yes, it makes sense. I just don't think it's good enough. Henry here says, Utility Sports raises the bar for anyone wanting to cover the NBA, knows about salary cap, every NBA, fringe NBA player, and draft prospect, plus more. Name anyone else you can say that about. Crickets. Well, Henry, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm even going to take a picture of that because sometimes the nice comments are really, really great to hear. When I'm going through my YouTube comment section, a lot of the messages are hate messages about how stupid I am. And so every once in a while, reading some of these nice ones, like trade deadline live streams, you guys always come in big time with some awesome messages. So Henry, huge thank you to you, and shout out to all of you 200 plus awesome people. I really appreciate each and every one of you guys. Pizza Steve, yo, what's up, Sheldon? My first time catching live. I'm a Mavs fan. Are you against any trades in general from the Mavs, or only against trades that include a first? Because I'm only against the latter. And I think that's a great distinction, and one that I haven't talked about yet today, Pizza Steve. So first of all, thankful that you're in here. Also awesome talking to you with other Mavs fans in general. It's one of my favorite things. I don't really know other Mavs fans in real life too much because I'm not from Dallas. I'm not from Texas at all. You can probably tell from my northern accent. But it's fun catching up with some Mavs fans every once in a while. So a player that I would have really loved for them to get that is by rule not eligible to actually trade for is Matisse Thybulle, because they signed him to an offer sheet. The Blazers matched, so by rule they cannot trade for him for a whole calendar year. So you have to scratch Matisse Thybulle off. But what the Mavericks do have is these 2 second-round picks, and they still have Richaun Holmes' contract. So what's a player like Matisse Thybulle that would make sense for the Mavericks to go get, who could help them to a certain small extent? I think the first player I'd want to go to is Bobby Portis. If you can get Bobby Portis for Richaun Holmes and a couple of second rounders, like that isn't terrible. And this would probably come to fruition more in a 3-team trade where Richaun Holmes would go to the 3rd team probably, and these draft picks would go to the 3rd team, and then the Bucks would get one player that they like back. We've already talked about the Bucks a ton in this stream. Something like this where Bobby Portis comes to Dallas, I don't hate because he rebounds the ball very, very well. I actually want to play with this idea a bit more because I actually really like the way that this looks. Bobby Portis, the last 4 years of his career, this is his three-point percentages, 47, 39, 37, 38. So he shoots the ball well. I actually think Bobby Portis makes a ton of sense for Dallas as someone who can give them a post-up score, something they don't really have right now. Gives them some size and strength. He can come off the bench. Probably a really good bench pairing with him and Tim Hardaway Jr. So let's find the 3rd team here. And one that I think actually makes a good deal of sense. It really comes down to like who you think could possibly get moved to Milwaukee. We've talked about a lot of different players today. I don't love the idea like Boucher. Boucher's not terrible for Milwaukee, but I want to find the right player. Let's go to Orlando here. Let's send Isaac to the Bucks in this, and Richaun Holmes then instead goes to the Magic, as well as these picks instead go to the Magic, and the Magic gets these second rounders as well. So they're going to get a ton of second round picks, and they're going to have to take in another salary here too. Pat Connaughton makes sense in this because he is a shooter, and then they have to send a little bit of money back. Not too big of a deal. Let's send Okeke to the Bucks. Like, what do we think about something like this? Do we like this type of framework? Bobby goes to Dallas. The Bucks get Jonathan Isaac and Chuma Okeke, and the Magic get Holmes, Pat Connaughton, and 4 second rounders. Maybe a little bit of an underpay. For Milwaukee, who's getting, I think, a really good player in Jonathan Isaac. But you guys are going to have to let me know what you think, because I like that actually quite a bit. I like that for Dallas, actually. Like, again, if you're only trading second rounders, I'm going to post this one on X as well. 3-team trade. Who says no? Let me know down in the comment section below right now who you think says no in this deal. Is it Orlando? I mean, Pat Connaughton, I think, actually helps Orlando. I know he hasn't played great this year, but it's an interesting one. I will harp DeMarcus back to the Kings until the man retires from basketball. You think Harrison Barnes for Rui straight up would make sense? I don't think the Lakers would do that, to be honest. Levi says Caleb Martin to Dallas, Kleba to Miami. I don't think that Miami would do that. For the Magic, I'd rather acquire Tyus Jones or DeJounte Murray. I totally understand that. I think Dennis Smith Jr. is an underrated asset contending teams could go after. He provides a ton of utility stuff, especially defense. He'd be great on Denver or Milwaukee. He definitely would. Dennis Smith Jr. is extremely underrated, I think. So, was it 6 to 8 week timeline? It's hard. I'm trying to keep up with all that stuff right now, too. Like, at the end of the day, it doesn't change my film on him. Him getting injured didn't matter to me that much because I was like, I've already watched him so much. So, Matthew here says, I'm here for the inside scoop. Okay, Delavadova, I see you. How much do you guys get paid to talk about this for hours? Well, it depends. I've gotten a lot of donations today because a lot of the viewers are super awesome. So, like, these kind of things, like, flow in, and it makes this possible. So, shout out to all the super chats, because without them, I couldn't really afford to do this. So, shout out to these. So, yeah, that's how that kind of works, if you're curious. But shout out to Eddie and Vance and everyone else in between. You guys are the real ones. Dober here says, wouldn't Hawks want their picks back in a trade, a Spurs trade? Yeah, I mean, they probably would, but you can figure that out, like what it would look like. It's all roughly the same thing. Zach says, Herb Jones, Saxon should be traded for a shooter. I don't know, maybe a guy like Buddy Hield. For those of you who don't know, Zach is a Pacers fan who is perennially trying to get really good players onto the Pacers and seemingly doesn't enjoy the 14 super great role players they already always have. I'm just kidding. He loves all of them, especially Aaron Nesmith. Brisket says Raptors go after Robert Williams, trade one of our 3 first-round picks this year. I hope not. The last thing the Raptors need is more inside center play. They need someone who can shoot the ball. DC says, have you heard anything about DeMar DeRozan? Not yet. He's been very quiet on the DeRozan front. John says, hey, all, welcome to the stream, John. Glad to have you in here. Can the Pistons get a first for Bogdanovich? Probably not. Eric Schaefer says Melo for Lucas straight up after his salary increase next year. No, the Mavericks laugh at that. Zach says Pacers buying is still feasible. I think so, too. I just don't know to what level. Like, I think, like, if something came to fruition for Mikal Bridges, I think they would probably try to do it. I just don't know if something like that actually happens. Jard says, hey, bro, welcome to the stream, Jards. Jard's been watching the streams here for a long time, so shout out to him. Craig D says landing spots for Killian Hayes. So right at the top of my list, I've got Cholet. I've got Mets 92. French national teams in there for sure. Yeah, those are the top 3 leaders. No, I'm kind of being facetious, but I could see like the Spurs maybe giving them a chance. Maybe the Bucks if they don't have any other options, but I don't really know the benefit of it for them because Killian Hayes is not good. Thoughts on the Rockets' future? They're very well positioned. I love where the Rockets are at. Doob says, should the Hornets be trying to stockpile picks, get young bench players? What do you think the best course of action for the Hornets? Trade expiring contracts in Gordon Hayward and Kyle Lowry for picks. If they're able to get bad contracts and draft picks back, that's exactly what they should do. Jakester says, can you do Mikal or Boyan to the Pacers, please? Is either at all possible? Make us a contender and pay a big 3 with Tyrese. I mean, they can. Yeah, they can pay him. It's going to have CBA ramifications. It'll be hard to keep everybody long term, but you could theoretically do that. Let's do who do you want to see? Boyan? Let's do Boyan. We've talked about Mikal so much. Boyan to the Pacers for Buddy Hield and maybe a 20, 30 second rounder. I don't know. I don't even really love this for the Pacers, to be honest with you. I'm just so far off of Boyan Bogdanović compared to everybody else. Everyone else likes him way more than I do. I wouldn't mind throwing in Miles for Duren. Yeah, I wouldn't either. I mean, Duren's pretty freaking good. Steve says, no, you're actually a genius because you know the aprons and team taxes and trades that will happen or players can be released by being brought out. Well, thank you, Steve, for saying that. I appreciate you. Shout out to you for being in here and enjoying some basketball talk with us. Shouter says, what do you think Tari Eason's ceiling is? I love Eason, man. In my pre-draft stuff for him a couple of years ago, I never, ever say this. It's like the most overstated thing ever in draft stuff is when players get compared to all NBA guys. But in my Tari Eason one, and I never thought he was going to be that level of player. but the physical profile, like the things he's able to do with one hand on the basketball, reminds me of Kawhi Leonard. So he's not Kawhi Leonard. He's not nearly as good defensively as Kawhi Leonard, but the guy's an offensive rebounding machine. Obviously, this year the Rockets have preferred transition defense a bit more, so his rebounding numbers have come down a little bit. Whatever, I don't care. He's a beast. Tari Eason's really freaking good. Pizza Steve says, I love this, but no way the Bucks give up Portis. I don't think it's completely out of the question, if I had to guess. Sal Kelly says, I love that trade. Talking about the, I think he was talking about the three-teamer with the Mavs and the Bucks. Isaac's been injured forever. Yeah, he is perennially dealing with injuries. His minutes are pretty low this year, but I still think he could help Milwaukee. Zach says, but for real, what would you want from my Bucks to say Jalen Smith to Milwaukee? He's been so good. All right. Bucks and Pacers. First of all, these two teams hate each other, so I don't see any way that they make a trade. I'm just out on that probably. Yeah, probably Magic say no. We could have maybe thrown in like a Beauchamp in there to help get a deal done. I don't know. That would have been interesting. Zach says we want Pat Connaughton to be a shooter at least. Brandon, thank you for the 2. He says, how much change for you do you see for the Jazz roster? I think the Jazz are going to be relatively similar to their current roster. Let's pull them up on stream here now just so we can get a better picture while we're talking about them. But for the Jazz, like Collins will still be there. I'd be surprised if he gets traded. Clarkson might not be. Clarkson might end up in New York or some other team like Houston also could make some sense. Sexton will not get traded. Lowry will not get traded. Olynyk might end up in a different situation. So far through their top, 6 players, I've seen 3 of them as real possibilities to get traded. Or 2 of them, Clarkson and Olynyk. Horton Tucker, yeah, he could get traded, which I'd be totally okay with. I don't think it's a big deal. And then the rest of the guys will stay. I don't think they'll trade Fontecchio. Definitely won't trade Kessler. I mean, Chris Dunn maybe. Like Chris Dunn's such a good defender. I don't like the fact that he was out of the league for like a year and a half and then just came back and he's still one of the best defenders is insane. Hayes to the Shanghai Sharks. Hayes for Devontae Graham. Who wins? Oh my god. I don't even know. No one. No one wins. Austin says literally the exact trade I wanted for both teams. Shout out to you, Austin, for being in here for the stream. Zach says most likely thing for the Pacers is a Buddy plus Obi package and maybe Sticks is included. Yeah, that's where you get to like the Mikal Bridges and stuff. I mean, like, and it really depends on who they're trading for. Like, I think the biggest thing is like the Pacers are going to be receptive to offers and the Pacers are going to be aggressive for players. It just comes down to, are the other teams receptive to them? DeMike says Utility Sports is easily a top 3 basketball analysis channel on YouTube. Well, I appreciate that, DeMike. After the trade deadline, when all these players are playing for their new teams, my hope is to get as many film breakdowns as possible. So, I had one. I was literally going to do one for Pascal Siakam, but the site that I usually grab my clips from wasn't working. So I couldn't record one for Pascal Siakam, which really upset me. But I did one on OG Anunoby when he made his debut with the Knicks, and I'm hoping to do more of those this year as well because it's just fun to talk about, hey, these players are here. Let's talk about how they looked in their first game and what really changed for those rosters. So it'll be a great thing too, and I think it'll help with some of the analysis here on the channel too from a film breakdown standpoint, which I'm excited about. Zach says Pacers fans love Bojan, myself included. Yeah, Pacers fans love a lot of guys that have played in Indiana. That's the one thing you guys like. One of the most underrated things about the channel for me, I've really learned like how fans feel about their players. Like, and it's never that I agree with them necessarily, but I get a good picture of, oh my gosh, these guys are addicted to this guy, or they really don't like this player actually, or wow, they actually really have like a secret man crush on this guy. And it's because, you get so many comments about, oh, well, we would never give up Jalen Smith. Like the reality is maybe they would, but it shows how the fans value certain players and the importance that they are, in the community, that kind of stuff, which is cool. It's one of my favorite things about YouTube, honestly. Alfredo Rodriguez says anything on what the Lakers might do. I've maintained the position that the LA Lakers are going to aggressively pursue DeJounte Murray, although they could just stick with their roster for the most part. Like, I know Lakers fans would hate that, but Elijah here says, who do you believe is a better prospect, Ron Holland or Cody Williams? So this is not, I don't have my final big board anywhere near ready. We're still 4+ months from the draft. So I don't want to give like a definitive answer. I like both of these guys. Ron Holland has a real turnover problem, but he's a more aggressive scorer. Cody Williams, a little bit more smooth, doesn't turn over the ball as much. I think probably a little bit more reliable. I probably would lean toward Cody Williams right now, but it's not like, oh my gosh, I definitively believe this, and I'm going to hold that opinion all the way through the draft because there's still a lot of film more to watch. There's still a lot of time left in both of their seasons, and we're going to learn more about these guys as the year continues to go on. So I'm not locking myself into either of them. Right now, I'd probably have a slight preference toward Cody Williams, but I mean, both of them are good players, and I think that there's good upside for both of them, honestly, too. Dominic here says, what do you think chances are Warriors go all in and still trade Jonathan Kuminga and Moody? 0. I don't think that they trade Kuminga at all. Ruda Guerra says, is there a world where Kuz and PJ Washington both go to Dallas? I don't think so. Russ says, what do you feel about a Malcolm Brogdon to Wolves trade? One thing about that I just can't see that, although Brogdon would literally be perfect for Minnesota. It just can't happen. And the reason why, I'll show you here, is Brogdon makes $22 million. What contract here do you want to trade with the $22 million? Probably start with Kyle Anderson, Shake Milton, Troy Brown Jr. You cobble all those together. From a financial standpoint, this works. Although, they still have to fill 2 more roster spots, by the way, after making this trade. They go into the tax. They have a $2.4 million difference between them and the tax line right now. They make this trade, they go into the tax. They're destined to be a second apron team next year already because of Town's Supermax extension, and then Edwards has a potential Supermax extension. He's on a designated rookie max, so if he makes All-NBA this year, his contract will escalate even further. And then Jaden McDaniels' extension kicks in next year too. So you're looking at massive paydays for 3 of their top 4 players. And because of that, they're going to be paying $170+ million for 8 guys next season. So they can't afford Brogdon, unfortunately, although he would be super good for them. But they just cannot afford him. John says, I go to Utility Sports for all my basketball news. This young man is up on his game, A+++ NBA man. Well, I appreciate that, John. You're the best. You guys are all so awesome. I feel you guys are just hyping me up. You're gassing me up over here. I need to pull up a picture right now. This is you guys are gonna laugh at this probably. At least I hope so. Otherwise, it's just gonna be awkward. But yeah, Spike. Oh, I've got a delivery from my girlfriend. Oh my gosh, she's the best. Thank you, Amber. Thank you very much. Look at that. I got a delivery right now. She just walked into my my recording studio. I was wondering what's going on, and all of a sudden she's holding my favorite drink. So that's actually awesome. I'm trying to pull up this meme for you guys. Oh, here we are. Here we are. This is what I was looking for. This is you guys to me right now. You trying to gas it up, and I'm just the bike. Oh my gosh. Let me make the screen a little bit bigger so you guys can see this better. That's me right now. He's trying to gas it up. I'm the bike right here. And you guys are trying to gas me up right now. But my girlfriend's gassing me up. Look at that. She brought me a refresher, which is super sweet. John Piner says, can the Wiz squeeze Leonard Miller out of the Timberwolves for Tyus and someone else? Let's talk about that. As long as we're on the discussion of the Minnesota Timberwolves, obviously you saw the financial implications here. Let's just cut this out. Anderson and Milton, and you're going to see where this is going here now. The Wizards, I wonder what that $14.2 million could get them. Okay, here's the 5, and here's the 9.2 for $14.2 million outgoing. Let's see what that number right here could theoretically get them from Washington. Oh, whoa! This guy makes how much? Oh, $14 million. Wow, that's convenient. Let's trade him there, and then we will throw Doom, Doom. Something like this. Timberwolves open up a little bit of space. This is enough to sign one vets minimum player to the roster. Maybe, I don't know, Lance Stevenson, who I've mentioned 3 times in this live stream so far. Would maybe be able to come play for the Timberwolves off their G League team. 4 second-round picks. Now, when it comes to Leonard Miller, one thing that I think Minnesota will be reluctant to do is include him because he is making almost no money for the next 4 years, and he's good. He just had a triple-double in their most recent G League game. So he's been really productive in the G League, and he's actually been pretty productive in the few minutes he's seen in the NBA as well. So I just don't think that they're going to actually trade him. Sal Kelly, thank you for the 5, says the Dallas Mavericks and Milwaukee Bucks have discussed a Grant Williams, Bobby Portis swap per the Steinline. Okay, well, that's crazy because we were just talking about Bobby Portis potentially to Dallas. Let's put this into the trade machine here. And I can tell you right now, the money is going to work on that. Although I just don't know if I really understand the point of this for Dallas. Grant Williams has literally been what you would expect him to be. This season he's averaged his career averages. He's been the same player that he's always been. He's defended pretty well. It's not surprising that it's operated the way that it has. I mean, pretty good for Milwaukee. Decent for Dallas. Bobby Portis would help Dallas. And there was reported interest. Bobby, even a year ago or whenever he signed his extension with Milwaukee, said he rejected more money from Dallas to stay with Milwaukee. So that'd be pretty ironic if he gets traded. Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic both have been upgraded to available tonight. Okay, so they'll both be possibly playing against the 76ers, so that's good news. But a swap would be interesting. I mean, the money works, so you could get a deal done. Technically, the Mavericks also save a little bit of money. The Bucks go deeper into the tax, which is tough for them, but whatever. They got a rich owner; they can afford it. Thanks, Sal, again for the 5. Appreciate you a ton for that. Means a lot. John says, I wish my Wizards could get Kuminga from Golden State or Leonard Miller from Minnesota. Who knows? We need young, talented picks and players. New York City Liberty. Hey, Liberty, a really good WNBA team. Eric says, why take on another bad contract when you're finally getting off Hayward's bad contract? Obviously, you don't want Lowry or Hayward walking for free, but don't take on another bad contract because it's only one more year. And if you can get incentivized with draft picks, you should do that. You're the Charlotte Hornets, and you're not very good. And you're also Charlotte. You're not going to convince guys to come sign in free agency. And if you are, it's probably going to be Tobias Harris on a lot of money. So Frederick says, how high is the ceiling for Jeremy Sohan, and should the Spurs keep him long-term? Yes, the Spurs should keep him. He's just in his second year of his career. The Spurs should keep him. Hunter said, big-time Kings fan. Who do you think we should get? Kuzma, Wiggs, Grant, or something smaller? Royce, Thibault? I would like Thibault. A good deal. There was actual rumor, I'm pretty sure this was a full report last year that the Kings tried to get Thibault last deadline. I would like Thibault in Sacramento. If they can get him for 3 second-rounders, not even have to trade a first, keep open their flexibility, I would like that for them. Brennan says, I support the Pacers because they have Tyrese. He's a great guy. Want him to win after the Kings do, of course. Well, that'll be awesome. Imagine a Kings-Pacers finals. Holy cow. My Twitter timeline would be on fire. M says, would Buddy for Wiggins make any sense for either team? Not for the Pacers, it wouldn't. Wiggins, he's the type of talent that Indiana could probably use in terms of the theoretical wing build who can defend, point of attack. He makes sense, but not really what he actually has been this year. So no. And just given the fact, if Buddy's contract was 2 or 3 more years after this year, then maybe. But just the fact that Buddy's an expiring, I think that the Pacers would be reluctant to do that. 49ers Faithful says, have you heard any rumors on the NBA? So there's been a couple of reports flowing in. Mark Stein always has reports every year. I typically don't believe them. Carl says, how aggressive are the Rockets in making trades? They've already made one, so they're definitely working the phones. Raphael Stone made a very good trade, I think, for Steven Adams. 49ers Faithful says, why is the NBA so quiet? Nothing has happened. Don't worry. This is how it is. It's just I don't know if any of you hunt animals at all. It's the exact same thing. You sit and you wait, and this is just like from theory, like just thinking about it. You sit and you wait, and you never know if you're going to see something, but at some point you might. And Monday of trade deadline week is just like that. You sit, you wait, you're quiet, you're patient, you're waiting for something big to happen, you're waiting for your phone to blow up, you're waiting for Woj or Shams to tweet something, and in that process, you're just sitting and waiting. And it might not come. It might not come all day Monday. And that's okay. The whole point in here, this is a big part of why this is so beautiful and what separates, I think, this channel and this community from other YouTube channels, other trade deadline commentary, is we're using these days as prep days. We're talking through all the possible scenarios. You guys are dropping ideas in my head. I'm thinking about more possibilities. I'm spending time thinking about the teams all day today, all day tomorrow, all day Wednesday, so that when Thursday comes and all of this news is pouring in, I can give you my very certain thoughts because I've already considered everything. That's the one thing I like, it's not like crazy, but I sit and I think about NBA trades all the time. And I think about NBA teams all of the time. And especially now with my jobs that I have, like I'm around NBA teams all of the time. So all I do all day long is think about the NBA and basketball, and of course college basketball, and of course G League Ignite, and I think about the NBL, Perth Wildcats, LXR. I think about all of these things basketball related all day long. And what that allows me to do is when a trade rolls it, I'm able to give instant grades and instantly share what I believe about a deal without having to go watch more film, without having to spend more time thinking about it, because I've already rationalized everything. I've thought through every possible situation. I've thought about Kuzma playing for the Sacramento Kings. I've thought about Jeremy Grant on the Dallas Mavericks. I've thought about this, that, and the other thing. And that's one of the beautiful things here is when the NBA is quiet right now, it gives us time to think and it gives us time to plan. And what if this, what if that? And this is what teams are doing. I'm going to tell you right now, teams, just like I have right there, have a whiteboard. Theirs is probably much bigger than mine, sitting in their war rooms. And they've got, I'm kid you not, they've got arrows pointing to, hey, this team might give us this for this guy. And they're planning out everything so that on Thursday, when teams finally, with maybe 30 minutes left to the trade deadline, it's not like teams are all of a sudden just like, oh, well, we didn't think that was enough. They're planning out all of their options as well. So even though it's quiet right now, I guarantee you the war rooms are busy. I guarantee you teams are taking calls, making some, shooting some texts saying, what about this? What do you guys think about that? Whether that's in their own circles or with other rival executives, they're doing all of these things. And while we're doing that here ourselves, we are planning to be ready for the actual trade deadline on Thursday. And any moves that happen between now and then, we're going to be prepared to discuss them, to grade them, and to give our real thoughts. And sometimes we still end up wrong. It happens all the time with NBA teams too. Like the Mavericks have made multiple big trades. It hasn't always led to winning because they made the wrong evaluations. And sometimes I do that. Sometimes I'll have my trade grades wrong, or sometimes I'm a little off on what my analysis was on a team or a trade. But what happens is for me, when the OG Anunoby trade goes down, I'm able to quickly say this is a win-win for both sides, but I really love it for the Knicks. And that's exactly how it's played out because the Knicks have been excellent since that. So use this time as like, hey, we're enjoying the process. We're thinking through all the possibilities, all the hypotheticals. And then when stuff actually happens, we're going to say, oh, we know what this is going to be like. And we're able to analyze it very quickly. SP says, is Cody better than his brother Jalen? No. The answer to that is no. Jalen Williams is really freaking good at basketball. Carl says, could the Rockets or Blazers be teams that become third or fourth teams in trades with others? Yes, because the Rockets have tradable contracts like Jayshawn Tate, Jock Landale. Those are two that are really worth pointing. And somehow I have balloons going on the stream. What was that? What is going on? Holy cow. Okay, I'm losing my mind over here. On the first day of streaming. Holy cow. I did not know that was possible. I just did that with my hand somehow. I don't even understand what's going on. We got more balloons coming. Let's get some balloon emojis in the chat right now. Pizza Steve says top 2 NBA interviewer, reporter, analyst of all time, and he ain't two. Well, I appreciate that. Nav says she's a keeper. Amber, you're getting some love. The chat loves you. Let's get some me pipe down below. We need it. We haven't gotten any me pipe all day long. I'm going to throw in a comment right now. Me pipe. Let's get some of that in there. Zach says too much gassing up Sheldon. Think he sucks because he said Neesmith is as good as Michael Jordan. Like if you give Zach the first overall pick in an all-time draft, the odds of him coming out with an Indiana Pacer is basically 100% chance. Yasmin here says, oh, okay. I don't really know what that has to do with anything. Alfredo Rodriguez says, with Vanderbilt possibly out for the season, could you see the Lakers going after someone like a Miles Bridges? Yes. Miles Bridges is going to be the perfect target for all of these good teams that don't have any trade flexibility. So Dallas, Phoenix, Milwaukee, Los Angeles, those teams are the teams to watch for him. Zach says Leonard Miller has a lot of what Jarris has, just with less developed handle, and the hands and vision aren't at the same level. Yeah, and he's not nearly as strong. And I think the biggest difference, honestly, is Jarris projects to become a very, very great defender, whereas right now Leonard Miller is an awful defender. That's Leonard Miller can't close out on anybody. I think if you had to rate everybody in the league based on their ability to close out onto the perimeter, Leonard Miller might be last. But I still love him. I still think he's so good. So there's just a lot to work with yet in terms of getting him to a spot where, and to be honest with you, if you would have asked me 2 years ago if he was a legit first round draft prospect, I would have laughed and said no. Because he wasn't. And then his 1 year in the G League Ignite, he got a lot better. He grew a bit. He grew into his frame. He became way more productive, hit the glass way harder. I think Leonard Miller is going to really have a great trajectory upward. By the time he's 22, 23 years old, we're going to really start looking at this guy as a big time producer in the NBA. Just right now, he's not anywhere close to that yet, which is okay. It's okay. He's got some time. He's got plenty of time to learn and grow and develop. Brennan says, Zach and I would like to welcome you to the 2024 NBA Trade Deadline stream roast of Sheldon. How's this Harry Potter looking? Full talk about B-ball. That's a great one, Brendan. I like that. I like you throwing that in there. Arib said, sorry if you already went through this, but can you do some Warriors mock trades, like maybe Wiggins to Dallas? Yeah, let's do that right now. Let's get this back up on the stream. Arib, I told you earlier we're going to do some more Warriors ones, and I think I forgot to get back around to it. So thank you for coming back in here. Let's get this going right now, where we have Wiggins to Dallas. We're going to send Rashawn Holmes to the Warriors with Maxi Kleba. Kleba I actually think would be a pretty good fit in Golden State. I'm not going to lie. And then the question is, how do you value this here? Because you're giving the Warriors some long-term cap relief, but you're getting, I would say pretty clearly the better player in the deal out of all of these guys. Wiggins, I mean, he's not worth his contract probably, but you're getting the best player. So, are you doing a second round pick here and probably the 2028 one from, I mean, if you're Golden State, would you say yes to this? I think Kleba would be really good for Golden State. I actually do believe that. I think his skill set fits their system pretty well as a spacing big man who can run handoffs. He's very accustomed to playing with a heliocentric player like Luka. So if you want to, lean that way a bit more with Steph, you could do that. I mean, I don't think it's terrible. Resilient says there were some trades. Not yet. Not any big trades yet. Zach says, also love seeing the Kings fans supporting Tyrese and the Pacers. I'm a Pacer fan who still loves Sabonis and roots for the Kings. Yeah, that's the thing, too, is I'm someone, I'll even raise my hand. I've been very critical of the Kings in the past. That's me right here. I'm typically hater number one. But I actually love the Kings, and I love watching the Kings. They're super fun. Mike Brown, I was a little critical of when they hired him, but I actually got to talk to him this year. I asked him about his offense, and he told me that he actually had developed it his final year in Golden State, and that's something that I didn't know when I analyzed them hiring him, because I looked at his historical, data as a coach, and he just offensively was never a great coach. And then we know what he became with Sacramento as, honestly, he built the best offense in the league last year. And it was impressive to watch. It was a perfect fit with Sabonis and Fox, and the team is just really fun to watch. I love watching them, and the Kings are just great. So we should have more of this where you enjoy watching other teams. I saw a tweet the other day saying, oh, imagine waking up and being excited to watch Sabonis. I'm like, well, that's me. I like watching Sabonis. He's super fun. Austin here says the Mavs and Bucks have been reported to talking about a trade involving Portis for Grant Williams. We did look at that just a little bit recently. I know I'm behind on the comments, so you guys are doing great. I'm here. Inferno Monferno says, I saw your video. I don't like giving up picks for DeMar, who doesn't fit the best with Embiid. I think part of that is you're looking at trying to probably maximize the minutes that Embiid's off the floor as part of the reason. And then you're also trying to look at the fact that Embiid's out for maybe a month, maybe 2 months. We'll see what it ends up being. But yeah, Zach, this is what, at some point this will happen, Zach. I fully believe that. I fully believe that. John Carl says, do you think the Wizards will move Kuzma at the deadline, or are they going to demand too much? I think that they will demand a lot, but the thing is, he's got a descending contract. I should actually share the screen here on this. So let's go to Spot Track, and I'm going to pull up the Washington Wizards, and I'm going to switch my screen share to a different tab. Because for those of you who do not know, I do have a bunch of screen shares ready for situations like this so that I can show exactly what I'm talking about. And this is why they're not in a rush to trade him. Kuzma is making $25 million this season, but it's descending. $23 million next year, $21.5 million the year after, $19.5 million the year after. So as the cap grows, remember the cap's going to increase over these years, like you would expect it to. Kuzma's contract will descend, and it makes his contract more and more valuable. So if the Wizards don't trade him this year, he becomes more tradable next year and more tradable the year after that even. Obviously, when you get to that last year, then teams will look at him as an expiring and he won't be as, attractive. He's also 28 years old, so it's not like you want to wait until 2026 to trade him. But this year or next year are really the prime years to trade Kuzma, and if they don't get something they like for him this year, trading him next year definitely does make some sense. Vance says Pacers would definitely do Buddy for Wiggins. There's no flexibility in Buddy's expiring deal. They'd have to re-sign Buddy with bird rights. Yeah, but my thought is, Vance, with that, you're making a good point, but at the same time, re-signing Buddy with bird rights, you're probably looking at somewhere around the mid-level exception price of $12 million, whereas Wiggins is making double that at $24 million. And I don't know if Wiggins is playing up to a $24 million standard. So I don't know. I get what you're saying for this is the Knicks have way more trade flexibility by overpaying Evan Fournier. That's exactly what Vance is trying to say here. But at the same time, it's not good that the Knicks have Evan Fournier because he doesn't help them right now, really. Wiggins is better than Fournier, not trying to suggest that either. But there's give and take both ways with that. So if they're able to keep Buddy for, a 3-year, $36 million deal, then you just prefer to have Buddy. So it comes down to that, and who knows, maybe they won't keep him. We got some awesome balloon emojis coming in. Who are the top 5 rookies you see being most successful by the end of their rookie contracts? Wembanyama, Scoot Henderson, Amen Thompson, Brandon Miller, and let me go to, I guess Jaime Jaquez probably has to be in there now. I was way too low on him on my board, unfortunately. I think the fact that he landed in Miami helps because they gave him an opportunity right away and they, gave him real minutes and everything. So I don't know. I was just low on him. It's a draft miss for me, which I'm okay with admitting. I don't have any issue admitting stuff like that when I'm wrong. The guy I had 5th on my board was Taylor Hendricks, which he hasn't really shown a ton yet this year. I also had him Anthony Black, and Cam Whitmore all in the same tier. But I feel really confident about the 4 with Victor, Scoot, Amen, and Brandon Miller. I mean, those 4 are for sure going to be in there, I think. Yeah, Jarris, I know. Jarris plays like DeAndre Ayton in a way that isn't good. He just fades away all the time, which I hate, but it is kind of how it is. It is how it is. Sorry. Okay, DJ said, heard the Pacers are interested in Wiggins. What do you think? I mean, let's just cook here. We'll put together a trade for Wiggins. I don't know. I just don't think I would really do it if I were them. I don't hate it. It's not like I'm like, oh, this is terrible and this sets the franchise away. I just don't think I would just do it. There's a real difference here. My visceral reaction to some things, for example, when the Bulls traded for Nikola Vucevic, I was like, oh my God, what did they just do? And that video's up on the channel. Actually, you can, I'm sure that I said that was the beginning of a great rebuild for Orlando or something like that. And that was, 4 years ago now. I love that trade for Orlando, and I think everyone should have at the time. It was a pretty obvious swindling by the Magic. They did a great job in that deal, given all the situations. But healed to the Warriors for Wiggs. Let's do this. And then to make the money work, we have to send out a little bit more money on this side. See, this is the issue, too, of making this work. Because, right now it's going to tell us that the trade doesn't work. So how do we get the money to work? Is it Obi? I don't know. This is the tricky thing. You don't want to give up Jalen Smith in this, I don't think. Isaiah Jackson, I'd be really bummed if they gave up Isaiah Jackson for Andrew Wiggins. I'm in a trade like this. Shepherd, I feel kind of unmoved doing that. And Nemhard, I definitely is a no. I mean, what do you guys want me to do here? Are you seeing some of the issues? Because when I do this, it's going to say that the trade doesn't work. Why is that? That shouldn't work. Hold on. Let me do some math here. 19.2 times 1.25. That shouldn't work. I just did the math. The 125% rule. They should be $300,000 short. I don't know why that is working, because that's not supposed to work at all. That's kind of throwing me for a loop here, because that is not supposed to work based on the trade rules. Does anyone know why? Because that shouldn't work. That is surprising to me. Neither team has cap space. So I don't understand. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me. John says, curious if you can speculate on best case scenario for Wizards this trade deadline, any realistic young upside players. Best case scenario is they find a way to get Leonard Miller from Minnesota or someone like that. If they're able to find some productive G League player right now for basically nothing, for free, that would be a huge win, because I actually think that like some of those young guys from this past draft or the draft before maybe could really help them. So Leonard Miller is the guy that I think makes a ton of sense. But in terms of other teams, like if you're able to get some young guys that have a chance at really breaking out, like for Washington right now, it just needs to be, hey, let's take swings on a bunch of young dudes. And at some point, 2 or 3 of them will hit. And then from there, that's when you add your own draft picks in. Maybe you end up getting Cooper Flagg, or you get AJ Debonsa, for example, and you're able to add in these other young players next to players that you've found, grown, and developed over time. So that's really the biggest thing I'm looking for. Yeah, concern with Kuzma is he doesn't look to the young guys, so it's hard to develop with him. And here's the thing. Playing in games is not the only way to develop players. In fact, I would say it's one of the worst ways to develop players. And if you're and it's not just about touches. Like you can develop young players without them having to touch the ball a ton. I think a great example of that is Dorian Finney-Smith. He played for the Mavericks. He was an undrafted free agent out of Florida. He couldn't shoot the basketball, couldn't really do anything on the offensive end of the floor, and now he's a quality starter in the league. And the reason is because Dallas spent a ton of time and a lot of infrastructure around him to develop him. And it wasn't by letting him play point guard. It wasn't by letting him touch the ball a ton. It was by spending practice reps with him, making sure he's getting shots up in, before, after, at the end of games when teams were getting blown out. Like Dorian Finney-Smith didn't play very much at all to begin his career, and he still developed. And I think that if you're Washington, you don't have to worry about like having guys willing to take and carry the load is completely fine, because you can find little successes. Bilal Coulibaly cuts and scores. Sometimes handles the basketball, runs a pick and roll, gets an assist. Those are things that, as long as you're getting some film and you're able to show them the film, you don't need 30 reps a game. You need a couple. And I think the Wizards are in an okay spot. I really wouldn't worry about it, to be honest. I know like the idea is, give them as many reps. Like, yes, those things are beneficial, but it's not always beneficial, because sometimes players have a hard time scaling back down from that, where they think, I'm supposed to be the guy. I've been doing it for the last 3 years. Well, no, you were doing it because we weren't good. So like, I think as long as you have players playing within a role that you think that they're going to realistically you're going to want them to do, like, that's great. And that's why, like, G League, like, players go down to the G League, they get taxed with being the guy, and then all of a sudden they come back up to the NBA team, and people wonder why they don't play without the ball better. Well, guess what? You're sending them down to the G League, and they're not playing without the ball. They're playing with the ball. So if you want them to play into a certain role, you have to develop them into that certain role. So that's one of the things about NBA basketball. It's just way different. Like high school ball, it's all about getting guys to touch the basketball and play, because then the more skilled they are, the better your team's going to be. The NBA, all of these guys are super skilled. You need them to be very specialized. You need guys skilled in certain roles, certain areas. You need guys who can cut. You need guys who can stand in the corner and catch and shoot. Like, it's very different. And I think the NBA, like, it's okay if Bilal Coulibaly's not getting 20 shots a game. It really is. It's okay if he shoots 4 shots in one game. It's not a big deal. As long as he's getting practice reps, as long as you're doing a good job outside of game time to make sure he's getting infrastructure to work and improve, they're going to be just fine. So I wouldn't worry about it as a Wizards fan, honestly. How likely is it the Nets trade Claxton? I don't know. I don't have a good read, to be honest, Brian. I would love to give you like an answer of, it's this percent for sure. I don't have a great answer for that. And I don't want to, like, if I had to guess, it's probably like 35%, but I think that they're like the real, like, that's the dark horse candidate of, like, I would really love to see someone get moved, like, someone to make a move for him is what I'm trying to say. Soon as Leonard Miller gets rotational minutes, next year, maybe. Like that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like Leonard Miller, like he's not going to get any NBA time this year, really, and that's okay. It's okay. John says, sorry to follow up on my terrible team. No, I love talking about the Wizards. So you think the Wizards declined for a second because they're holding out for Miller from Minnesota? Miller or maybe Wendell Moore Jr. they could possibly want. And it might just be too that, hey, they were a week away from the trade deadline. And this is also just a report. We don't even know if that's really true. Like, I'd love to follow and believe every single report. I just don't. Like, if they got offered 4 seconds, like maybe they're just hoping that a first round pick comes. They might have just told Minnesota, hey, if that's your offer, just hold on to it. We'll maybe come back to this if we don't get something better at the deadline. And that might be the case. Luke says, I remember you were really high on Taylor Hendricks. I got him on my Dynasty Fantasy League. Do you think the Jazz specifically try to open up minutes for him this deadline? Maybe not this deadline. I think going into next year, that they'll probably open up something. To me, it was pretty shocking when they traded for John Collins. But I think Hendricks has done like some nice stuff so far early in his career. He hasn't played a ton. He's only played in 13 games. He's playing, I think, 15 minutes a night in those games. But he's been relatively productive, I would say, for what you realistically expect for someone in that type of situation. All things considered, he's getting some block shots here and there. Like for playing low minutes, he's doing enough that I feel like trusted that he's going to really still turn into something good, which you guys know I believed. I like Taylor Hendricks a ton, and I wouldn't worry even if they don't open up minutes for him. Like it just doesn't matter. Yeah, Zach, I was going to record a video on this too at some point because this is, I actually just really think this is like development malpractice. Like everyone for the longest time too, I disagreed with what I'm about to say because I thought, oh, well, you want to have him get on ball reps, and you want him to feel comfortable, and you want him to, get reps in live action, and all of those things are important. But live action G League play is not even close to live action NBA play, if we're being honest. And that's okay. The live action is still helpful, but have him play live action in the thing that you're going to ask him to do. Have him post up, have him do this, that, and the other thing. But you still have to have him play in the role, like cut, play off the ball, catch and shoot. Like for Indiana, if Indiana becomes really great, I'm talking like a top team in the league, it'll be because Jarris Walker develops as an elite catch and shoot guy playing off of Halliburton. Because then all of a sudden you can't help off of him. And then he becomes someone who can attack closeouts and hopefully at some point leverage his strength into scoring the basketball at the rim. Like there's feasible areas that he needs to get better at that if he does, Indiana becomes really almost unstoppable on the offensive end. So we'll see what happens for sure. Old Crow says, I've seen hundreds of videos. Who would your top 3 targets for the Cavs be as far as shooters? I would see if they could get Mike Muscala from Detroit now. I would see if they could get him. Danilo Gallinari wouldn't be terrible either. So I like those 2 guys because it's got to be cheap options here for Cleveland because I just don't see them being able to go get a bigger salary. Like McDermott, I just don't think is reasonable. So those are the 2 guys that I would really like. And then, I mean, if they do a bigger salary like Buddy Hield, since he's seemingly available, it would be good. Hey, man, this is being reported. Mavs and Bucks discussing Bobby Portis Grant Williams swap. Yep, I've seen some of the comments in there too, and we've talked about this already. But let's just get this up on stream so everyone is aware that we have seen it and discussed it. So it would be Portis for Grant, something along that line, and try trade. You could argue like what has to go where. Is there any other throw-ins from either side? Whatever. Yeah. Zach says, when it's some small reporter, I always have a feeling it's teams using the reports as leverage because most of those guys don't filter what they put out because they don't get much. I mean, it depends too. Like right now, like it's funny because I'm a tiny, small reporter. And I feel like the only reason I would tweet something is if I actually firmly believe it, because especially like the one thing I would say is as a small reporter, I only have like 500 followers on my personal Twitter because I just started doing it this year. Like the one thing I would say is I'd be super cautious in that because I want to be right. If I'm going to tweet something, I don't want it to just be whatever, random. So that's the way I look at it. But I definitely understand your point too. Like some people do stuff for clicks. Like for me, I try to avoid doing that because I don't want, like, because I feel like then if people came back to it and said, oh, this guy was just wrong, like you lose all your credibility already before you even have gained any following, which seems silly to me. But I totally understand your point there too, Zach. Brisket says, does Robert Williams to Raptors make sense for future? No. I don't think so, just given the fact that I just think they need spacing. I would love for the Raptors to get shooting, like, and a collection of it. Lawrence says, is there any word where Nuggets would be willing to trade Peyton Watson to the Kings? Sorry, no. Yeah, you're right, Zach, too. Like, and that's the thing is, like, so I totally understand what you're saying, because you're probably definitely right about it, like that. And like the part of it too is some of these accounts are small for a reason, like because they're not accurate, not very correct. Like my Twitter, I started this year with like less than 100 followers on Twitter, so mine's growing pretty quickly, honestly, I think. But at the same time, it's still small. But I totally get what you're saying, because like you're right. Internal canvas here says, could Bucks do Portis for Dorian Finney-Smith? No, the Nets would not do that, I don't think. The Bucks would probably have to throw in like Marjan Beauchamp at least. John says, how mad will you be if the Mavericks trade for Gafford and Kuzma? Would you prefer Kuzma to Jeremy Grant per your video? I would. Okay, so this is a great question from John. Shout out to John. John, you've been coming in with some great Wizards questions today, and just some great questions in general. So let's get some John hype down below. Let's get some John hype. I'm going to throw my own first one in there. John hype. Let's get him hyped up in the chat. I'm going to do some balloons for John if I can. Let's see, how do I do this again? There we go. I got some balloons coming for John. That's going to be a new theme here during the live streams this week. We're going to get some balloons going. But let's talk about this Kuzma to the Mavericks with Gafford. So getting Gafford, I think, does drastically change things, because the two of these guys together rebound the ball decently well. The Wizards haven't been a great rebounding team this year, but with Luka, you're going to have a pretty decent rebounding guard at least. So your rebounding gets a little bit better. So let's do Rashawn and Maxey here for this, and then we're going to have to throw in more money yet, this is the flaw here. Probably means Grant. Like, I don't know. And then 2027 first. Like, to me, don't get me wrong, like Dallas gets better. Dallas gets better in this trade, because Kuzma's better than Grant and Gafford's better than Holmes and Kleba for sure. But like, do they get better enough? Does this move the needle enough? And the reason I say that is because you lose a lot of your trade flexibility. You really do. RH wants to see Bruce Brown to the Knicks mock. Let's do that. We can throw one of those up here for sure. Let's get that going. So Toronto and the Knicks. Shout out to the Knicks, man. They've been playing really good basketball this year. So shout out to that. A lot of hype for them. Bruce Brown, so important, since he's recently traded. This little RT tag on his profile there means recently traded. Because of that, he cannot be aggregated with other salaries. So Toronto, if you're doing mock trades here, you can't add another player to Bruce Brown. So you can't trade Schroeder with him. You can't trade Boucher with him or anything like that, okay? So with that, Bruce Brown's the sole piece going to the Knicks. Fournier goes back to the Raptors, as does Quentin Grimes, and as does 2024 Knicks first rounder, because they've been better than Dallas. So they trade the lower first for Bruce Brown, something like this. Raptors get another first rounder this draft. The Knicks get Bruce Brown. Raptors also get Quentin Grimes. I don't think this is terrible. Let me know what you guys think below. Douglas here says, can the Warriors do a small trade? Corey Joseph, second-round picks for Goga Bitadze. I don't think the Magic will give up Goga. I think that they like Goga Bitadze quite a bit. He filled a huge role for them this year when Wendell Carter was out. Although, with that said, he hasn't really played the last few games. But, maybe. I don't know. How much does Bitadze make? Bitadze was awesome for them this year, though, when, I don't know. Bitadze was really good for them. I don't know. It's hard. Glad you like that trade, RH. Could you flip Grimes for Eason? No. I don't think the Rockets are going to be willing to give up Eason, to be honest. Ethan Eli here says, could you look at places Josh Giddey could be traded to? I think he will be traded anyways in the next year or two. Yeah, so my guess is he doesn't get traded this year. But just in a hypothetical, I'm just going to throw something together quick. You guys let me know what you think of this. Trey Mann. Let's throw in a couple seconds. Trade that. Trade that. What do you guys think? The Zion pick of Goga is definitely legendary. Douglas here says, what move would you suggest for the Heat? They don't have enough, and Jimmy Butler doesn't look like he has much time left. They need a power forward. Like, here's the thing. Miami doesn't have a lot of trade flexibility. They don't have the contracts. The hope is that Rozier lives up to the hype. For me, I was a little bit more skeptical of the whole Rozier thing. I was a little bit more skeptical. To be clear, too, with this Kuzma trade, I don't think this will happen, by the way. This is like a theoretical, like, I think the Wizards would be a team to get giddy because Will Dawkins is now the GM of the Washington Wizards, and of course Winger is the president of basketball operations. Dawkins was the right-hand man to Sam Presti in OKC. So if they're targeting players, someone like Giddey makes sense. Yeah, I didn't understand the hype here either, Douglas, to be honest. I think I gave the trade like a B because it's like they gave up Lowry in a first, and like the first had a protection on it, whatever. So it wasn't like terrible, but like Rozier was so overhyped because he was averaging 23 points a game, if we're being honest. Like, let's I need to look at Rozier's like numbers since he got to Miami. I mean, this is his. He's averaging 11. He's shooting 32% from the field, so that'll tick up. Like, he won't continue to shoot that bad. He'll get a little bit better. He'll probably shoot like around 42, 43% if I had to guess. Once he settles in and everything, so he'll probably average 16 to 17 points a game. But oh yeah, that's right, John. I forgot all about the Bertans, and oh my gosh, I forgot all about that. Holy cow. Davis Bertans making his rounds around the league. Holy cow. Rozier equals needle nudger. Yeah. John says, I'd do it for Giddey. Okay. Oh, you do it even though we hate Bertans. I see. Okay. I like that. Murray would have been much better for the Heat. Yeah, I think so too, to be honest. I know. I just didn't really understand. Like, Rozier's like I don't want to hate on Rozier. He's not a bad player or anything, but like the hype just wasn't always there. Joseph here says Lakers need help. Let's talk about a Lakers trade that isn't DeJounte Murray, because that's all I've talked about today is DeJounte Murray. And to be clear, this one makes zero sense. This does not make the Lakers that much better because they need spacing, they need shooting, but they don't ever build their team that way. So D'Angelo Russell, welcome to Toronto. And Jalen Hood-Schifino, welcome to Toronto. And Maxwell Lewis, welcome to Toronto. Look at that. This basically works dollar for dollar. Wow. I mean, are we moved by this, guys? Like, Bruce Brown's good. Like, Bruce Brown's a really solid player. He helps a bunch of different teams. He's a utility guy. He does everything that you could use, and he does a lot of everything. It just doesn't mean that he's the right fit here. He's not a three-point shooter. He's had years where he shoots pretty well, but those are pretty much exclusively wide open because teams don't care and don't guard him that much. So Brisket says, I like the Lakers mock to Raptors better than Grimes in the pick. Honestly, I could see where you're coming from, Brisket. The one thing is you're getting like Hood-Schifino, who, like, I don't know. Man, just imagine if the Lakers took Cam Whitmore at 17, like everyone, like I thought they should, and like everyone else thought they should. I mean, like, how much better would this team be with Cam Whitmore? Not to trash Hood-Schifino or anything. Like, I liked Hood-Schifino. Where did I have Hood-Schifino on my board? I had Hood-Schifino at number 20, tied with Jet Howard. I had them as tied at number 20 on my big board. And like, I had Cam Whitmore at 7. And I had his ceiling as, what did I have his ceiling as? All-Star, with like, it was like this far away from All-NBA, because that's what I thought he could be. So feels pretty good. Feels pretty good. PJ Cruz here says Oklahoma City trades 2 first-rounders to Cleveland for Jared Allen. I don't see the Cavs trading Jared Allen. They've been playing very well as of late. JC So Cool says might as well throw in Gary Trent Jr. in there too. Might as well, right? Just get everyone going out to LA. Brisket says we already have 3 firsts and the first pick of the second. Yeah, I think the point here is like if you had 4 firsts, you would just trade more of them into doing others. Like if you wanted to move all the way up to pick number 1 or whatever, right? You'd have flexibility like that. Search Sniper, what would a Lowry to OKC deal look like? So this is, first of all, the first thing I have to say, this is not going to happen. The Jazz are not going to trade Lowry Markkanen. I would be like, if this happens, you guys are going to have to come into the live stream on Thursday and make sure I'm okay, because I just don't see any way that this will happen. My mind will be blown if Lowry Markkanen gets traded to the Oklahoma City Thunder. But Davis Bertans, luckily his contract matches very, very well into this. And then also from there, I think, so it depends on how we want to do this, because we could also, like, I don't know. I feel like Utah would want like a young player, like Trey Mann. Send Chris Dunn back, but they like Chris Dunn. Money-wise, that should work, I think, anyway. So then from there, what OKC would have to do is use their 36 first and blow the Jazz away with something like this, where they offer a ton of everything. I don't know why I'm breaking out into song, but this is what it would have to look like. And yes, I'm going to continue clicking stuff because it will not stop until an offer is done. This is 6 first-round picks for Lowry Markkanen. And you might think, wow, that's insane. That's actually crazy. And I will tell you, yes, it is, but that's what it would probably take. The Jazz are not going to trade him. The Jazz just won't trade him. Cody here wants to see a Golden State Warriors and Chicago Bulls trade. Okay. I'm not exactly sure what you want to see in it. Like, is there a specific angle you want me to take here? Bulls, let me look at these teams and see if anything comes to mind. Like, what would make these teams want to do a trade? No. Definitely no. Well, Vooch, they would let him set illegal screens in Golden State. That would be pretty valuable. I don't know. I don't see anything between these two teams, Cody. I don't know what you want. SP wants to know where I had Grady Dick ranked. I had Grady Dick at number... Where did I have Grady Dick? I had him at number 11, which I feel pretty good about still, to be honest. I know, like, I don't really understand why they were messing with his jump shot so much. I don't know if anyone knows the answer to that. I know, like, Grady Dick's had some moments this year. He's also struggled a bit this year. He's only shooting 27% from 3, but I still feel okay about it. Like, I mean, shooters sometimes struggle coming out. Like, even Jabari Smith last year as a top 3 pick in the draft struggled. So, it's fine. Zach says, love JHS as a Hoosier, but as an NBA player, yeah. It's just like the 3-point shot. I just wasn't sure if it was ever going to come around. Brandon says, have you done any 76ers mock trades yet by chance? They seem primed for a trade deadline move, but with Embiid out now, where do they even go? Yeah, let's go do that quick. Let's do a Sixers one, because I haven't like actually fleshed out a Sixers trade all day. Oh, and look, we're on the Bulls. Convenient. Let's do Mook and Rocco and this 2026 first and a couple of second rounders. The Bulls aren't in a spot where they can be picky, if we're being honest. They don't get to just say, oh no, we're not going to do that. Then keep him. Then keep DeMar DeRozan. Continue to be bad. You're the Chicago Bulls. Like, have fun maybe making a playing game. Like, I mean, something like this, maybe. I don't know. Like, DeRozan's not like the ideal fit with Embiid, I don't think. Like, I know a comment had mentioned that earlier, and I do like just tentatively agree with that. But at the same time, like, who else is out there? Who else are you going to go get? I don't even really know. Like, maybe Bogdanovich. Like, we could do something around Bojan. I'm okay with doing something like that. Like, let's do, this will make a ton of sense, to be honest, what we're about to do. We're going to do Mook plus Korkmaz for Bojan. And we'll give up the 2020. Oh, I don't want to do that one. Nope. We're going to do like 3 second rounders. This actually makes a ton of sense. The Pistons get some draft assets for a guy who's no longer worth a first-round pick. The Sixers get someone who can help them a little bit on offense, but still fits around Joel Embiid. Yeah, I think this is, in the ballpark. The big thing here is the 76ers also save some money, and they duck like below. I think that would get them below the tax or right beside it, which last year they ducked below the tax by trading away Matisse Thybulle. So I think that something similar would be in order here, and Furkan Korkmaz finally gets his trade request granted. John Carl says, thanks for the balloons. My personal hope is if the Wizards trade Kuzma for Josh Green or Davion Mitchell or get McBride from the Knicks. Interesting. Josh Green is sweet. I love Josh Green. Most Mavs fans don't, but he's awesome. Noah Humphrey says, will the Bulls be contenders before 2040? I'm going to take the easy answer there and say no. I don't see it. Bobby Portis and AJ Green for Grant and Derek Jones Jr. I don't see the Mavs including Derek Jones Jr. into a deal just to do it. Douglas Mike says the only player Golden State wants from the Bulls is Caruso, but the Bulls want multiple firsts for him, and he isn't worth that to Golden State because they still have GP2. Yeah, I don't see. I just couldn't see really a Bulls Warriors trade that made sense to me. Grady finally playing decent minutes and playing better and better. Yeah, everyone's going to way overreact to rookies. Like, it's way too early to even react to my big board, honestly. Like, even after year 1 or year 2, it's still too early to actually really do that. RH, it definitely was. It didn't even look at all the same. Like, from, I've watched hours and hours of Grady Dick to the point where, like, I can recognize some of the things that when he does on an NBA floor, it reminds me of plays he made at Kansas. His jumper was not the same. Like, Rowan from shooting 42% from 3 in college to 27% in the NBA, and it's not because the line's a little bit deeper. Like, that's not the reason. RH says Schroeder and Gary Trent Jr. to the Magic would fill some holes for them. Yeah, I don't know if they need to do that. West Coast Hoops, what's up? He says, yo, Sheldon, what's good? It's Cooper from the league. Glad to have you in here. Shout out to you, Coop, for being in the stream today. Shout out to you. We're going to be streaming again all week long, so I'm kind of excited for that. John here says, sorry, I meant Grimes for a Gafford or Tyus trade, not McBride. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that makes some sense. So that would be sweet. Grimes would be awesome, I think. What's up, Brian? Glad you've been in the stream today. Really appreciate you. Inferno Monferno says, would love Boyan, need a wing, defender, and shooting. DeMar DeRozan does neither of those well. Yeah, like, he attacks closeouts well still. It's not like people close out on him very hard, but and he's a great mid-range scorer. Like, it's hard because you can't, like, afford to just build your team for when your best player's out. But at the same time, that's like kind of the situation they're in. So yeah, it's like the hard thing. I guess here let's cook one more trade. One more trade that I actually think makes a good deal of sense because you are right. Like, that is what you do need. And let's switch from the Pistons here over to Indy. Here we go. This and this. This is again helping them get below the tax line, and the Pacers get collection of second rounders. I'm sure Pacers fans will say, well, that's not exactly what we're aiming for. You're probably right that it's not. But if they want to actually trade Buddy Hield and they can't find something that really helps them, maybe this is like the backup option. Few second rounders for him. Like, Buddy Hield would be pretty solid for Philly. Could help them shoot the ball for sure. Although Indiana might say, well, we're not just doing that to help Philly, which is true too. QT's Short says from London, well, appreciate you. Glad to have you in here. Again, crazy how people are just from all over the world watching the streams, which is super awesome. John Carl says, I don't think I will get what I want. Thanks for the awesome content. Appreciate you, John. Glad having you in here. Hopefully we'll see you the next couple days as well. Brandon says, can you see Brogdon to the Timberwolves? I kind of like that. Gives them Conley insurance, but Brogdon an injury bug player as well. So we talked about this earlier, Brandon, but I will pull it up again just for you real quick, just so we can get a good look at it, because this is going to be a question that a lot of people ask. So there's no no problem about it. But this is what makes me, I feel like, qualified to talk about stuff like this, is because I have a good picture on how all of these things work. And that's why you guys are asking questions. This is perfect. So when we have this trade, not even worrying about the draft picks or anything, these are the 3 players that Minnesota would likely have to give up to get Malcolm Brogdon salary-wise. And you might say, oh, well, it says success there, so that's good. It's not, because of this number right here. The Timberwolves are $2.3 million away from the luxury tax right now. And that might not sound like a big deal. It's actually a really big deal, especially for a smaller market team like Minnesota, who has a bunch of money on their contracts going into next season. Rudy Gobert's making over $40 million. Karl-Anthony Towns will be making over $50 million. Anthony Edwards might be making $45-50 million, depending on his All-NBA status. Jaden McDaniels is making $22 million. Mike Conley's a free agent. They've got a lot of stuff to figure out in terms of their actual roster. So if they do this, they enter the tax, and then they become a multi-year tax team because all of their guys are under a long-term contract, Gobert, Cat, Edwards, and McDaniels. Then all of a sudden you're looking at the Timberwolves as a team paying over $180 million for a team. That's essentially what the Clippers and Warriors are doing right now. So can we really see Minnesota afford to do that? My answer to that is no. So I think this is just a non-starter for the Timberwolves. Although Brogdon, I agree with you completely, Brandon. This would be a fantastic fit for them. He would be a great piece in Minnesota. Just financially, you can't really get that to happen, though. So it's unfortunate, but it's just the reality here. QTZ Short says Pistons should have taken Bol instead of Wiseman. I mean, you get the same result either way. Zach says, what do you think of Bogdan Bogdanović as a trade candidate? So for me with Atlanta, like this is going to be fun what I'm about to try to do. Let's get crazy here. Okay. We're going to add a bunch of different teams because I want to have some fun. And we're at that point where I feel like I can afford to have some fun every once in a while. So we're going to do Clippers. We're going to add team 4. Let's see what team would want him. Maybe this team. This is epic. And add team 5. This is sweet. What team do we want Bogdanović to go to? Let's actually just save team 5 for now. So the first thing, and the reason why this is not going to work, like Bogdan Bogdanović, I think he is very dependent on everything else that happens in Atlanta. Bogdanović is on a descending contract himself. I think 2 years from now, he'll be making like $16 million. Very affordable, very much worth how he's performing, not only this year, but throughout his career, of course. We know he's a quality player. So he would help teams for sure. There's no question about it. I think the big question is, what do you first do with DeJounte Murray? So let's say that DeJounte ends up with the Lakers. The Hawks' return for that is going to probably be D'Angelo Russell. Then you're also looking at getting Jalen Hood-Schifino. And from there, you're also maybe getting Max Lewis. And you're getting that 2029 first rounder. Okay? That's what you're getting for just one guy. So that's good. That's a great place to start. And I think it's a really perfect, it's not perfect, don't get me wrong, but it's like, at least you're getting a good deal of stuff, and then D'Lo would go to whatever team, okay? We're not going to figure out the D'Lo part right now. I don't care about the D'Lo part, okay? Just assume D'Lo goes to the Hawks here. Then from this, then you have to figure out, okay, what's our next piece? Capella. Let's trade him to the Clippers. So we're working with 2 LA teams. And now this is not going to all be in one big trade like I'm doing it here, but I'm doing it so we can show all of the steps of how they're working through everything. And so let's say Capella goes to the Clippers. In return, the Hawks would have to probably take back PJ Tucker's contract. Actually, we're going to just trade PJ Tucker to the Wizards because they have room for him. Okay. So that's going to make the most sense. PJ Tucker is just a Wizard because they have the trade exception that they can fit him in. On top of that, the Hawks would then probably have to take Mason Plumlee, and they'd probably get Kobe Brown. So, and we can even afford to throw Brandon Boston into Atlanta too, whatever. Okay. So now all of a sudden you're seeing they're getting 6 players for 2. This isn't ideal, but it is how it is, whatever. Let's actually, you know what, we're gonna do it just because I want this to be really crazy. Let's get the Brooklyn Nets in here. This is becoming ridiculous. We're gonna trade Dinwiddie to the Hawks. And we're going to make sure that D'Angelo Russell goes to the Nets. And on top of that, we're going to send out Wesley Matthews to the Nets in this too, for now. Just for that way we're getting the roster size a little bit closer. Wait a minute. Was there an actual Donovan Mitchell Woj bomb? Oh my gosh. You can't do that to me. You can't do that to me, RH7. Oh my gosh. Plans to participate in the 3-point contest. Holy cow, I got so scared. Oh my god. Bro. Whoa. Holy cow. Okay, so anyway, we got a lot going on here. Then what we need to do is the next thing we should do before Bogdanovich, and we can't even do it in this, but let's just hit try trade on this. Okay, this is the first step of business. Okay, the Hawks get all of this stuff. I should have given them some second rounders from the Clippers, whatever. Okay, this is a big trade, so big that I have to scroll, whatever. Okay, this is what we're looking at here. This is like the first step of business. Atlanta figures out what to do with DeJounte. They figure out what to do with Capella. They figure out what to do with D'Angelo Russell. If they get him, they figure out where PJ Tucker is going. Those are all the first steps, okay? And then off of that, when we reset this whole thing and we get rid of some of these other teams that do not matter to us, then that's when we figure out what probably is happening with someone like Bogdan Bogdanovich or DeAndre Hunter. In this case, let's trade DeAndre Hunter to the Wizards for, like, I don't know, Landry Shamet and DeLon Wright. And then the Wizards give up, I don't know, like 4 second rounders. And some people are going to say, that's not enough for DeAndre Hunter. I don't care. It's DeAndre Hunter. I do not care. Something like this. Look at that. The Wizards don't even get projected to get any better by getting DeAndre Hunter. Isn't that funny? So then, you make some deal like that. The Hawks are figuring out who they are. And then what really happens is, and that's when Bogdanovich gets traded to some team. So then you have to find what team that is. Is that Milwaukee? Because there was, remember, the reported sign and trade where Bogdan Bogdanovich was going to sign with the Milwaukee Bucks. And then there was tampering. The Bucks got, a second round pick stripped from them because of course they did. The NBA doesn't really know how to penalize teams in a way that makes sense. But like Bogdanovich would make some theoretical sense for Milwaukee. I also would be interested to see if Chris Middleton gets traded, by the way. I'm just going to whisper that out there. Bobby Portis and Pat Connaughton. Something like this. I mean, it's not great. Like second rounders, maybe. It's just like if you're Atlanta, how do you go about making deals? Because you're in a spot where, like, the teams, this is an issue too that we're gonna find over time. Like, there's so many teams hoarding picks right now. The Pelicans, the Jazz, the Thunder specifically, to the point where all of these teams that are trying to buy, that are actual contenders trying to win, they don't own the draft picks. So are the bad teams giving up draft picks? No. The Thunder aren't bad and the Jazz aren't bad, but are they in the spot where they're going to trade for every single player? No, of course not. So with the financial implications, like, we're in a weird spot where it's almost not great to be a seller because you're limited with who you can sell to because of the current situation. So that's kind of the issue you run into, honestly. Brandon Pilley says, thanks. I was curious about their financial situation with all their players needing to get their bag. Thanks for answering my questions. You're a beaut. Appreciate you, Brandon. Thanks for being in here. Brandon, if you're I don't know if you're a Timberwolves fan or not, but I actually cover the Wolves as a beat reporter. So links in the description for my Twitter. Would recommend going and giving me a follow on there if you want to see, Anthony Edwards post game stuff and that kind of thing. Let me know, but we'll see. Inferno Monferno says, I honestly think Sixers should punt this season, sell off, and get more picks for more of the offseason. Interesting. I could see them as a possibility. He likes the heel move. Okay. Yeah, it's hard because I'm speculating here without knowing what's going to happen with Embiid. So if he comes back and you didn't buy, you feel stupid. If he doesn't come back though and you bought, then you probably feel stupid. So it's like, well, what the hell do we do? That's going to be the question we run into. John says, we'll take Hunter for sure. I'm sure that you guys would. I'm sure you guys would. Bomb Zoni wants me to make a potential Tyus Jones deal to possibly Minnesota or Orlando. Let's do Orlando because I actually think that they'd be a perfect spot for him. And I haven't played around with the Orlando idea too much yet. So again, when we're trying to prep for the trade deadline this year, this is something where it actually makes a ton of sense to kind of operate that way. So let's go Tyus Jones to the Magic and Markelle Fultz to the Wizards. And with that, the Magic maybe offer, I don't know, 4 second rounders and Caleb Houston. Something like this. I mean, I don't know. This isn't terrible. Caleb Houston, I mean, he's tall. Like, I just got to see him in person the other day. I was never the biggest Caleb Houston guy, but I mean, for a shooter who's like as tall as he is, it's pretty impressive seeing him up close and personal. So I don't know. He's pretty darn good. Like as a whatever throw-in by player for Washington. Douglas here says the Bucks need to figure out how to put a good defender in the backcourt next to Lillard. They don't need Bogdan. Yeah, I know they don't, but like they don't have a lot of flexibility here, Douglas. Like let's just go back and look at what Milwaukee really has to work with, because, and this is why, like, any player that other teams are going to really want, they can't trade this. They can't trade this. They can't trade this. They have this to trade and this to trade. 2 second-round picks. And they've got, like, almost no middling salary. They got Portis and Connaughton. And then they've got young guys who are unproven. Beauchamp and Livingston and Andre Jackson Jr. I know Jackson Jr. and Beauchamp played a bit this year or whatever, but they're not like, they haven't played 180 career games and all of a sudden everyone's like, wow, we know this guy's going to be pretty solid. Like, they're pretty unproven players. RH wants to know if I see Herb getting moved. The answer to that is no, unless it's for Mikal Bridges or if it's for a player like Jared Allen, which I just don't see happening. West Coast Hoop says Blazers honestly should roll with their current roster. Yeah, I think they're going to trade some of their pieces for sure, though. I think, like, if I'm Portland, I would sell Jeremy Grant in a heartbeat. I would sell Malcolm Brogdon, especially since he's just got 1 year left on his deal. Like, his contract is very tradable right now because teams are going to want him for this year and next year, whereas next year he's going to be looked at solely as a rental, which is obviously less valuable. And then Robert Williams, like, you don't have to trade this year, but I would consider if you get a first-round pick. Bombzoni says, I'd be happy with that. I did see the Wizards held the line with Minnesota, who offered 4 seconds for Tyus, though. Like, yeah, the hard thing, though, is, like, if they're holding the line, I don't know what they're holding the line for. Minnesota doesn't have a tradable first. So, like, it's just, you know, if every team offers 4 seconds, then they have to choose one of them. So, I don't know what team's going to give a first for Tyus. Like, if you're Orlando, would you give a first for Tyus? Like, the answer to that for me is no. It's Tyus Jones. Like, he's not worth a first-round pick. Tom says, how can the Nets get someone like Evan Mobley or Keegan Murray, etc., by giving up their old players and keeping their young ones? They can't. Evan Mobley and Keegan Murray are going to be staying on their teams. PJ Cruz says, hashtag Detroit basketball. Can we hire you as a scout already? How do you feel about Isaiah Stewart to the Mavs? Stewart to the Mavs would be actually very helpful. I would actually like that quite a bit, but I just don't think that's going to happen. Shout out to you, PJ. PJ's been watching the channel for a very long time, so shout out to him. Tupac's nose ring said 3 most likely teams to trade for Lauri Markkanen, and what would they have to give up to get him? The Thunder are the most likely. The Pelicans would probably be the second most likely, and I'm going to say it, the Celtics, but the Celtics won't be until this offseason possibly. I'm not going to say why. That's for you guys to figure out, not for me to say out loud. I'm not saying it. Irvin says, should the Pelicans trade Jonas Valanciunas for Jared Allen? That would be something where we see Jonas and Herb Jones for Allen, something around that kind of construction. Yeah, like Douglas, this is kind of the issue with, like, because no teams that, like, the teams that are trying to buy DeJounte don't have a lot of assets. So that's where, like you were saying, I think it was you saying it, Utah has the ability to jump in over. But if they don't, then it's just like, oh, well, the Hawks either don't trade him or they trade him for a first. Like, and then it's like, wow, they got screwed. Bombzoni says, I could see DeLon Wright being a rock-solid buy low guy for Milwaukee. Yeah, I like DeLon actually quite a bit. DeLon would be really helpful. Let's actually look at that as a possibility here too. Let's go back to the Milwaukee Bucks. I think DeLon Wright's actually a really solid piece this year. Probably just 1 second round pick for him if I had to guess. And Pat Connaughton. This is a huge win, I think, for the Wizards if they're able to get something like this, honestly, because I would probably argue that Pat Connaughton is just as good of a player as DeLon Wright, in a vacuum. Now, Wright does some of the things that Milwaukee needs, which is why they would maybe consider doing something like this. But Connaughton can play. Connaughton's had a nice role in the past. I know this year he's been struggling a bit more, and they kind of were hoping for a bigger year from him after trading Grayson Allen and opening up, some more minutes in the backcourt and the wing spots. But all things considered, this would be a huge win for Washington. A huge win if they got this, I think. Can Azubuike or Keita be a real NBA rotation center? I think Keita can. I don't think Azubuike can. I think Keita has – neither of these players have great feel, honestly. But at the same time, they'd both be really, really good. NBAJ says, the more I see and read about Embiid's injury, I really believe that Kuzma is needed for my Sixers. Wow. Okay. I don't agree with that, but yeah, Douglas caught on. And I'm saying after, assuming there's some postseason collapse, would a Jaylen Brown to Utah make sense because Danny Ainge is the one who drafted him? Let's say Boston got tired of it. Let's say Jaylen Brown has another terrible playoff series in the conference finals or something. That's I didn't have a good third team. So Boston's the one that can, if you conjecture and think oh, well, if something crazy happens in the playoffs, maybe, right? Maybe. I'm not saying it's going to happen. And I think if Utah wanted Jaylen Brown, they would probably just trade draft picks for him or try and make it some 3-team deal where Jaylen Brown would go to Utah, marketing would, or, whatever would happen, right? There'd be some crazy stuff where, another star from another team's going to Boston and then the Jazz are sending a bunch of picks to the third team. And that would be something. I don't know. I'm not saying it's going to happen. This is just kind of pure conjecture. I'm all just talking about stuff that hasn't even happened yet because it's the trade deadline and talking about playoff stuff maybe happening. What would Jared Allen cost? Hypothetical question. A lot. He'd cost at least a few first-round picks or a good player on a good contract like Herb Jones, as an example. Bombzoni says, what team could you possibly see being intrigued by Shamet's very appealing contract? Detroit. Detroit makes a lot of sense for Landry Shamet. They need a shooter. Let's go throw the Pistons up here right now. The Pistons are not very good. And Landry Shamet is probably solidly available. This is one where another 3-team deal makes sense with Milwaukee. They don't really need Alec Burks. They don't really need Alec Burks at all. What team could use Alec Burks? Phoenix would probably like Alec Burks, huh? Let's send Alec Burks to the Suns. Nasir Little to the Wizards. Let's send, bear with me here, Shamet to the Pistons. So how are we looking money-wise? We got this. We got the Suns have to send out some more salary. Damian Lee to the Wizards. And the Suns send a second-rounder to Washington and a second-rounder to the Pistons as well. What do we think? Suns can only take. Oh, I have to cut $833,000. My bad. I got to send out another contract. Yeah, this stupid thing, man. Bull, you are a wizard. Something like this. What do you guys think? Somehow the Wizards on the team getting better in this. That's insane to me. I don't agree with that at all. But okay. So Burks to Phoenix, Shamet to Detroit, and Little, Lee, and Bull to Washington. What do we think? Jonas and Herb, hard pass. Yeah, I know. It's probably not the deal you'd want to hear. No news on Koloko's health yet, but I'm sure it's going to be a long journey until we see him back on the NBA floor if we ever do again. Douglas says, yeah, I can see Boston totally retooling their roster if they stink it up in the play. Yeah, it's just I wouldn't worry. Don't put too much stock into what I said, by the way. It's just I was just off the top of my head, throw something out there, right? NBAJ says, thanks for another great show. Loving it from here in the UK. Well, NBAJ, it's awesome having you here. Appreciate you. Make sure you guys are all subscribed to the channel as well. Make sure to hit that subscribe button down below, and then also leave a like on the stream. That's something super important. I want you guys to make sure to leave a like. It lets me know I'm doing a good job here. Appreciate all your guys' kind comments as well. Matt here says, hypothetically, if you could make any realistic trade before the deadline, what would you make? Let's go and cook something up right now. What would I do at the deadline that's realistic? If there's one thing I really want to see, and we've talked about it a couple of times already today. Actually, let's turn this into a. What do we think about turning this into a 3-team trade? This is the one I like the most. Let's do this. So these second rounders are all going to go to Atlanta. You'll see why in a second. Jonathan Isaac is going to go to the Clippers. DeJounte Murray is going to go to the Magic. And let's add in team 4. Wizards. Then in this, PJ Tucker is going to go to the Wizards. Send a bad second round pick, 2030 second rounder. Let's just do this one. Screw it. 2030 second rounder to the Wizards. And then from there, what else can we do? What else can we figure out here? We need to send some money to Atlanta. Is what we need to do. And we need to have more money going from the Clippers. Okay, so we're going to send Kobe Brown to Atlanta. We're going to send BJ Boston to Atlanta. And we're going to send Bones Highland to Atlanta. This should probably work, I think. Yeah, something like this. This is one that I think works really well for all teams. And I forgot. Oh, well, hold on. Don't clip that yet because I totally forgot to do this part. 2 Hawks. Okay, I forgot to include the first round picks. Sorry. This is what I would like to see. Hawks get 2 first rounders, 2 second rounders, a couple of young players, Highland, Brown, and Boston. Magic get their point guard in DeJounte Murray. The Clippers get Jonathan Isaac. And the Wizards get PJ Tucker into their trade exception. And for doing so, they get a 2030 second rounder. This is one of my favorite trades. Because the Clippers find a way to get Isaac, who is on a permanent basis one of the best defenders in the NBA. Doesn't stay healthy, doesn't play a ton of minutes, but when he's on the floor, he's one of the most impactful defenders in the entire league. He's tall, lengthy, switchable. He would really, I think, give the Clippers a good shot at beating Denver, which is something that I don't think they have right now. I don't think they have a shot at beating Denver right now, but I think if they had Jonathan Isaac as another body to throw at Jokic, it's a body to put on Aaron Gordon, who then you can use as a help defender more so than anything. You could also just throw Isaac on Jamal Murray for quarters at a time, and then maybe you're able to switch the pick and roll if you put Kawhi on Jokic. It gives you flexibility into doing things you've never done against the Denver Nuggets. And I think it would really let you open up things and try a bunch of different things. So this is something I would consider. I don't know. You have to let me know what you guys think, but I like this quite a bit, honestly, for all teams involved. Bomzoni is very happy with that deal. I like that. Luca here wants to know, what would be Chris Dunn's price around the league? I could see the Suns giving up to 3 second rounders for him if the market's there. Yeah, I think a couple of seconds probably the price, but I don't know if the Jazz are thrilled about that. 2 young shooters the Raptors could go after. I don't know. It's hard to say that because usually if there's good young shooters, they're probably playing. AJ Green for Milwaukee, never plays at all. He could be good for them. Brandon Boston, he's not a real shooter. He's more of an off the dribble guy, but you could go get him. Amir Coffey maybe is available this deadline. Love to see that. Douglas here says, should Denver get help for their bench or do they lack the salaries to move? they just kind of lack the salaries. That's the one issue I've ran into a lot with them. It's hard to find something that I like just flat out love for Denver because of their contract situation, to be honest with you. So that's the issue I really ran into with them a ton. I'm going to send out a tweet here quick. Make sure to go leave it a like. Links in the description for our profile. Ask for thoughts on that. There we go. That is now posted on Twitter, so make sure to go check that out. All right. Luca K says, "What?" Or Luke Davis here says, "Do you get access to more rumors since starting your job with the Wolves? Feel like you've tweeted a few things recently that hint at top secret info." I bet people is what I'll say. MVAJ says, "Will Marcus Smart get moved as the Grizzlies season is dead? And I don't think he's a total necessity next year. He's injured, but has value to save the Hawks next season if Murray goes." I think that he will stay in Memphis. I would be surprised if they traded him. Luke Davis says, "Has anyone tossed out Levine to the Grizzlies? Memphis would be poised for a monster season next year since this one is a wash." I have not seen anyone tweet any of that out. That's interesting. Shout out to Jordan Bomzoni for the follow. Appreciate you. It's awesome how many Wizards fans we're like slowly racking up over here. I think that's one of my favorite things is we're getting a bunch of Washington Wizards fans all of a sudden, and I really actually do love that. But let's. This doesn't make any actual real sense, I don't think. But we're gonna play around with a Bulls Grizzlies trade, which I don't think I've ever even imagined for a second. So. Levine, this is where the issue is going to be, though, is like how do you get salary-wise to where you want to be? And the answer is they just really don't have a way. So, no, Levine will not be a Grizzly is what I have just now decided, unfortunately. But, yeah, no, I thought it was an interesting idea. He could have helped them for sure, but unfortunately, no. I'm the best nerd says, "What do you think happens with Goga, Wendell Carter Jr., logjam in Orlando? Do you see either getting moved?" So this is the thing. There's been all of the speculation. About Orlando moving one of their front court players. And specifically the guy that comes to mind most often and is reported on most often is Wendell Carter Jr. And part of that is because he's injured oftentimes. He's missed a lot of time in his tenure with Orlando. Like, is he traded somewhere? Like, he would help Dallas a lot. He would help a ton of teams. I could see the Clippers having interest in him. I could see pretty much any contender wanting Wendell Carter Jr., to be honest. I could see Milwaukee really wanting him. I could see Boston really wanting him. They all would, right? Like, the Timberwolves are probably the only team that doesn't need him because they already have 3 big men. Like, otherwise, every team would love to get this guy. The Kings would like Wendell Carter Jr. a lot as well. I don't know. It's hard for me to see them actually trading him because I don't know if you're going to get the value for him. He's only 24 years old. I don't know. I just don't think you're going to get the value for him that you want. So because of that, I'm going to say no, that they don't actually move him, which is, I think, okay if they don't. Bumzoni says, "I'm so impatient. I really want another move. Marvin Bagley III has gotten me very excited to see who else we can land." Yeah, this is the best time of year. We'll have to keep our eyes on. Matt here says, "Apart from Isaac, as previously mentioned, what current NBA players do you believe could be a realistic pickup for a contending team to try to shut down Jokic?" So the thing that stands out to most to me, if you go rewatch the Timberwolves defending Nikola Jokic, because I think that they are one of the best teams, and best equipped teams to guard Jokic. They put Karl Anthony Towns on Nikola Jokic, and they put Rudy Gobert on Aaron Gordon, and they leave Aaron Gordon wide open. So I think if you're going to do that, like let's say Sacramento here, like if Sacramento theoretically played Fox and Trey Lyles together, you could maybe put Lyles on Jokic and then hope that Sabonis can be a help guy, which he doesn't do a great job of that, but you're looking at 2 bigger, stronger bodies possibly getting in the way. When it comes to available players that like could help with that,
Like the list isn't very long. Like Jonathan Isaac is like the guy that is the one that makes the most sense. I think Capella, like he's a body you could throw. So if you're thinking about like Phoenix, like maybe you put Durant on Aaron Gordon and then have like Durant's long enough that he's gonna be able to block some shots. So if you get like Capella, I mean Phoenix might already be decently well built for this because they have Nurkic who's pretty strong. Like that might be an okay like option. I don't think it's gonna be great, but it might be okay. It's funny, Ben Simmons, I think, could actually be okay in this, although he'd probably be injured by the second game of the series. Nick Claxton definitely could help as like the guy you would put on Aaron Gordon. He would be the rotate guy who can come over and help block shots and stuff. Pirtle, if he's available, would be good to just body up Jokic a little bit, but I don't really see that. Boucher could be the help guy. I think Boucher is actually a really underrated target. This year, I think he could really help a bunch of different teams as like a weak side shot blocker, add some length. He just gets in the passing lanes, does enough on offense to stay on the court. I like him a bit. Charlotte doesn't really have anything like that for me that I'm interested in. Washington, yeah, Gafford, like kind of. I don't know. RH says, do you see Jakob Poeltl getting moved? He exposed the Thunder yesterday despite the loss. No, I don't really see him getting moved, to be honest with you. Wants to know, does Miles Bridges play good defense? He's got like the physicals that you would think like, yeah, he would, but he really doesn't. He's just, I mean, part of it too is like he plays in Charlotte for a bad head coach. So I don't want to like sit here and say, oh my God, Miles Bridges is going to be this god awful defender, but he's just not a good one, if I'm being honest. So back to this though from Matt, because this is a great question. Again, Matt, I appreciate this one. Detroit doesn't really have that. Like that will be available. That is. So then you're looking across, I mean, like the reality is there's just not a lot of those options, if we're being completely honest. Like the Rockets don't have anything like that. And the West is hard because not a lot of these teams are actually like selling either. Portland, like maybe Thibault could be like weird like that. Robert Williams, if he was healthy too, you know, like Thibault might be a guy that you could like really do some weird stuff with defensively in a series because he's so long. He's not like Thibault's such an overrated defender because he doesn't actually stay in front of guys. He's not as good of a ball contained defender as everyone else makes him. He's not a stopper, but this guy gets his hands on basketballs that you're like, holy cow, he wasn't even close to the play and he still gets a steal or something. So I don't know. You think Jalen McDaniels might be a realistic wing defender for a team like Milwaukee? Yeah, Jalen McDaniels is actually a great shout too. Let's go grab Jalen McDaniels because he's obviously the brother of Jaden. Jaden's making a ton of money in Minnesota. Jalen McDaniels making significantly less money. He has significantly less impact. He's not as good. But he could be a guy that like, this is something that actually like kind of thinking about this. Let me cook here. Let's do that plus AJ Green plus Chris Livingston. Where are we at money-wise? Yeah, we're a little short. Plus Beauchamp. I hate that. Let's keep Livingston then. Does this work financially? Yeah, 937,000. I knew it was going to be close. Well, shoot. Thanasis. No, I'm just kidding. We'll trade Andre Jackson. No, not Andre. Holy cow. We'll do Chris Livingston. I mean, like, I don't know. This just feels so short-sighted, though, to me. If I'm Milwaukee, like, this feels like really short-sighted. The money is just difficult. Like, and Jalen McDaniels is not better than MarJon, probably long term. So, like, I'm just kind of really out on that. I don't even know if McDaniels is better than MarJon right now, to be honest with you. Like, maybe, but this is like a pretty big no to me. So I don't know. This is just like not what I would do if I was Toronto, or if I was Milwaukee. Sorry, if I was Milwaukee, I would love this as I would love this as a Raps fan. Yeah, this is a no. Yeah, this is, well, it's hard. Like, this is the thing. It's not like I wanted to give up all of these guys. Like, you could just see the issue is when you're doing trades like this, as when you're looking at Milwaukee, you have 4 contracts that make $25 million or more. Then you have 2 contracts that make 10 to 20 million, and then everything else is 2 and below. So it's impossible to trade for a guy like Boucher without giving up like these other pieces, and it's just terrible. So I don't know. Like I said, I wouldn't probably do this trade myself, but the contracts are just super like limiting when it comes to making an actual trade. So I don't know. Send them Bobby instead and give us seconds. just here, guys. Just take Bobby. Just take Bobby. No, I don't know. I don't see the Raptors having a need for Bobby Portis. And that's like the issue is like Milwaukee. Like they're gonna try and get stuff done this trade deadline of like Connaughton and Portis, but I don't know who's gonna want those guys. That's also willing to sell. Like the Dallas piece makes a bit of sense if Dallas has just kind of like been underwhelmed with Grant Williams. Like I kind of understand that. Like this is what we're gonna keep coming back to here. Like, does this make Dallas way better? Like, does it really? Like, or are we just kind of spinning our wheels here a little bit? I just don't even know if this moves the needle enough. Shout out to my girlfriend again, by the way. Can I do a Wiggs deal to Milwaukee? Okay. Holy cow. A Wiggins deal. All right, let's go grab the Golden State Warriors. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. All right. Connaughton to the Warriors. Bobby Portis to the Warriors. Andrew Wiggins to the Bucks. I mean, like, are you just thinking something like this, or are we sending second rounders back to Milwaukee? What are we doing here? Like, are we doing? I mean, protected 31 to 55, sure. And are we doing like via Atlanta no protections? I don't know. Like this all seems. Yeah, I think it would too. Like, but then again, you're losing like. I guess actually no, you're not even losing. Why then? Why? Yeah, I kind of see your point. You're probably right with this actually, because the rebounding would be a massive difference. It would be a huge difference off the bench. We can take other salary like JV. You think Warriors have to send us picks? Like, dude, I don't think you guys understand. Like, the Wiggins contract is not very well loved right now. It's 4 years, $24 million, like a year plus. It's like it's ascending contract. Like, what contract would you rather have, that one or Bobby's contract? Like, I don't know. The Wiggins contract is not very well loved right now. Irvin here says realistic trades for big would Daniel Gafford or Wendell Carter, but they keep talking about Jared Allen and he doesn't give Zion the space to operate in the paint. I mean, yeah, neither does Valanciunas, but the way that you guys play, Irvin, like you guys do a lot of zoom action, dribble handoffs and stuff, like that could be really good. Like Jared Allen would be really good in that because he's mobile enough to move. He can get downhill quickly. Like he does that better than Wendell Carter does. Now Gafford, I would say, does those things better than Jared Allen does in some ways too. So it really kind of depends on, I don't know. Jared Allen's pretty mobile. Maybe I'll take that back about Gafford, but yeah. Shout out to Nick. He says my man is still streaming. I'm trying my best over here. We're gonna probably show it. Oh, big trade just happened on Sleeper. Oh my gosh, we got a big trade on Sleeper. It sounds like, holy cow. Let's get this trade on Sleeper. Let's give it a look. In our fantasy basketball league, by the way, a trade just went down. Let's see what it is. Oh my gosh, what? Holy fleece. What the actual? All right. Douglas here says Wiggins is not as available as people think. He's actually one of the Warriors' best defenders. All right. I'm telling you, he's pretty available, Douglas. I am certain that he is relatively available. Yeah, Val hits threes at the top of the key. Okay, like here's the thing. Like if we're talking about spacing, the question isn't about if he hits them, it's about if they guard him. Like how much do they guard him at the 3-point line? This year he's shooting 34% on threes. And let's pull up the numbers. How many does he make a game? With nobody guarding him, by the way. He makes this season less than 1 a game. He has never made in his career 1 3-pointer a game. So teams don't guard him there. He doesn't make more than 1 a game. Like, you're not gonna be able to spread the floor like that. I'm sorry, but him and Jared Allen are gonna get guarded the same way. Wow. We'll keep our eyes on some of these trades, though, as we're going. Shout out to everyone in here, by the way. I want to check how many likes the stream is at now. I'm going to refresh on YouTube. Let's see. We're at over basically 200 likes. We're 5 likes away. Can we get to 200 here? Everyone go smash the like button really quickly. Really appreciate each and every one of you. You guys have been all so awesome today. Just an awesome day overall. We just hit 22,000 subscribers as well. Shout out to that. I'm going to take a screenshot of that because that is sweet. And let's go post that on Twitter. That is exciting. $22,000 subs. Shout out to all of you in here. Just hit 22,000 subs exactly. So I'm super excited about that. Super stoked, and it's been a great day. I said I was going to be live for 5 to 6 hours. We've been live for almost 6. So Irvin Celestine says right, but to be honest, only Val actually does it from the center position. So I don't know who the Pels could get that is upgrade over Jonas. Jonas is so underrated. I mean, he's good. Like, Jonas isn't a bad player. I'm not trying to say he's bad. I just think like Jared Allen is significantly younger than him. Let me pull up Jared Allen's age. Jared Allen is 6 years younger than him, almost. He is more productive. He's a better rim protector. He rebounds the ball better. Like, he doesn't shoot at all, to your point, yeah. But he shoots free throws okay. So, like, and he plays within himself on offense. He's a good screen setter. I think he's more fluid. I think you'd have a better roll game. Right now, Valanciunas doesn't roll at all. And I'm telling you, like, when Valanciunas like sets a screen, teams aren't worried about him rolling at all. It's almost like you're playing 1-on-2 in times. I think if they made a trade for a center, they'd get a lot better. I do. And it's not that I'm saying Val's bad. I just think with the way that they play, they would be a lot better. Yeah, Khalil Ware would be excellent. Khalil Ware would be excellent in New Orleans. Excellent. He would be so good there. Shout out to you guys. 22,000 is insane. Is absolutely insane. I give Jonas, Dyson, and 2 first-rounders. See, that's something I could see too, but I think, like, yeah, like, if you do Herb and Jonas, you just get to the money and then maybe not even have to give up the other draft picks and stuff. But yeah, Allen is really good. Like, I'm not trying to slander Jonas Valanciunas. Valanciunas is a good big. He rebounds really well. He's strong physically. You can feed him in the post every once in a while. Like, he's good, but Allen's just better. And I'm not trying to trash talk Jonas Valanciunas or anything. Jonas is a very good player. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. I hope you've all had a great day so far. Remember, trade deadline, we're right around the corner from it. We're having a great time so far. It's going to have a lot of great stuff to keep our eyes on for sure over the next couple of days. As we kind of wrap up the live stream here today, probably. Brandon, shout out to you, says Chicago supposedly wants an OG type trade for Caruso. Oh my gosh. Yeah, good luck with that. Which team can provide the best return if Chicago were to accept a potential package like OG's? Like would Pajemski and from Golden State make sense, or too rich? Pajemski would make sense. Let's go back over to the trade machine one more time. Here, this will be a good one to kind of get our eyes on. Let's go to the Bulls, and let's talk about what each team could theoretically offer, okay? So for a young player package, like, you're looking for something that actually makes a good deal of sense. Like, here we have Quentin Grimes. Quentin Grimes could be like a starting point in the deal, but I don't really love that for the Bulls. Springer, I mean, Cavs don't really have anything that I think would be realistic. The Pacers have something pretty good. They could do like Obi plus Shepherd. I know the Bulls wouldn't accept that though. But Obi plus Shepherd wouldn't be like god awful. The Nets, no. Raptors, no. Hornets, definitely not. I mean, the Thunder, like, if you're looking for young players, like the Thunder have Zhang plus Mann plus like Aaron Wiggins for Caruso. I mean, and then like you throw in like first rounder this year. I don't know. This is like, I don't know. I don't love this idea for them because Caruso doesn't make enough money to make this really like work the way that it's supposed to. Just because it's hard to cobble up salaries to only get to $9 million. You have to get like really cheap players. So like OKC is one of the few in the league. And it's like, I don't know. This is like a big risk for Chicago if they do this. And then OKC also might look at this and say, we don't want to give up all those young guys, especially Wiggins and Zhang right now. So Irvin says, I got to watch Allen more because I don't see the fit with him not being able to stretch the floor. And that's the philosophy of surrounding Zion with shooters. Yeah, but like the one thing I'd say is like Irvin, imagine let me pull up a basketball whiteboard actually here because this is going to be a great learning moment for everyone in the stream and this is a great question. Basketball play design. Let's see here if I can find something quick that will work. Okay, this will do the job. Let's present here. Let's go to share screen. This is great. This is exactly what we want to talk about. So right here, let's add 5 offense and 5 defense. Okay, let's put our 5 spacing in the way that the Pelicans often do. Okay, something like this. Let's put the 3 here, 1 here. Okay, we'll just say the 1 cut through already. X1 is going to guard the 1, X3, X5, X2, and X4. So hopefully you guys can see this. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here, okay, so that you guys can see this good. So what we're doing here, and the reason why this would work, Irvin, with Allen. So assume Allen's the 5, okay, and let's just assume McCollum is the 1, for example. We get our zoom action. The 3 comes down to screen. The 1 comes up. Okay, this is just typical zoom. The one is this guy is now trailing, probably chasing. Okay, as the 5 goes to him, so the 5 has the ball. Okay, as the 5 hands the ball off, here's the difference between Valanciunas and Jared Allen. When it's Valanciunas, the 1 can chase, and the 5 can pretty much hard hedge because Valanciunas doesn't do this very well. Valanciunas doesn't get to the rim. Okay, but that puts CJ McCollum almost in a trap here at this spot. And what Valanciunas does a lot is he pops or, fades out, or he just kind of like slow rolls, which isn't very valuable to me, especially when you make less than 1 3 a game. It's not like he's Porzingis. So my thought here is if this is Jared Allen, what you do is you slip all of these and you're hitting Jared Allen going downhill. And then if this guy tags, this is where your 3-point shooter sits. And you're hitting open threes probably all game long because Jared Allen is going to turn these plays into mismatches, because if this guy doesn't hard hedge and he plays drop, then you have CJ McCollum walking into an open 3-point shot or an open mid-range pull-up. And that's really the big difference. Okay, that's why I think Jared Allen would be super successful in that kind of offense. I know the spacing isn't there, and yes, that would cause some problems, but as long as Golden State has survived by playing Kevon Looney at center for so long because Kevon Looney's active. Like even let's just say that we get back to a spot where the 1's in the corner here, and let's just say the 3 has the ball. Let's say this is just Brandon Ingram with the basketball right now, or let's even say it's Zion Williamson, whatever. Like what you can just do is if this is Jordan Hawkins, just have Allen go screen for Jordan Hawkins, because if the 5's going to play in the paint, then Jordan Hawkins going to be walking into open threes. Like you can't just sag off of a guy, especially if he's a good screener. Jared Allen's a good screener. So I think they're going to be able to make it work even if they got Jared Allen. Scavenger Matt said, not sure if you've covered it, but what do you see Sacramento doing? Sacramento, I could see them trading for a 4. Trading Harrison Barnes or Davion Mitchell. They just need to get another defender in there. I'd like to see them make a couple of different moves. I think Isaac would be excellent for them as an example. Douglas Mikes here says Golden State values Podziemski a lot and is only behind Kuminga in terms of value. They would really have to love him to move the deal. See how much Curry uses him. Yeah, I don't know if Podziemski's going to get dealt, really. Quake says, do you think Portland or the Wiz make any moves? I see Brogdon going, the Wizards maybe letting go of Tyus, but I feel Kuzma stays. I think Kuzma could very likely stay as well. I think that's a fair bet to make. When it's all said and done, I think Kuzma could definitely be still in Washington by February 9th, which is not at all crazy. Talal says, great show today. Appreciate you, Talal. Smoke says another trade on Sleeper. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we've got another trade in our Dynasty Fantasy Basketball League. That is insane. All right, it's not even updating for me here. See if I can get it to update. We will do that off stream. Smoke. Political here says, do you really want Bobby on your team? I don't really know, man. I don't really know. Yeah, let's get the Discord going here though. I'm going to share a link with everyone. A lot of you awesome people might not be a part of the Discord. This is where we have a lot of great basketball discussions. It's a great place to be. We chat about a whole bunch of different things. We talk about how much XSmoke53 likes Taylor Swift, for example. He's a big Taylor Swift guy from what I've heard. I heard he listens to Taylor Swift all day, every day. So he's a big T Swift guy. So make sure to hype him up. Let's get some hype for Smoke in the chat. Let's do Smoke loves Swift in the chat. That's what I think. That's the best thing. That's a great way to end the stream today. Let's just get some of this down in the comment section below. Tari Eason will not get traded. Pomp, don't worry about him. I don't think he's going anywhere. Dylan says we need to bring Jarrett Allen and Caruso to New York. That would be excellent. Jarrett Allen would be so good in New York. I really think. Michaela's a Robin and 27 years old, but the Nets are acting like he's someone you build around and 24. Smoke loves Swift. I love it. Thank you, John. Thank you, John. I'm going to give some balloons to that too for Smoke. Look at that. I wonder if there's other like hand gestures I could do. I got to be careful here though, so I don't accidentally throw up some signs I shouldn't be. Can the Raptors get Jalen Green? My assumption on that right now is no. RH77. Thanasis and Pat for Caruso. OG level trade. Yeah, that's yeah, no, I don't see that happening, unfortunately. But I hope you guys did enjoy the stream today. I have been live for literally like in 40 seconds. It'll have been 6 hours straight today that I've been talking. So again, let's get some me pipe for my girlfriend. Look at what she dropped off for me. She's the absolute best. Really appreciate her. And I think Daniel Gafford's going to be one of the guys to keep our eyes on over the next couple of days as well. Remember, we're going to be live on the channel this whole week. So make sure to stop by, subscribe for more NBA content like this here today. Really appreciate you guys, and we'll catch you in the very next Utility Sports video.